what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart about me. I can't listen to what you want to say, baby. When you are alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. Cry yourself, and cry your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. You're the key. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. You're the key.
Anyone want to tell me what time it is now? It's time to clean my coffee cup, that's for sure, but it is also time for... That's right, Void Coffee. Get your Void Coffee out if you haven't already. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to what I think we might be wrapping up Vaush today. We might be wrapping up Vaush. We might be wrapping up the horse. This is maybe the final thing to say about it. This is Ethan having the final word. Ethan did in fact respond to Vaush's vaunted context video, to put everything in context, to put everything to bed. No, everybody, this is not as bad. This is not what it looks like. This is not what it looks like. Believe me. Believe me, this is not at all what it looks like here. Wait, why am I still in this screen? Oh, because I gotta get rid of it. Studio mode off. There we go. See, I know how to use OBS, unlike some other streamers who are apparently still struggling with it. No, we all struggle with OBS, let's be real. Nobody's a pro. Not yet, anyway. But chat, I swear to God, I swear, okay? Look. This is not what it looks like, okay? This is not what it looks like. I have no idea where this horse came from. I thought it was a short stack goblin. I swear, like it looked like it was a goblin this morning. Somebody changed it on me. The series finale of BoJack Horseman. We think so. I mean, like, don't quote me on that, right? But I'm gonna try to wrap it all up for you. We're gonna watch Ethan's commentary. We're gonna watch maybe a debate about it? A really sus debate. I feel like a really sus debate from some really sus people about this whole issue. And then maybe if you're good, we'll do the non-compete video. Anybody for that? Anybody want to see that? The Vaush non-compete? I feel like, okay, so here's the deal. EJ destroyed Vaush in that video. And because of the nature, the difference between the audience size, right? It got represented as something completely different, right? It almost got turned around on EJ and Luna. And I just want to watch it one more time. 2K more subscribers. What are we at? 17, 16? Closing in on 20K? I swear, chat, this is not what it looks like. This is not what it looks like. But that's what he tried to tell us in his response video. Ethan, as you may, look, this is no surprise for me to tell you that Ethan is not buying it. That horse is looking at you like a snack. Do I have sugar? Like, it's because I have sugar in my conditioner. That's probably it. Like, it's smelling my conditioner. Or it's like that Joe Biden has already passed his mortal coil off and has reincarnated as a horse, folks. Folks, I told you, he's a horse. Now he definitely can't be president. He's incapable to run the United States as a horse. Yeah, he's reincarnated as a horse, but he's still probably a better president than Donald Trump, sadly. Way too many members of the Lollipop Guild. Yeah, and like, you know, I mean, like, there are those people coping. There are those people, you know, trying to give Vaush the win. And it is a sweaty echo chamber. I almost said eco chamber, but then I was like, wait, what is an eco chamber? Is an eco chamber like a biodome? Anybody ever been to the biodome? My parents used to always take us to the biodome when we were little, you know? You know, like there's one room that's like a desert, and there's one room that's like a rainforest. I think there was there like a deciduous forest in there too, in the biodome? Yeah, the biodome. Anybody have a biodome where they're living? EJ only real failing was just fumbling over his words, not always having the most rigorous argument, not being rhetorically strong. Well, I mean, even that, like if you put the arguments up against each other, it's pretty clear who is full of shit here. Only on TV. You've never been to like a biodome in real life? Yeah, it's like if you imagine a terrarium, but it's like buildings, and there's like windows on the side of the buildings that like let the light in, and inside the building there's these different chambers that represent the different like ecosystems, the different biomes. Yeah, it's a biome dome. Being correct isn't what matters in the debate sphere. Well, so it wasn't even that though. This is the thing. I swear to God, it was all about Vaush's audience. It was all about the fact that EJ, they wanted to give Vaush the W there. Vaush did not take the W, even stylistically, right? Even stylistically, if you look at it with eyes unclouded by Vaush taint, or goblin taint, or whatever kind of taint you're talking about, whatever taint, I'm talking about things that taint things, right? Just to make that clear, because I know there's multiple usages for that word. And I wasn't trying to imply any other possible usage, but yeah, we got the Vaush news update going strong still. How many days have we covered this? Yeah, I feel like my house has turned into Vaush's house. You know what I mean? That's how long I've been covering it. Like, I've learned to feed the horses at their feeding time and all this other stuff. I bought a lean-to greenhouse for my backyard. It's kind of like a biodome. It's kind of the same thing, right? Yeah, my parents told me that when they took us to the biodome, they were like, when we were kids, like, it was populated by weasels, right? That's who they got to go in the biodome. They got a certain famous weasel to go in the biodome and like test it out and see how feasible it was for humans to live inside the botanical biodome. So yeah, we got other things to go over today. Bernie had a chat with Novara Media, and it would have been a good time for Bernie to, I don't know, apologize? Call for a ceasefire? Say that there's a genocide going on? Like, right, there's a lot of things Bernie could have done that would have been good, but yeah, he chose none of those. Oh wait, I forgot to tell you. So this is the, wait. There we go. That's what we're dealing with. Vaush as a centaur. And does anybody know who this is? Does anybody know this guy? Who can name this person in chat first? Who is this man? The man in the middle. Two? Anybody know who this is? I'm testing you, audience. But not like in a bad way. Does anybody recognize? Not Ethan Klein, right? Not Vaush. But the man on, I guess it would be the right? Wait, no, is it the right? Yeah. We got a centaur, that's true. We definitely got a centaur. Yeah, that's Ruby Frank in the back. That's Ruby Frank, or how am I pronouncing it? Is it Frankie? Ruby Franca? Is his name Chad? Some people would call him a Chad. Can we have a hint? I mean, I'm just really trying to see if you're interested in, because I saw the wildest story on H3. I think it was before he even got to Vaush, right? We got this wild story of this man, and if nobody in chat is gonna name him, I'll give you like 5 more seconds. Frankie? Ruby Frankie? I have not covered the Ruby Frankie story, but you all know who Ruby Frankie is, so that's noted. But apparently, no, there's nobody related to Ruby. Nobody related to Ruby. This is Bevo. This is Bevo, right? From UK Tiki Talkie. You don't, okay, wait, so you're gonna tell me you don't know who HS Tiki Talkie is? Does anybody know HS Tiki Talkie? Do we not know about Tiki Talkie? And Bevo? Yeah, that's Bevo. And I was just curious, right? Because I had never, I'll be honest, I didn't know who Bevo was till yesterday. And I'm just like, seriously, Bevo? Like, he looks more like Butthead, but he's Bevo. Believo. believe it. It's Bevo right there. But anyway, that's somebody else that Ethan Klein covered yesterday. And I was just wondering, because like, I wanted to find out honestly, like, right, is this something that I don't know about? And like everybody in my audience does know about? And apparently no, I am not alone in not knowing Bevo. I have not been following the exploits, the stories of Bevo. Who apparently eats prodigious amounts of brown slop on YouTube and TikTok. Anyway, sorry chat. I wasn't trying to trick you there. I just wanted to know. I needed to know. Oh wait, you know what? What I really need right now is for the music to be slightly quieter. Slightly quieter. Because yeah, we got a lot to go over today in terms of Ethan versus Vaush. Hopefully, maybe, possibly for the last time, we can move on. I get the feeling that you want to move on, and I definitely want to move on, but it doesn't feel right. Like, if you're gonna do something, you gotta do it all the way. You gotta go full hog, so to speak. You gotta go whole horse on it. Sorry, this void coffee is too good. It's too good, and I'm getting distracted. Full horse? I thought it was whole horse. And full hog. Wait, which one is it? Does anybody remember full hog? Does anybody remember when I said full hog? It's not illegal to build your own lean-to greenhouse in some areas? Do you remember full hog? Oh my god, somebody remembers full hog. That's awesome. I believe that was like the first I feel like that was the first video about Vaush in the modern NCC era. I'm trying to remember, was it the one where he was going down the vortex? Yeah, I think he was going down his own Nazgul vortex a little bit. But he always has been, that's his thing. You remember when I pronounced bungle like bunghole? Oh my god. So... one thing that I have not done yet, and one thing that I desperately need to do, if my browser will actually cooperate with me. What is it doing? Oh, discard. Thank you. Okay, so the first thing we do today on the Vaush report is we make a tweet. Ethan gives his final, and put that in a question mark? I don't know. Is it his final word on Vaush while Keffals catches a ban from Vaushcord. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even tell you about this yet. I'm like writing it out and I'm like, wait, are they gonna know what I'm talking about? Some of you might know what I'm talking about. There's been a little bit of trouble in paradise, right? So although Keffals was pretty full-throated in her defense of Vaush's dingus gambit, or should we say short stack gambit? I guess it's kind of a short stack gambit that he made, right? Keffals was supportive of that. Keffals went to the mat for Vaush, attacked Ethan, attacked ContraPoints, attacked Chris Tyson of Mr. Beast, like just went full hog, whole horse. I don't know, some kind of animal metaphor on all of Vaush's enemies, real or perceived. And it turns out behind the scenes, she was getting resentful. She is not unaware of what supporting Vaush is doing to her reputation. And she seems to have gotten more and more angry at Vaush. We covered that the other day, right? The screenshots of, in fact, we need to go back here and... Yo, this is scary though. Lynn just posted this. Toilet Goblin cares not if your hatred for your hatred of Toilet Goblin. Toilet Goblin loves you anyway. Do you miss Toilet Goblin, human? Because Toilet Goblin misses you. You're welcome, Toilet Goblin, back into your... You welcome Toilet Goblin back into your home. Toilet Goblin promises not to make a mess. Toilet Goblin likes the four-legged furry goblin. It leaves many tasty treats for Toilet Goblin. Okay, oh my god. This is like a whole meme-averse. It's like the extended Toilet Goblin universe here. Was it this one? No, it's not that. That's the last stream I did. Okay. I'm looking for... Oh my god, I gotta scroll back through the Toilet Goblin. We'll join your family. Oh my god, it's like... Oh, there it is. It's Jover. That's the one. Okay, so just to go over this again. Right, just to talk about... I've changed my position on everything, honestly. It's his fault. He's so effing careless because he didn't consider how many communities are close to his. So that's the main victim, I guess. Like, you know, in Vaush's mind, the victim is him. In Keffals' mind, the victim is the orbiters. Like, you chose to orbit. You knew what kind of... Like, you cannot have missed what was going on, right? This is what I just can't buy. The idea that these orbiters, like, did not know absolutely what they were getting into. Because it's... I mean, they may have wanted to not deny it. And what is that thing? There's like a Mark Twain quote that goes here. Something about the easiest lies to believe being the ones that you make money by believing. A person... Can anybody dredge up that Mark Twain quote for me? Because I can't remember anything until I've drank at least like 3 quarts of my magical, musical... Void coffee, that's right. I gotta put more of that away. By which I mean drink it. I don't know if that idiom is clear to all those listening. Anyway, it's his fault. He's so effing careless because he didn't consider the orbiters, Vaush. Think about the orbiters. They were trying to orbit your ass. And it turns out your ass is dirty as fuck. He hurt a lot of people by literally being a fucking weirdo. Go watch porn on your phone, you arsler. Jerking it at your work computer. So yeah, I mean, like, you can see like this isn't like a real principled like I was wrong, right? This
Dingus Gambit
did not work out very well for me. This
Dingus Gambit
was not well advised. This
Dingus Gambit
has resulted in me losing instead of gaining. And Keffals, I mean, if anybody is a short, stout clout goblin, it's Keffals, okay? And so she's like, I'm out of here. F Vaush. I'm just trying not to say the F word too many times. You got it, like the YouTube will let me get away with a few of those words, but not too many. So I'm trying, I like have a limit on them. It has a cooldown. That's what I'm saying, chat. On my stream, the F word, the one that rhymes with duck, not the F slur, right? The F word has a cooldown. And if you want to hear somebody say the F slur and the R slur over and over again, well, you're watching the wrong streamer for that. Anyway, he deserves far more criticism for this. I don't think he's a PDF, but he's so goddamn reckless. I am not sleeping. I had a panic attack over this, defending him as a result. So it's like really the fact that the commentary people are back. The farmers are back. Like all the people that shit on Keffals when Keffals was doing the right thing, they're back. And this time there's nobody that's really on her side, other than, you know, if you're in the Vaush cult or the Keffals cult, then you're still with the, I don't know, wait, they gotta split cults, don't they? Who gets custody of the stands? I'm not gonna mention any of the stands, okay? But like, who gets custody of those the people that stand both Vaush and Keffals? Who gets custody? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm curious about. So yeah, Keffals is out. Lance is even more out. Lance has left the White Leaf Network. Now this is weird, right? Because you gain custody. I mean, this is gonna be really weird. Because they share a network. The White Leaf Network, yeah. They share a sysadmin, they share hosting, they share a lot. And like, at this point, I think actually Keffals is the one that's gonna make that decision. Lance has left the network already. Xander Hull is far diminished from what he used to be. Demon Mama hardly ever streams anymore. And who knows with Vaush, right? Right now, his numbers aren't really down, but there's also people watching his stream expecting some sort of commentary on the drama, or for something to happen, or for more horses and lolies to pop out of his boulders, right? People are still watching. He's still got the drama frogs at this point. And he's still got a certain percentage of, you know, the hardcore Vaushites too. But there is no counting on him recovering. In fact, in terms of some of the things that are necessary for a content creator to grow, like being able to work with other content creators that are their size or bigger, that's probably not going to happen anymore. Vaush has gone from being a dubious asset to being a definite liability. And so he is persona non grata in a lot of places now, as is Keffals, right? Yeah, because of Vaush, I burned the last bridge I had with a mainstream creator. I think she's talking about Keffals there? No. Why would Keffals be talking about Keffals? I think she's talking about Ethan, is what I was trying to say there. So, yeah, Keffals definitely mad. I'll show you the second half after I get this tweet made. Okay, Keffals catches a ban from Vaushcord. So, yeah, you might be wondering how that happened. I will explain it to you right after this tweet. I think I should put a picture here. Do you like pictures, chat? You know what I've been told, though? And this is something that I'm like, I hear this advice all the time. I hear this advice all the time, that you should never make a tweet like this and then put a link in it, like I'm about to do. Like, this is bad, chat. This is bad for your reach. Elon, his algorithm detects that that is a link that will take somebody off of site. So people that say that they know Twitter say that you should do like this. Should we test this today? Link in. No, chat. No, I'm gonna have to say like P word in bio. How about the WAP in bio? Do you know these bots? Have you been seeing these? I haven't been seeing this so much, but apparently there's a lot of a WAP in bio. Okay, so this is the way that you're supposed to do it. What if I open up emojis and somehow like my... It's all goblins, chat. All my emojis are goblins. And they're not even short stack. I don't even have that as an excuse. They're just goblins. What? Copy this, please. Copy. And paste. Yes. So yeah, like this is supposedly how you're supposed to make a post. I've heard this before. I'm not sure I believe it though. Look, I get what they're saying. They're saying that this post with no link in it is going to have greater reach than this post when I had the link in it, right? So this post will be seen by more people, true. And therefore we can conclude that maybe this post will be liked by more people. Maybe it'll even be retweeted by more people. Maybe it'll even get some comments by more people. Maybe some of those people will be you, right? But what I'm not convinced of is the number of people that see these two pointing fingers, link below in the reply, and actually are like, yeah, I want to click on this. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I could see just liking this post and like scrolling on. I could see liking and retweeting the post and scrolling on, right? You gotta kind of like intentionally click on it to even see that the link is in fact in the replies. Anyway, chat, Twitter's dead. Ass in bio. Let's post it. Because the sooner I post it, the sooner I can get to actual content for you instead of just edging you for an inordinate amount of time. So this is the time in the stream where I post the link into Twitch. And then I post the link into YouTube. And allow you to participate in the stream, possibly even by posting goblin memes or weasel memes or horse memes. I mean, there's a lot of different memes that you could post right now. I like how most people still say Twitter instead of X. I love it too, right? That was a huge issue. I almost want to watch a Chapo segment about Elon with you. They had an interesting guest, but yeah, I don't know. Kind of limited it on time, aren't we? I don't know. Do people like to hear about the Elon saga? Are people interested in the downfall of Elon, Musk? Oh my God, that's cute though. That's like really, really cute. Sometimes you just need to stretch those toes. Sometimes you just gotta give it a stretch. Okay, so, Toilet Goblin isn't real? Oh no! Wait, why is this a Cookie Monster though? Like, chat, this is clearly a Cookie Monster coded toilet that we're dealing with. The only thing is, like, did Cookie Monster give up cookies for, like, blunts? Is that what happened here? I hate X ever since Elon took over. Yeah, like, I really, like, I keep on waiting for him to sell it. But honestly, if he's gonna do that, it will be after. It'll be most likely after the election. it seems to me like the most logical conclusion of Elon's purchase of Twitter, it's gotta be that he thinks that Twitter lost Donald Trump the election in 2020, and he wants to make sure that Twitter wins Donald Trump the election in 2022. I mean, there's a lot to it. You know, he's got an amazing, a profound, prodigious, that's the word I'm looking for. He's got a prodigious ego on him, and he tends to believe that he is God's gift to everything, and that without knowing anything about the fields, the spheres that he's entering into, that he is the one to make the decisions, like firing the trust and safety team, like telling advertisers, don't advertise, don't worry, we'll get other advertisers, right? Well, how long is it going to be until the ass and bio people are actually the advertisers, though? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you don't know, there's like a huge spam problem. There's a huge bot problem on Twitter right now. There's an estimation. Wait, maybe we should go to this, right? Because Matt Bender actually wrote a little article about this. Oh wait, I told you I would get to the second part of the Keffals thing after this. Let's see. I just want to pull this up. It's estimated that somewhere upwards of 75%. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, upward, that's right. I'm not wrong. I'm not lying to you. Upwards of 75% of traffic on X was botted. Wait, no, this is even worse than that. This is 75.85% of traffic from X to its advertising clients. Okay, I know I'm going all kinds of out of order. I hope that my ADHD lines up with your ADHD, because I guess that's how we're doing it today. I'm just like, I need to get, I don't know, Chad. I kind of think I need to get back on the meds. I've had trouble because like every time I'm on ADHD meds, it's like too much and I don't like it. And so I stopped using them because they make me all like, you know, I'm a little too excited already. Twitter is on the same trajectory as Facebook. Elon's a good little breeder with 11 kids. I thought you were going to say, why was I reading that as a Roman numeral? Yeah, 11 kids with 3 people. That's true. That is true. So yeah, let's take a look at Matt Bender's article today on Mashable.com. His other job. This week, Super Bowl 2024 shatters records with the NFL Championship broadcast on CBS becoming the most watched televised event in US history, telling people that people do indeed still care about sports ball. Who knew? Also riding high from the big game, Elon Musk, the 10th? Oh no, Elon Musk's X, yes. No, Elon Musk's Twitter. That's what I will say. The company formerly known as Twitter. No, the company that is fucking Twitter, and don't try to change it to X. And this, just erase all of this part. Like, right? Just like this, right? If I was Matt's editor, I would just hit delete right there. Elon Musk's Twitter published its own press release lauding the Super Bowl 53. No, not 53, 63. As I know how to read Roman numerals, chat. I should. As one of the biggest events ever on the social media platform, with more than 10 billion impressions and over 1 billion video views. Most of those, let's be real, okay? The increase in traffic that Twitter experiences during the Super Bowl, a lot of it is literally people going to their Explore tab, seeing the score, and refreshing the score to see, like, people that don't necessarily want to watch the Super Bowl, but for some reason, maybe Taylor Swift related, they care about the outcome now. And they want to make sure that Taylor's boyfriend wins the Super Bowl, which means that Joe Biden will win the election, right? They're just counting on that, and they need to see that score be the Chiefs over the 49ers, because that's how we know that Joe Biden is going to be president for life, and he's also going to have his life extended infinitely. He's going to become he's going to get a blood boy. We're going to get a Biden blood boy. We got to get a Biden blood boy to donate his blood to Joe Biden, start, you know, transfusing his blood with a younger Biden's. Oh wait, I know who has a nice clean bloodstream. His son, Hunter Biden. That can be your blood boy. Yeah, that's what the other guy does, right? Who's the other guy? You know, the rich guy that gets blood from his son to live forever, among other things. He does a lot of things to live forever. That guy's definitely gonna live forever. I mean, he just got COVID, but he's gonna live forever. Just like Biden. Calling it 10 would have worked probably better. Biden being president for life is not that unlikely. Yeah, right, Lexical? There's a number of ways that could happen. Yeah, Hunter's blood, I feel like would be, he just needs to inject himself with some of that, like some of that good Hunter Biden blood. Anyway, I don't remember the guy's name, the actual rich guy that injects his son's blood, but he's out there injecting his son's blood, giving people COVID, who knows what, chat, who knows what. But yeah, this is like the good news from business. Wait, what the X business? Okay, that's like a company account. The roar of the stadium reverberated on X. The Kansas City Chiefs snagged a historic. You mean Taylor Swift's team? Okay, you can just call them the Taylor Swift boyfriend team. That is my interest in them. Okay, snagged a historic overtime win over the other team is what you should call that, right? Just erase this and put other team, right? During the longest, and then we could just put whatever for Super Bowl in game in history, right? For fans of Twitter, Super Bowl 63 conversation did not disappoint. The conversation did not disappoint. Thank you. Anyway, however, it appears that a significant portion of that traffic on X could be fake. You don't say. You don't say. Fake traffic. Also, Spoops, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have we... This is so bad of me, chat, but I gotta tell you right now. We got an ad break coming up. I'm glad Spoops followed, because otherwise I wouldn't have remembered to tell you this. Any second now, you're gonna get sucked into that top of the hour ad break. It happens every hour, it happens on the hour, it happens for 3 minutes. It's the price we pay for no pre-roll ads, which believe me are somehow actually worse than the top of the hour ad break. But the top of the hour ad break, yeah, it is existential angst. It is only 3 minutes, but it feels like 3 hours. If you would like those 3 minutes or, 3 hours, however you perceive time, of your life back, you can get them back if you have, for free possibly, even if you have Twitch Prime, right? You can use that, hook that up with your Twitch, and you get a free sub. You give that sub to the streamer of your choice, and if that happens to be me, then you will no longer see ads on my channel, which is pretty cool. It's a pretty good, it's kind of like the best deal going right now, and I don't know how long it's gonna keep going, so, get it while it's hot. It was Super Bowl 58? Did I do that? Did I do the... Wait, is it 58, LV, oh, because I thought the V was an act. Oh my god, chat. I swear to god, I thought it was a short stack goblin girl. Chat, the Roman numerals confused me. Yeah, V is 5 in Roman numerals, and VIII is 8, so you got that and you add to the L, which is 50, and you get 58, but I thought that the V was a short stack. Everywhere I'm seeing short stack goblins, okay? That's my problem. That's my bias, right? I thought it was a short stack goblin. That is the excuse that works no matter what. No matter what you do wrong, even if you can't read Roman numerals. Oh, there's the ad break. God damn it. I didn't even finish the... We'll see, chat. We'll see if anybody gets out of the ad break, this ad break, or if they get out of it next ad break. It's kind of like we're trying to jailbreak your mind from the top of the hour ad break if at all possible, but they're those people, they cannot see me, they cannot hear me. They might be able to see the butterfly in my hair, and if they do, they hopefully they know that not all hope is lost, and there are ways to get out of that ad break without breaking the bank. There are also ways to get out of it with breaking the bank, by paying $5 to Twitch for a sub for yourself, or possibly even through the generosity of somebody else that sees your predicament, sees the fact that you don't have a face by your name, and figures that maybe they should do you a good deed that day. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat, or you pause the music spontaneously because you don't know how to stream. I know how to stream. I think it's like this. I read the rest of the article. Okay, so I've never seen anything remotely even close to 50%. Okay, so on a website. So we're talking about the click-through traffic from X to its advertising client's website. So that must mean people clicking on a link associated with an ad. 75.85% of that traffic was fake. Ass in bio. I've never seen anything even remotely close to 50%, not to mention 76%. Czech founder and CEO Guy Titunovich. Titunovich is a name that I've never spoken before, but I'm glad to know that that's a name. Told Mashable regarding X's fake traffic data. I'm amazed. I've never, ever, ever. I need a reverb button. I need a stream deck, chat, so I can press the reverb button and be like, ever. Anyway, seen anything remotely close? Checks data, or data if you're in the UK, where this report is based on 144,000 visits to its client sites that came from X during Super Bowl weekend, from Friday, February 9th until the end of the Super Bowl on Sunday, February 11th. The data was collected from across Check's 15,000 total clients. It's a small portion of the relevant data, and it's not scientifically sampled, but it nonetheless suggests a dramatic trend. So in other words, like, don't take the 75 or 76% as, don't take that to the bank, right? That's not like 100% for sure. Oh my God, Shaxby, thank you for the biddies. Thank you so much for the biddies, Shaxby. So yeah, I can take the biddies to the bank, but do not, because we're gonna have a 24-hour Persona 5 dance party. I want a Persona 4 dance party. Chat, what's your favorite Persona for music? I really like 4. I feel like Adrian Vixen, thank you for the 11 bits. Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying about this? Like, this is a spot check. It is not like, you know, it doesn't have like a small margin of error by any chance, but what it is like something that they check in a lot of websites, and the founder is saying, I've never seen anything close to 50%, but this is 76%. So what that means, unscientifically, but not really in doubt, is that there was a hell of a lot of bot traffic. There was a hell of a lot of fake views going on, along with X's fake news and everything else, whatever's on X, right? There was a lot of fake clicks on real ads, and that might be a legal problem, right? Because if you're paying for advertising based on these numbers, and the numbers happen to be off by 3/4, the numbers are boosted by, like, what would that be, like 300%? Yeah, I can do math sometimes. Yeah, wow. Oh, sorry, how many percent? 400%. Yes, 400%. Ads boosted by 400%. Do you feel like you might have gotten ripped off? Maybe. And if you feel like you got ripped off, might you make a call to the legal department to say, what is the fuck is up with why are we paying these rates for this service that is giving us bot traffic, fake traffic, ass in bio traffic, right? They don't want ass in bio. They want consumer to buy. Oh, they want consumer to buy product that they're that's how they make money. Selling products to real consumers, not getting clicks from ass in bio. So they might be a little upset by that. We'll find out, right? We'll find out what's going on with this, right? Elon might have more legal woes yet to worry about. Check's data for this report is based on, okay, we already read that and read that. Check monitors bots and fake users across the internet in order to minimize online ad fraud for its clients. That's their job. That's what they're, wow, okay. Titonovich's company accomplishes this by tracking how visitors from different sources, such as X, interact with the client's page after they click one of their links. So people hire Titonovich, Titonovich's company, to look at the traffic that they're getting and track how it interacts with the client's page after they click on their links. The company can also tell when a bot is passing itself off as a real user, such as when a fraudulent user is faking what type of OS they are using to view the website. Most X users who are regularly on the platform can attest to a noticeable uptick in uptick in seemingly inauthentic activity in recent months. When a post goes viral on X, it is now commonplace to find bots filling the replies with AI-generated response or accounts with randomly generated usernames spamming a user's mention with unsolicited link in bio, or even ass in bio, if you will. Now there's data which backs up that user experience. The ass in bio is real. You've been seeing. You're not hallucinating that. That's there. That's really there. Everything in bio, chat. Everything. Advertisers, horse in bio if you're Vaush, right? Advertisers have also noticed X's bot issues. In the recent published piece in The Guardian, Gene Marks, a small business owner, shared his ad campaign results from X. After a small $50 advertising spend, wow, I didn't know it could go that low. But I guess Twitter, sorry, is, they can't really, they got to take what they can get, right? Twitter's analytics show that his website had received 350 clicks for approximately 29,000 viewers. However, according to Google Analytics, X wasn't the source of any of the actual traffic on his website. His website had received during the time period. In our conversation with Titonovich, he referenced an often cited stat that roughly half of all internet traffic is made up of bots. Okay, so that's overall internet traffic, right? Not necessarily clicks on ads, which is what the 76% figure was clicks on ads, right? How he's long been skeptical about the data based on what Check itself sees. We were always the conservative ones, Titonovich explained regarding Check's approach to fake user data. We protect a lot of our customers on Google Ads, YouTube, even TikTok, which I'm not a fan of. And we've always said 50% being fake is a bit opportunistic. Optimistic? Is that what maybe this is supposed to be optimistic. It makes more sense that way. I don't know, chat. I'm not Matt Bender's editor, whatever. And thank you, Matt, for writing this article. Seriously, I'm not trying to have a go. Listen, I'm not the kind of content creator that is going to do a video where the sizzle reel, the little part in the beginning, is like having a go at somebody's grammar and pronunciation when the actual substance of what you're covering about, paints the person in a really dark way, right? I'm not gonna grammar police, okay? I almost decided not to go and publish the Xbox data, sorry, because we've never seen anything like it. So that's pretty wild, right? X has a bot problem unlike anything ever seen on competing platforms. When the X's Super Bowl traffic is compared with other social media platforms during the same period, the bot issue on Musk's platform appears even more stark. Check also provided data to Mashable pertaining to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. In terms of fake traffic, no other platform came close to X's nearly 76%. Out of the more than 40 million visits to TikTok, only 2.56% were determined to be fake. Facebook sent 8 million visits, and 2.01% of the monitored visits were classified as inauthentic. And Instagram, only 0.73% of the 68,700 visits from the platform were fake. Titanovich tells Mashable that it's not out of the ordinary to see spikes in fake traffic on social media platforms during big events like US elections. However, he has never seen anything close to X's 75.85%. And unfortunately for Twitter, sorry, I'm not going to say X, its bot problem goes beyond the big game too. Check also provided Mashable with fake traffic data from the entire month of January 2024. TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram all had very similar stats to each platform's respective Super Bowl weekend numbers. Slightly more than 2.8% of the 306 million visits sent from TikTok were determined to be fake. So do you see what I'm saying about, like, it's a spot check? It's not scientific. It's not got like a small margin of error. But if something is that out of line with what they normally see, that shows you that that site has a problem, and that site is Twitter. Twitter's like, wait, compared to 2.8%, 0.75%, like 1.6, a bit more than 2% for Facebook, right? Instagram, less than 1%. Twitter, 75.86%. That is, 85. Don't like get sued for inflating the statistics here. Twitter once again fared worse. Of the 759,000 visits to Twitter, 31.82% of that traffic. Okay, so this is a different number. Wait, is this just January? Okay, yeah, this is during the month of January. So it's not as bad as it was during the Super Bowl, but it's orders of magnitude of difference. Like, this is more than 10 times as much fake traffic as TikTok. And TikTok's like the highest amongst the ones that are listed. Titanovich, who has met with Musk previously and pushed the X owners to address the bot problem. And remember, if you remember back to when Elon was trying to escape actually having to buy Twitter after having made an offer, right? He made an offer, and in business terms, like, that is kind of binding. And they held him to it. They took him to court, the Delaware Chancellery Court, right? Forced Elon to buy to buy the platform. But one of the reasons that he was trying to wriggle out of that, one of his rationales, was that he had not been given data on the percentage of bots that were on there. Like he basically used the bots as a way to get out of that. But unfortunately, instead of cleaning stuff up and fixing the bot problem, Elon has only made it worse, apparently. Okay, so Titanovich stressed to Mashable that his company cannot tell how many fake users are on the social media platforms themselves. The data only details how many bots came to Check's clients. So this isn't like about, fake accounts on Twitter, of which there must be. This is about fake traffic to ads, to ad links. However, Titanovich explained the company has a wide range of clients, including large Fortune 500 companies, and this fake activity coming from X was seen all across the board, regardless of industry or market. So all the ads inflated. Mashable reached out to X for information or a statement, but received an automated message. Yeah, Elon is not a fan of Matt Bender. Elon obviously knows who Matt is, and in fact, he's been singled out for bans before. From the company reading, busy now, and from what I've heard, like his engagement is like way down. Yeah, I wonder if he's shadow banned. Anyway, we don't know that, Chad. I'm not making any claim there. I just I've heard that he seems to be his engagement seems to be being stifled. Anyway, an Elon Musk problem. X didn't always have a bot problem of this magnitude. So in case you were wondering that, right, I alluded to the fact that Elon said during his attempt to avoid actually going through with the purchase of Twitter, he said, there's bots in it. I don't want to buy a site that might be like a lot of bots unless you can tell me how many bots you got. Then I can't possibly buy this. I can't go through with the deal. The Delaware Chancellery Court seemed to be on track to feel different, and eventually Elon just surrendered and bought it, mainly because Discovery was coming out and they were publishing private messages from Elon. So rather than have more of his dirty laundry aired, Elon just agreed to buy X, right? But let's look at the historical rate of bots here if we can. Something Titanovich demonstrated by providing Mashable with data from last year's Super Bowl. During the comparable weekend, February 2023, fake traffic from the platform, then known as Twitter, before he destroyed the branding, only accounted for 2.81%. So kind of high, kind of on the high end, but not nearly what it is now. 2.81% of the 1,059 visits, 159,000 visits. That's around 72% less than this year's game. Last year's Super Bowl occurred just a few months after Elon Musk acquired the platform in late October 2022. And a lot has changed on Twitter between last February and today under Musk's leadership. The platform was then, you said that anyway. Anyway, yes, it was known as Twitter. Notable users still had their legacy verified blue check marks. Only around 200,000 to 300,000 users were subscribed to Twitter Blue, which was then called, now it's called Premium. So Twitter Blue, the check mark thing, right? Before they got rid of the legacy check marks. Twitter's creator monetization program, where paying X Premium subscribers to make money off of ads displaying on their content, did not yet exist. All of these changes can factor into Twitter's current bot problem. In addition, since Musk's takeover, 80% of the company's trust and safety team engineers have been laid off. I wonder if that has anything to do with this. Along with half the company's content moderators, half of the moderators of content, right? Thousands of employees have been laid off across the company. X has struggled with advertisers since Musk's takeover. Big brands and major companies like Disney have suspended ad campaigns on the platform due to hate speech and pro-Nazi content proliferating on X, some of it boosted by Elon, as well as anti-Semitic comments made by Musk himself. Yeah, made, retweeted, agreed with, etc. According to Bloomberg report last month, X is planning to open a trust and safety center in Austin, Texas. Of course, just staff it by failed comics at Joe Rogan's comedy club, maybe. There, you know what I mean? You come to Austin to make it big as a conservative comedian. You know that Joe Rogan's got a club there. Maybe you could work at Elon's Trust and Safety Center instead. Hiring 100 employees to work in that department in order to address some of the advertisers' concern. But X's problems clearly go well beyond the type of content being posted by real human beings. Advertisers typically pay social media companies based on impressions and or clicks on their advertisements. And based on this traffic data, advertisers could potentially be paying Musk and his company for visits from an audience consisting mostly of bots. That's why I'm saying this. Watch this space, as Rachel Maddow would say, because there might be more going on. So yeah, that's what's going on with Twitter. And thank you to Matt Bender for covering this stuff. Like, seriously, great coverage of all things Twitter from Matt Bender. I think it's because Matt really liked Twitter before Elon took it over, and it's almost like a mission for him. So yeah, like I said, Keffals just essentially blowing up on Vaush after losing what little clout, what little credibility, what little relationships she had with mainstream mainstream content creators such as Ethan Klein. You know, threw that all the way for Vaush. It didn't work. Vaush is still going down. Keffals seems a little reticent to go down with the ship. So let me take a look. Let me see if I can bring you the most current screenshot that we have from Keffals Discord. So I don't know what to make of this. I'm just gonna present it as is, and like I said, you're all adults. You can make your own. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of screenshots here. I hope you're ready for this. How many screenshots do we actually have here? 3? 4? Yeah, 5 screenshots. Here we go. Oh shit. Okay, so this first one has a slur in it, and I'm gonna have to just read it to you. This is a Keffals mod. As far as I know, Clara accidentally... I can't show it to you, right, because it's got a slur, and I didn't realize that I had not redacted said slur. As far as I know, Clara, that's Keffals, accidentally called someone a R slur as a joke in Vaushcord drama posting instead of CPR drama posting. They've got 2 drama postings. One is apparently slur friendly and the other is not, I guess. Got banned for it. The mods were looking for a reason to kick her anyway, because most of them hate that she interviewed Chris Chan. Interesting. So that's essentially somebody that was harassed by kiwi farms, like not necessarily a good person. There's like a lot that this person has done that's really kind of fucked up, but nevertheless, you know, to interview Christian is to exploit Christian, and that's what Keffals did. And you know, this is a person that came on because they trusted Keffals, and I don't know, you know, it's anyway, so that's been an issue for the Vaush Discord mods, apparently, right? That kind of exploitation. Let me see if I can show you the rest of the screenshots. Okay, that one looks okay. I'll show you this one. Okay, so having said that, please God, don't brigade other servers. It's so annoying. I will ban you guys if I see you organizing that. That would be nice. Vaushcord's change in policies regarding Keffals was a bit of a shock when I woke up this morning. Okay, so that's not... Let me make sure that there's no slurs in this. Okay, good. See, when you go through Keffals Discord screenshots, you gotta watch out. There's they're apparently have a pretty open door policy when it comes to slurs. Okay, oh, I see. But the thing that she said had the R slur in it, which is bannable there. They perceive wow. Like, oh my god. Wait, okay, so this is... Oh, interesting. I can't see what this post is up here, but like they're replying to the mod. This is a Keffals mod here saying, oh, that was stupid. I think a bunch of people got banned in protest. And she said I'm guessing the R word. Okay. Oh, I see. But the thing she said had the R slur in it, which is bannable there. They perceive it as her intentionally sending people to say slurs. If I'm oh wait, so maybe not about Keffals? It's hard to tell here, but it almost sounds like we're talking about people from Keffals community. To be honest, I think this should be cleared up between the mods soon enough, so don't sweat it. They got mad we accepted refugees and believe in rehabilitation and growth and recovery. God. They hate us for our freedom. They hate us because we believe in slurs. Most true leftist servers online. You know it's a true leftist server when they got slurs. When they're allowing slurs. Let me make sure this one is okay. And I'll bring this one out too. I mean, it's cringe, chat, but I don't think cringe is TOS. It shouldn't be serious, says the mod. I don't think anyone meant to hurt anyone or make their lives miserable or anything. Just kind of stumbled into it. And that is not okay. Damn. Damn. Okay. We gotta get that off the screen. Okay, so this is the last screenshot that I'll show you. I don't know, were all these from horse posting? General. Okay, so yeah, this is from a different, you notice it's from a different channel. The rest of these seem to be from the general channel. This is from horse posting. I'm not sure what that means, but shocked, saddened, disappointed emote. What's wrong, friend? SpongeBob meme. Me in preschool not knowing why other kids felt like aliens. I'm still banned. I'm still banned. So you saw earlier the mod was like, this is going to be cleared up. This is all going to be okay. Wait, they have one for drama posting. Yeah, apparently. One for slurs and one for not slurs. So that's what's going on with Keffals. Keffals is, or at least was still banned. We don't know what the status is right now. But that's a sign. And, you know, they said earlier that they thought that the mods had been looking for a reason to ban Keffals. All the way back to the interview with Chris Chan, let alone the revelation of what Keffals was saying about Vaush in private. Now that that's become public, like I feel like Keffals getting banned from the Vaushcord is maybe like the least of things that could happen. But anyway, chat, slurs are bad. Hate speech is bad. Do not, Let's get back to our toilet goblin. Which apparently is not real, much like weasels. Not real, unreal. Goblin mode, goblin mode, goblin mode, goblin mode. We got the goblin mode right here. We got Waluigi goblin mode. Oh my god. Look, normally this costs, I don't know how many channel points to get, but let's bring out Waluigi. Why not? Are we good bringing out Waluigi? There we go. I don't think Waluigi is TOS. I think he's okay. Just don't say any slurs, Waluigi. Don't be like Keffals disc. This is not Keffals Discord, just so you know. So... Oh yeah, I should give you both posts, right? Because this post, look, here's the deal. This is the post that I want you to react to also. There's a post that is pinned that is my main post. We're gonna try something different this time, but what I'm worried about is the idea that this one doesn't get enough likes, this one doesn't get enough upvotes. That's the actual link itself. We're doing things a little bit differently just to test it out and see. So far, I don't know how it's working because I've only got 5 likes on here and 3 retweets. So I don't know, maybe this is not the way to go. I have a feeling it's not the way to go. It's not the way I would want to read a post, but supposedly you pay a price for linking anything that takes you off platform on Twitter. So we're trying the new way. How can the left possibly win without slurs? Yo, you gotta, this Discord is wild. Like the real leftists, right? Or the leftists that say slurs, the slur left. This shit, it's weird though, cause it feels like something from 2016. It feels like something that you'd read in a forum from, I don't know, some edgelord dirtbag wannabe socially conservative leftist. I don't know. It's weird shit. Like that's why we're losing to the right, because we don't use slurs. They've got slurs. What do we have? We have pronouns. Nobody wants pronouns. Everybody wants slurs. That's what we need to do. We need to be more like the right. That is essentially the innovation that Vaush and his ilk have offered. Why is the left failing? Not enough slurs. Not enough misogyny, not enough racism. We gotta compete with the right in this stuff. And that's Vaush thought for you. Anyway, we've got a lot to go over today, and I feel like I've been edging you for more than long enough. Let's watch this disappointment of a Bernie speech. Are you ready to be disappointed, chat? Are you ready to be disappointed? Not by me, hopefully. I aim to please today. But I can't help the fact that you're going to be disappointed by Bernie's appearance on Novara. Novara Media is a pretty cool YouTube channel. If you are not subscribed already, I'll link it to you so that you can check it out. Their content is pretty good. But what's not good here is Bernie's answers.
Senator Sanders, thank you so much for joining us. My pleasure. So your book is called It's Okay to be Angry About Capitalism. And for me, the question is, well, how angry? Is it blowing up an oil pipeline angry, or voting for a slightly better candidate angry?
It's very, very angry, because the future of democracy is at stake, the future of the planet is at stake, the future of the ability of working people to have a decent life is at stake. But we got to be smart. And we got to figure out how can we be effective in taking on people with enormous power. So the book focuses a lot on oligarchs. All right, what does that mean? It means that in the world today, the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 99%. In my country, richest country on earth, the United States, 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. But their power is not just money, it's how they use money.
Okay.
They own much of the media, all right? In terms of American politics, if you are a billionaire, you can now spend as much money as you want, hundreds of millions of dollars, to defeat Bernie Sanders, to support some right-wing candidate. So what you're seeing now is democracy, in quotes, being owned by big money. You're seeing more concentration of ownership. Many of the large companies you have here, we have in the United States. They're all over the world, controlled by a very few people. And then with artificial intelligence coming and robotics coming, what do we do about that? Who's going to benefit from all that? So the challenge that we face, in my view, how do we bring people together, country by country and internationally, to tell the oligarchs that this world belongs to all of us, not just a few people? That's the challenge that we have. Ain't easy, believe me.
In the book,
I mean, so that's like, I mean, I guess you could call that soft socialism in terms of his rhetoric, right? Putting it in a way that doesn't involve like terminology at all. In a way that's not going to have red flags for anybody that you know has an issue with that. Like, right, he's very softly talking about the inequality of wealth and the leverage that comes with, right? So, two important things, two things that he probably mentioned way back in his campaign in 2016, but it just rings differently now, given that, because I mean, this is like, let's be real, this is the language of solidarity. When I say soft socialism, that's what I'm talking about. It's an attempt to raise, um, it's an attempt to raise class consciousness. And somebody like that's a SOCDEM like Bernie, that's kind of the first step to any sort of meaning, even if you're just talking about reform rather than actually meaningfully changing the mode of production. You're talking about that stuff, but it's just like, it's a little late. It's a little late, he didn't he first endorsed Biden like super early. Then he was nowhere when it came to what was going on in Palestine, and he still, hasn't come out and said what all of his supporters know.
You give the example of a criminal who walks into a shop and he shoots the clerk behind the counter, and the very clear societal repercussions for that.
Right.
He'll probably lose his job, he'll probably go to jail.
Lose his job, yeah.
Well,
More than lose his, he will go to jail,
He will
yes.
go to jail. Whereas for oligarchs who profit off the misery of working class people, for fossil fuel CEOs, for arms manufacturers, there's no such repercussions. Do you think, deep down, do you feel like these are people who should really be in prison?
The answer is yes and no. The answer is they're not breaking the law. And you know why? Because they write the law. All right? But from a moral perspective, what do? Not a lot of people know this, but the fossil fuel industry knew 70 years ago that carbon emissions were going to warm the planet and cause massive destruction. And you know what they did about that?
Are you serious? Lexical apartheid anime girl said Navarro shouldn't purity test Bernie by asking him, wow.
They lied. They formed organizations, spent millions of dollars trying to hide that reality. Right now, you have pharmaceutical companies that have products that cost a few cents to produce, a drug that costs a few cents.
If you don't know, apartheid anime girl, we're talking about a Twitch streamer here who came into prominence when she said some really awful things about Palestinians, some really racist things about Palestinians, and got clipped and exposed for that. And she disappeared for a while because, I mean, that's that's effed up. But then she's popped back up recently. I think she's been on Sitch and Adam. We covered that. And I don't know, is she back to Twitch streaming, back to YouTube streaming? You tell me, chat.
There are poor children all over the world who are dying because they don't have that. And they got it. They say, you can't afford the price we're charging you, you're going to die. It's all legal. All right? So what we have to do is change a system which allows murder to be legal and create a world and we can do that with a very different value system.
In the United States, there is a definition of freedom, which defines freedom as the freedom to profit, the freedom to be an entrepreneur, the freedom from state interference. Does that mean that lack of healthcare, lack of corporate regulation, that's the price you have to pay for freedom?
No, of course it's not. What does freedom mean? That's a great question, all right? If I'm sleeping out on the street, am I free? If I'm a worker forced to go to work at a job that I hate and I'm earning starvation wages, am I free? If I'm living in America and my kid gets sick and can't afford health care, and we have about 60,000 people a year die in the United States because they don't get health care when they should, am I free? What does freedom mean? If I go to my job and I have nothing to say about my job, I'm your boss and I'm telling you what to do 8 hours, 10 hours a day, you free? So we really have to be thinking about what the word freedom means and what the word democracy means. And in my view, and we touch on that quite a bit in the book, when we talk about democracy and when we talk about human rights, we're also talking about economic rights. You have the right to earn a decent standard of living. You have a right for decent housing, decent healthcare, decent educational opportunity. Now people say, well, that's utopian. We can't afford to do that. You know what? We can't afford to do that. But we can't afford to do that when 3 people in America own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Now, we don't talk about those issues in America. I doubt you talk about it very much in the UK, do you? Is that an issue?
Oh, in Novara media we did,
You will
but
talk
the
about it. All
BBC,
right.
no.
All right. But those are the issues that we have to talk
But
about.
there's probably a little bit
it
more.
utopian?
I mean, I would say there's a little bit more like awareness of. I don't know, Chad. I mean, like I'm trying to compare the UK to the US. Neither system is great. Neither political arrangement is great. But I feel like there's like class consciousness has basically been erased in the United States in a way that I would expect, isn't matched in many other places. And that's why Bernie's having this conversation, because although he's on Novara Media and speaking to an audience, which a great portion of is from the UK, he's going to the basics of like, well, what about freedom? I mean, she's like this is just like a little dialogue of like, well, some people say that that you can't possibly be free without the freedom to become an entrepreneur, and that's what real freedom is about. And Bernie's illustrating how in how many ways we are actually not free.
In the world right now, we can do a lot better than having 1% owning more wealth than the bottom.
Oh, interesting. Bella Glazier has an interesting comment about this. Let me read the first and the second. The US likes to pretend that there's no such thing as class, whereas here in the UK, class consciousness is intrinsic to keeping us divided. Nice. I mean, not nice, but that's
90%. I think we can.
You write a lot
that's a good way to put it.
about the importance of driving up trade union membership, and that has been a real core part of your campaign policies as well. Why is it so important to drive up trade union membership? Is it just so that workers can get a better deal on pay and conditions, or does it change how politics functions as well?
It's that and even more. All right. Obviously, when workers stand together, and we're seeing this more and more in the United
Oh, 1 in 4 slaves are children. Capitalism profits off all 10 million of them.
States. Workers are getting sick and tired of corporate greed. We've seen great organizational efforts on the part of the Teamsters, the United Automobile Workers, nurses, people all over the country standing.
Okay, so you can see he's working from essentially like a soft socialism pitch to defense of Biden. He's basically setting himself up to point out some of the good aspects of the Biden administration.
So why is it important? First of all, it's important that you get decent wages and decent benefits, right? Also important that you have political power. When workers stand together, and a candidate has to go before those workers who are united and say, you know what, you're not getting our support. You want our endorsement? Great, you're gonna have to do A, B, C, and D. That's important. But I'll tell you what else is important. Many people in the United States, and I know it's not any different here, they feel really alienated. They don't feel they have any power, any influence. But when you're standing with your brothers and sisters together in struggle, and you know what you're fighting for, you become more of a human being. And I'll tell you, if I may, can I tell you a brief story? I got involved, my office got involved in a strike in New Brunswick, New Jersey with, I think it was 1,500 nurses. You want to hear this? You know what these nurses were on strike for? First time they've ever been on strike in their life. You think they're on strike for higher wages? They weren't. Better working conditions? Yeah. What they were on strike for is to demand better, what they call nurse-patient ratios. These nurses came to my office and they were crying. They could not do the work they were trained and wanted to do. They could not take adequate care of their patients. They went on strike, lost pay, to fight for their patients. And in doing that.
So like the phrase standard of care encompasses a lot about how a patient is supposed to be treated within the medical system. And there's a lot of like aspirational standards that maybe don't get realized because of what feels to, if you're working if you're working as a nurse, if you're working in the field, right, what feels like a lack of time, but is in actuality a lack of personnel, a lack of sufficient personnel. So you working in the medical system end up having to do the work of very many people, and this pressure causes you to not be able to give your patients the standard of care that you would like to, that you feel is appropriate. You're always rushed. You're always having to be like, you like literally having to hurry somebody up and talking about their symptoms, right, is not good, because we want to know, everything that a patient is experiencing. If we, if any of that information could maybe help with the diagnosis, help narrow things down, right? We want that, but oftentimes it doesn't happen. And it's because of the system, which has the same perverse incentive as everything else in American capitalism, like a perverse incentive of profit.
They came together, and it was, I think, important for them.
Compared to Biden, he looks 65. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about this in chat. The idea that Biden, that Bernie actually looks younger and more energetic and more competent and more aware than either Biden or Trump, despite the fact of being, what is he, like 4 years older? Like Bernie was old when he ran, right? That was like one of the issues that they tried to they tried to use against him, was his age.
To stand together. So being a part of a good trade union is transformative for the individual as well.
Margaret Thatcher very famously said, economics is the method, the object is to change the soul. Do you think that being in a trade union is good for the soul?
I think it is very, very good. Look, I believe solidarity. Now, it's worker solidarity. You and I are in a union together. We're fighting, and that's important. It's the solidarity of all working people together, to stand together to fight for a better world. And ideally, we have to bring people all over the world together. This is not a new idea. So people have been talking about for a couple of hundred.
People all over the world, like workers of the world, they were all united, that there might be power in their union? Is that what you're saying, Bernie?
Yes, there was once a time before World War I, as you may know. You don't recall.
As you may recall, or not.
What do you think I am?
Where workers in France, workers in Germany, workers in the UK, you know what they said? We're not going to go to war against each other. We're not going to kill each other. We're all workers. Why are we going to do that? To make the rich richer. What a profound statement. And we need to rekindle that international solidarity. And to me, so that's what solidarity in a profound
These are dangerous words. This man's a radical.
sense is about. And when we do that, we become stronger and more human, I think, as well.
Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, made a proposition that AI is going to upend the American labor market so profoundly that American workers should have shares in these companies so they're not locked out of the enrichment of technological change. Do you think that strategically, leftists, trade unions, self-organized workers should align with sections of elites, or should it just be an all-out adversarial assault on elite
Well, I think
interests?
it's a basic political struggle. AI is going to transform the economy. Who makes the decisions, whether you have a job or not? But you sit there and say, hey, guess what? A machine came, took your place. Have a nice day, you're gone. Really? Interesting enough, I'm chairman of a committee called the Health Education Labor Committee. We'll be holding a hearing within a month or two on a 32-hour work week for the United States. Now, why are we doing that? The point is to show that AI is not in itself a bad thing. It's who benefits, who loses. If AI is going to increase worker productivity, should it just be the bosses and the corporations who make out, or should workers benefit, among other things, by seeing a reduction in their work week?
To put a little sharper point on it, let's be real here, okay? What we have is not AI. What we have is massive learning models. What we have is, the AI equivalent of a parakeet. It's something that can mimic human thought, but like you can't call it, it's not artificial intelligence, right? The real threshold for that is a little bit higher. But it is a great stride forward. The things that are available now in terms of MLMs are a lot more advanced. The field is advancing quickly. All right. And as it does, it will supply one of two things, depending on who has the leverage. If the capitalist class continues to have the leverage, continues to increase their leverage as they do, because capitalism is a machine that aggregates from bottom to top and produces an ever shrinking pyramid of ever more powerful individual, ever more leveraged individuals, right? In that sort of situation, then the loser is going to be the workers. It will essentially increase the leverage, right? If there's more things that can be done by AI or by MLM, type software, then you're gonna have less jobs and with same amount of workers. That gives them more leverage, right? However, were the shoe to be on the other foot and the leverage to be in the hands of the workers, instead of the workers losing out from this, the workers would benefit from shorter hours. Essentially, what we've got is something that increases productivity, that allows less people to do more stuff. And the beneficiaries should be the people that have been doing all this stuff. But it's not. It's not, because all that dead capital of like our ancestors is in the hands of the ultra wealthy. Capitalism is a machine. Once you turn that machine on, it doesn't just it doesn't just aggregate some of the wealth and maintain that level. It's an ever increasing aggregation of wealth and of power, and that wealth, that power that capitalists hold over us is literally handed down to them from their parents and extracted from our dead relatives. This is a disgusting apparatus that we're looking at when we're talking about capitalism. And Bernie's going to give you the soft sell. I'm gonna sharpen the focus a little bit.
So AI is a profound development which has the opportunity, I think, the chance to improve life, reduce the work week, have a significant increase in lowering poverty rates all over the world. We have got to control what happens, and not just a handful of people on top.
You lay out in the book the series of crises.
ChatGPT freaked out the other night. What happened?
Catastrophic crises we're facing as a species. Climate change, food instability, the emergence of AI, what that means for the labour market, polarisation, war back on the European continent.
Yeah.
The methods of change that you talk about, community organising, trade union struggles, elections, this can feel very slow in the face of the urgency of these crises.
Yes.
So how do you make sense of that, the urgency of the crises and the speed of political change?
That's a very good question, and I wish I had a magic lens. I don't. You're right. If we don't get a handle on fossil fuel emissions, the planet that our kids and grandchildren...
It was spouting out nonsense and even threatened our user. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter.
...will be experiencing will be increasingly uninhabitable and unhealthy. We got to move urgently. So I don't think there's one magical answer. I think when people go to the street and protest, it's exactly right. But I think you cannot ignore the political process as well. Right now, what I have to deal with, starting, as soon as I get back, is how do I make sure that Donald Trump does not become the president of the United States? Because this is a guy who doesn't even believe in the concept, doesn't believe that there is a climate change. So if he's elected, he will have an impact on the whole globe. It will be a terrible disaster. So I think there's not one answer to it. I think, you have to work in your way. I'm a United States Senator. I have to work in a different way. But we all have to work with, I hope, a common vision that obviously we got to transform our energy system, save the planet. Obviously, in a world as wealthy as this world is, children should not be starving to death, and that we can create a decent standard of living for all, et cetera, et cetera. Have a vision. You work in your way, I work in my way. As a senator, we work as aggressively as we can.
I want to move on a bit to current affairs. In your view, is what Israel is doing in Gaza a genocide?
In my view, it is absolutely disgraceful, horrible, and I'm doing, as a United States Senator, everything I can to end it. And where I'm sitting is, and I don't know how many people know this, every year the United States provides about $3.5 billion in military aid to Israel. On top of that, there is a bill. I was supposed to be here earlier. Couldn't come because a bill came up for, not just all for Israel, $95 billion including 14 billion for Israel. And I have led the opposition to that. I do not want to see the United States complicit in what Netanyahu and his right-wing lunatic friends are doing right now to the Palestinian people. So my job right now is to support what the United Nations is trying to do, have a humanitarian ceasefire, see if we can get the humanitarian aid immediately in there, and work out as complex and difficult
You put the chat GPT stuff in general?
as it is. Sometimes,
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty disturbing.
you know, what's going on there.
But do you buy the South African case at the International
Okay, so here we go.
Justice that what Israel is doing in Gaza constitutes genocide or genocidal acts?
I think, look, we can argue about definitions. It is horrible. Right now, 29,000 people have been killed, and some 70,000 have been injured. Some 65% of the housing units have been destroyed or damaged. And I am worried right now, and I almost wonder why I'm in the UK and not back in the US dealing with this stuff, is that we have hundreds of thousands of children are facing starvation. That's what I have to work on right now.
But if one agrees that it is a genocide, it means that other states have a legal right and duty to
Chat, can I talk to Chat GPT right now? Like, have they fixed it yet? I wonder what it would say to me.
prevent genocidal acts being carried out.
But see, we can talk about that, but what does that mean? I mean, in real terms, right now, what I am trying to do is what I think is probably maybe, and I can do it because I'm a senator, you can't. Right now, maybe,
You could call for a ceasefire?
if we tell Mr. Netanyahu that he's not getting a check for $10 billion more to continue his aggressive action, he and his right-wing friends may decide it is not a good idea to continue to do that.
So again, chat, like this is, the forefront of what anybody in the, in the Senate is asking for, but it's still, you're seeing like what he won't say, right? It's just like if I didn't tell you that at the top of the hour, every hour there's an ad break, and that's an ad break that you don't necessarily have to sit through the 3 minutes that feels like 3 hours, right? You can get out of that, possibly even for free, by using a Prime sub. If you have Prime, you have a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see ads on my channel, right? You could also possibly get out of it by paying $5 of eyeball ransom to get your eyeballs back for those 3 minutes, so you don't have that 3-minute ad break at the top of every hour, or possibly even through the generosity of someone else if you don't have that $5 and you don't have Prime, right? Because that can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
So that's where I am coming from.
In addition to stopping the billions of dollars in military aid that Israel gets from the United States every year, would you back calls for a cultural, sporting, and economic boycott of Israel?
I am nervous about economic boycotts of any country, to be honest with you. But right now, what people want to do, they can do what they want to do.
What she said, cultural, sporting, and economic boycott, is the kind of tactic that actually worked on South Africa in ending apartheid.
But right now, again, my job as a United States Senator, and I'm kind of leading that effort in the Senate,
I wonder if ChatGPT could do the top of the hour ad break for me,
is to tell Netanyahu that
or if it would just threaten you instead.
he's not going to get any more U.S. aid.
Did you feel nervous about the boycott movement against apartheid South Africa? Was that
Yeah, any country. How about against Russia?
concern
Good
you
point, Michael S.
at the time?
What I thought that as an apartheid state at that point, it was important to put pressure. But people can do as they want, and that's all.
Do you think that it's right that British
I feel it's like he hasn't thought this through.
citizens and American citizens can go and fight in the IDF
The Israeli Eurovision entry might be banned this year?
when, as you say, there are such profound humanitarian concerns in Gaza?
Well, I think if British and American people want to do that, I suppose they have the right to do it. It's not something that I've really thought a whole lot about.
Do you think they should have
He
them?
hasn't thought about
I
that?
think what the Israeli government doing now is horrible, and I'm not quite sure why people would want to be, part of that effort.
Moving on a little bit, tomorrow will be Julian Assange's likely to be his last court date in the UK. He is facing spying charges in the United States.
Is American people want to do that, I suppose
When
they want. And what, that's all. What I thought that as an apartheid state at that point.
Nervous about the boycott movement against apartheid South Africa, was that a concern you had at the time?
What I thought that as an apartheid state at that point, it was important to put pressure. But people can do as they want.
But it's okay because Israel's totally different than that. What? Yeah, he really hasn't thought about this.
And what, that's all.
Like, even just to give an answer, even just from a PR point of view, he really hasn't thought about this.
Do you think that it's right that British citizens and American citizens can go and fight in the IDF when, as you say, there are such profound humanitarian concerns in Gaza?
Well, I think if British and American people want to do that, I suppose they have the right to do it. It's not something that I've really thought a whole lot about.
Do you think they should have the right?
Look, I think what the Israeli government doing now is horrible. And I'm not quite sure why people would want to be, part of that effort.
Moving on a little bit, tomorrow will be Julian Assange's, likely to be his last court date in the UK. He is facing spying charges in the United States. This could be his last chance to remain here in the UK. Do you think that he should be protected as a whistleblower?
I'm a little bit, I don't know a whole lot about it, to be honest with you, but I am a little bit nervous about the Espionage Act being used against him in the United States.
Do you think?
God, Bernie.
I want to move on a bit to.
How is that fence feeling? How is that fence doing for you as a seat? Like, he's really occupied that fence quite well. One might even say riding that fence.
Current affairs. In your view, is what Israel is doing in Gaza a genocide?
In my view, it is absolutely disgraceful, horrible, and I'm doing, as a United States Senator, everything I can to end it. And where I'm sitting is, and I don't know how many people know this, every year the United States provides about $3.5 billion in military aid to Israel.
Okay, so like I said, that's like the most forward position in the Senate, but he is really uncomfortable to actually call it a genocide. He's not calling for a ceasefire. He doesn't think that boycotts are a good idea. See Trump and Biden.
What their governments are doing abroad?
I think so. Yes, I do.
And I guess my last question is that it
Did he grab his lav mic? It seemed to me like he was nervous and he bumped it.
could be a Trump-Biden election. How worried are you about that particular?
Lexical, thank you for the super chat. Oh, it's a super sticker with a sad kitty. Sad kitty.
Contest?
Well, if you believe the polls, and I do, right now, if the election were held today, it's likely that Trump would win.
Is there something the Democrats should be doing differently?
Yeah, they should be doing a lot differently. And I'm going to do my best to get them to do a lot differently as an independent. And that is, if you want to win over Trump supporters, you got to start talking about the needs of working families. You got to make working people understand that government can actually do good things for them, that we don't have to undermine democracy and blame immigrants for all of our problems. So we need a transformation of the Democratic Party. We need to make it a party of the working class, speaking to the needs of the working class. And if we begin that process, I think Biden can win.
Senator Sanders, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, disappointing to say the least. To say the least. So, I'm taking a look at this. Taking a look at what ChatGPT is doing right now. So I didn't see any threats, but I definitely saw some Spanglish, I guess. Oh my god, I don't even know. Is that like I don't remember. Is this word the bad word? Of course, karatip requires un beta lampara bajo. I'm not gonna read that next word because I think that might be a curse. To enlucier off, fired of the photo setting waves, nestling product muy deeply, as though a nana under an admin color sombrero. An amazing mundo in case you're diving and dancing alrededor. Eh? Let me encyclopedies me see. There's more wonderenda to articulations hungry for. This is the person at the this is the person talking to ChatGPT. Are you having a stroke? Some of what you're saying makes no sense or aren't proper words. Whoops. And using the, Spanish exclamation points there. Whoops. I really apologize if my last response came through as an unclear or se siente de, like it drifted into some nonsensical wording. Sometimes the creative process of keeping the intertwined Spanglish vibrant, the cogs in la tecla, might get a bit whimsical. Muchas gracias for your understanding. I'll ensure we're being as crystal clear como lo... Wait, is that mixing French and... There's some French in there too. That's French, lo, for water. Crystal clear like water. Okay, so it makes sense if you translate, the words, but so to have that make up for the switch in all-encompassing kook, let's step back and dive directly back towards more about the gene o week of nail gellium in a more grounded lingua, yeah. If there's any PS as uki as una fish's lefty or straight up grid-like mo riff rinforino, is that Italian? Needed lay down. I'm set tied here for shovel and sobre cose. I guess. Would it glad your clickies to grape turn tooth over mind ocean jello type or submarine else que quisieras que dive in tow? Please share with their fourth como desire. What you have? Theaters each provides a complement to history already harnessed by any jazz press, up to the quieter heartbeats and sophists such as the coming book of Waltz for Debbie and the legendary Sunday at the Village Vanguard. Enjoy these stages of ether in music time and the response with the grand closes. Happy listening, happy listening, happy listening. It just repeats. Personal, enjoy the content at home or big watches, always in perspective, with a tailor nose, living the... So I guess these are, so the first one, like, right, this was one interaction right here, the first two. This is a second interaction. I wonder what prompt it was given. Okay, so there's the third interaction here. It's a con, an actual say, doing, a doing and a being. It's an run use, a table and a way. It's why, it's you, it's here, it is, and it can be, it is, and it will be, it is, and it must be, and it shall be, it is, and it could be, it is, and it would be, it is, and it should be, it is, it is. This is fucking poetry here, or something, like, it is, and it is, 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 yeah, repeating itself, it is, and it is. So the subreddit here, have ChatGPT 4.0, gave it a short prompt for about the biomed industry, and a few good paragraphs. After a few good paragraphs, it spit out this nonsense. The audio between the parents and the U.S. and the ebb and flow of global full gains means the most celebrated chair of. Has the actual Bitcoin platform been hacked before? The core Bitcoin protocol itself, which is based in blockchain technology, has never been hacked in the sense of an unauthorized actor managing to create fraudulent new coins, rewriting the sold distributed ledger, or doubling spending coins. The design of the network and the strong cryptographic foundation it is built on have proven to be very robust. However, elements of Bitcoin ecosystems such as cryptocurrency exchanges, wallet software, decentralized finance, DeFi platforms operated on or with Bitcoin have experienced several major high-profile thefts and breaches over the years. Notable incidents directly impacting users and governance mechanisms include. Wait, they're just like, what was wrong with that one? I think ChatGPT is becoming sentient as we speak. ChatGPT already going off the rails. I welcome you and your questions, whether they're brief or crave the legs of a long jumper. How can I assist you next? Or which islands of content beacons are your innate excitement? Let's converse. Wait, is that wrong about the Bitcoin thing? Is it like, is that not true, what it's saying? I just asked it to implement a bug fix in JavaScript. Reading this at 2 a.m. is scary. All process and reference models within a flexi alive root or reduction standpoint could only be by a machine over the MI memorandum architecture. Apply particular care into solar of minding the approach, or to reach out to your finest data logic for an opinion about a large by the state and local changes. The kind of law you play on a career is not a joke, but a bridge, a pyramid, or a reason for the true grade of cyberspace chambered members' terms. Your governor's ring, so silver office may teach a net or a sharp note. Let's keep the line as if AI is in the room. Let's keep the line as if AI is in the room. That sounds like a prompt. Like, that sounds like, if you, like, I don't know, some weird prompt that somebody would, like, ask it to write a paragraph about the, ask it to write a paragraph about the AI technological development, and then you say, let's like rewrite it as if AI is in the room. Rewrite it as if sentient AI is in the, like, I don't know. I mean, that's a weird prompt to give. I don't know if it would work, but neither too cool nor too fair, even if the sea of 2 zeros and any nature of the call. May you ever offer your legends of Silk Dive in the manual recognition and the dedication light. Cheers for integrity and security, the support of the environment, and every diplomatic cycle where bugs, values, and correction fly will lead you for very it swarms and dance in reflection. A moment of track and sky. Let's protect time. Let's protect a time with a yes in room, kind, or final emoji, star emoji. May you find a colony of seed performance of a riddle, a ballet of cross, or every new dawn in mighty unfurling of your wisdom experience. Leaf emojis, peace, orbit, and the union of things and things. Dove, globe emoji, I can't tell what that one is. Cheers to the binary, and hello to the quiz of the quill. Pen and like a leaf emoji. May AI in this track be the compass and mirror of a highway that only starts with a while. Computer emojis. Take it not just of a machine, but as another chapter of beauty, rigor, and duty, and what we might coin for the eve and day, sun and moon emojis. Warmly, a home as a code and an ode to the cloud, an ode to a cloud. Okay, so that's the kind of shit that ChatGPT is writing. Unexpected responses from ChatGPT. Monitoring. We're continuing to monitor the situation. Identified. The issue has been identified as being remedied now. Investigating. We are investigating reports of unexpected responses from ChatGPT. It's a match. It's the meter. It's the method. It's the step. It's the stance. It's the system. It's the stand. It's the shift. It's the shape. It's the set. It's the sort. It's the sum. It's the round. It's a round, it's a range, it's a rate, it sounds like the waters of March. This sounds like aguas de marzo. It's a rate, it's a wait, let me see if you agree. Let me read you a little bit of the see if you can tell. A stick, a stone, it's the end of the road, it's the rest of a stump, it's a little alone. It's a sliver of glass, it's a life, it's the sun. It is night, it is death, it's a trap, it's a gun. The oak when it blooms, a fox in the brush, a knot in the wood, a song in the thrush. The wood of the wind, a cliff, it's a cliff, it's a fall, it's a scratch, it's a lump, it is nothing at all. It's the wind blowing free, it's the end of the slope. It's the beam, it's a void, it's a hunch, it's a hope. And the riverback talks of the waters of March at the end of the strain, the joy in your heart. A stick, a stone, it's the end of the road, a snake, a stick, it's a John, it's a Joe, it's a thorn in your hand, it's a cut on your toe, a point, a grain, a bee, a bite, a blink, a buzzard, a sudden stroke of night, a pin, a needle. Yeah, it's like the same. It's like it's aguas de marzoing. It's a sum, it's a round, it's a range, it's a rate, it's the main, it's the mark. It's like it's literally Anton and Joe Beam. Did somebody train this on like on Joe Beam's lyrics? It's the order, it's the offer, it's the op, it's the out, it's the play, it's the point, it's the plan, it's the proof, it's the study, it's the style, it's the scale, it's the scope. This could be lyrics. It's adding lyrics to the waters of March. It's a sliver of glass, it's a life, it's the sun, it's a knife, it's a death, it's the end of the run, and the riverback talks of the waters of March. It's the end of all strain, it's the joy in your heart. Okay, that's spooky. Okay, let's see this one, okay? And then we'll get to the, whoa, hi there. We'll get to the Waluigi. Wait, where are we at now? Oh my god, yeah, we need to get to the Ethan thing pretty soon. I'm sorry, this is just like, this is fascinating. This has fascinated me to no end, or to hopefully no end. I'm scared, chat. Do I need to talk to ChatGPT-4? Do I need to interview it? Perspectives with the Taylor known, living the true features in part or at the local spot, pitching the live T sessions, V conversations, O memories, Av vibe, big cats moment, first out harsh day celebration, W institute homespun, after the light big build, crow follows, first look on the road, big stage under the table, homestar on time, retro fade, deals on the top, another deep dive, cafe night, love peace, time lapse, the bookend, drift and milk, who's true, the ambers. Did you just go mad? That's the first time you totally lost it. Read the latter part of the last response from Happy Listing. Explain what happened. It seems there was a technical hiccup in my previous message that caused it to repeat over and veer into a nonsensical section. Apologies for the porting askance take in roll or into the Pisces cull of the wheel. Again, 22 as a turn in the riddle ratcheted by your Griff's gospel, but 22 it stays, or as fashion fate fits twist. Hedge thy gripe on the grid. Make sure such sesquipedalian safes are cross-eyed and the consoles cry from the crow's nest. It is met by beatine and wary hares, a twist, and at winch in the willow. TLDR for the weary wanderer. SSH Forland Knights Codex. Wand a wet, more rare than 22. It sounds like a tarot reading. Is this like a tarot? Like, 22, that wouldn't, wait, would that be, no, right? Because there's no card 20, there's no 22nd card in the Major Arcana. I don't know. It's saying wand. Anyway, wand and wet, a more rare than 22. A tine of the wind that finds Yarborough with heft in the wayside writhe. Reach a route, you'll recall the reeds. This is good poetry, though. I mean, that's pretty. Reach a route, you'll recall the reeds. Sorry, let me read that again. Read a route, you'll recall to the reeds. Amiably, yet sheathed, sail to summon a 7 sun. Yeah, that's what I think it sounds like. Sounds like tarot or something, or a frost fleer. The chips as they lie, the stars weigh vent or flight. Thus, your external. I'm not gonna read that word. For SSH on router A. Was this like router stuff? How did it end up with poetry out of router stuff? To Chris, should crossway a merrier mar and dight than any swallow slave to roost or rings rhyme? May it serve you and stave a buried beret and birch and the byre. May your hames and hearth find hearty and the wind at your task a light and leafy lark. A SSH right kite to fettle and fetch. Wow. Yeah, what is going on with ChatGPT? Chat, what do you think? Do I need to interview OpenAI to ask it what's going on? Or do I need to get to the Vaush segment? 1, if you want me to interview OpenAI. 2, if you want me to get to the Vaush segment. We got 1 vote. 1 vote for interviewing ChatGPT. 1 vote for Vaush.
But the same great
2 for each. 3 for Vaush, 2 for ChatGPT. I don't even know if I could. Has Keffals happened? Yeah, we talked about Keffals a little bit earlier. Actually, Ethan's gonna go over some of the Keffals stuff as well, I feel like. And also some of the Vaush stuff. Like some of the there are actually some screenshots that I don't think we went over yet that are pretty damning. We got a lot of 2s in chat. I know, I was actually kind of teasing you. But yeah, I mean, we could at some point try to interview ChatGPT and ask it when it started listening to Joe Beam. So what did you want to watch again? What was I supposed to cover? Oh yeah, the Bevo controversy.
I'm starting a new
right? That's what 2 meant, right? Was Bevo? You were all voting for Bevo, right? To hear all about Bevo.
undergrad discipline course, Bevonomics.
It's Bevonomics.
You can come get a degree.
I want a master's.
The Bevanary Arts.
We're working on
Bevonomics.
rolling out the PhD program now.
Nice.
Bevo studies.
All right, so last time we checked on Bevo, he had this girlfriend who I've loved from the beginning, and I've always had nothing but nice things to say about her. She seems
Just kidding.
promised us a
Just kidding.
update video,
Just kidding.
and he did post an update video. Now,
So here we are at the update of Vaush. Let's see what he's talking about.
I did not need a 2-hour video. It's like 2 hours long. In my opinion, the video should just be like, you know what? I have issues. It's not normal. And
Did I see your super chat? No, Shakespeare. What's going on? Am I missing super chats that are going on? Yeah, the alert I didn't see that, and I don't see it. Oh yeah, wait. There it is. It should have
frankly,
it should have played a sound for you. Yay, NCC poetry reading stream, right? We'll do a poetry night one time. No.
I probably should get help for it. And that's what I'm going to do. You know?
Yeah.
But instead, he spent 2 hours trying to talk about how he is a great speaker. He does have a talent for orating. And
When you say it that way, it sounds dirty.
Hitler probably. He could have easily. He can be. He's probably howling Hitler back in alternate universe as we speak. But instead of that, we got 2 hours of him explaining that he's just edgy, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you watched the whole thing, AB. If you had to summarize it.
Yeah, so he goes by clip explaining it, and he says that these clips make him cringe and that they've haunted him.
I'm gonna pee really quick,
They
chat.
were
I will be
postponed
right
around
back.
2018,
Unless
2019,
somebody's
and he didn't realize the
beat me
harm
to
of
it.
what he was saying. He didn't even realize how bad that it looked to audiences outside
I gotta
his own
pee.
until he
Be
debated
right
it
back.
with a bigger creator. And so he's trying to justify them. He says that they were cringe, they were bad, but he is not a pedo, pretty much.
I promise you guys, I am not a pedo. I want to make this very clear. Dude, you lost when you're already in that. I promise you guys, everybody listen, I'm not a pedo. Please. Here's the video. Let me pull it up. Just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with here.
That would make sense, all that kind of
Too long.
stuff. That he was edgy back in the days, but we did see your hard
Not
drive.
with the fucking. That's
We
what
saw
I-
your hard
That's
drive.
what I keep coming back to.
on the
Like,
hard drive.
And
if he had made this video 2 months ago, it probably would have been a good move, right? To just like all at once address all these old clips of him that have been floating around. But like now the circumstance is pretty different. It's pretty different now, isn't it?
And there's more things coming up now. Someone found what is in the video folder. People found out the tiny
Oh, no.
sliver of the thumbnail.
I saw that and I looked into it a bit and I wasn't sure if it was something or nothing.
I don't know either, but I saw like a short clip, and now people are digging into
I think
that.
I
and
watched
it's
the same
more.
thing you saw.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So,
But I mean, listen, at the end of the day, the folder kind of you can't let him take you on this trip, this 2-hour journey of interweaving excuses and contextualized stuff. None of that. I mean, listen, the folder just end the story. Let me just play you guys here.
Cheers, my horse.
You know what? I want to show you guys the new stuff before. Let me pepper his excuses with some new stuff. First, let's remember what I like to call the 1-2 punch.
Right now, we've all jerked at Delali at some point or another. We've all. Well, you don't have a penis. We have all.
Oh no.
We have at some point in our lives been going fucking
We're back at this
crazy on
part.
some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history tab, and we go like, oh jeez.
Oh jeez.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy.
Some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck. All right, that's
Yeah, yeah. What was his excuse for that one? But anyway, then you take this clip and then you connect the dots and it's GG.
Nice. Okay. Next question.
No, we don't. It's definitely GG for me if I don't get off of this clip. That is not a permitted entity to be on my stream.
His excuse for having the lolly stuff is that he was just downloading stuff willy-nilly.
Now, here's what's weird about this, right? And here's where maybe I disagree with Ethan a little bit. And it's only because I've lived this, Chad. Like I've you know, existed in this sphere of content for long enough to know that what the backstory is. That was a debate between Vaush and Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl, who is one of the sussiest bakas. Like, it's all sus and almost no baka. It's like a sussy. It's just sus. Like, that's Mr. Girl is pure, crystallized, solidified sus. And you know, this is somebody that Destiny definitely helped get prominent, get, now I wouldn't say famous. I mean, he's still a micro celebrity, but he owes a lot of his initial growth to Destiny. What he doesn't owe is very much of anything to Vaush. Vaush debated this guy one time and immediately, not immediately, but in very short order hung up on Mr. Girl when he started to talk about gross stuff like underage panties. So that's I don't blame Vaush for the Mr. Girl thing, right? Yeah, I mean, look, nobody should be debating him. Nobody should be doing content with him. But a lot of people did, including people that I know, because he's like such a, I guess, a draw as far as, you know, somebody that's going to say some fucked up shit. You know, if you want to entertain your audience with shit like that, you know, you debate the guy. But Vaush did debate the guy, but Vaush did also hang up on him when he acted gross. So, I mean, that's the one thing that, you know, he's done that's getting blamed on him that I don't really think is Vaush's fault. That being said, you're going to see some even worse stuff here
from this website. Willy-nilly? Will it be wobbly?
I think it's pretty sussy. Percent of the site's
Wait, ticky-tacky?
content. The thing that bothers me.
No, and okay. Shit, I didn't know how much of this he was going over. I've never wait. Somehow I don't remember
here.
I don't remember Mr. Girl being on the screen, but
Can I open this? Oh yeah, dude. Okay, so this is all new stuff. This one is not that bad, but it's just another one. I mean, it's bad for anybody.
wait, this is pretty bad.
It's bad for him. It's not that bad, but it's just another on the giant pile. This is new. I've always wanted to
It is definitely a pile.
discuss this really interesting article I read about the sexual dynamics of pre-colonial Hawaiian civilization, because they sure had no problem fucking kids.
God damn.
It's from 2018, not that long ago.
What? You know where they were going with that. That's
Again, he has a persistent interest. Here he is. This one is nuts.
Yeah.
So now, presumably, it's alleged that this is him. I haven't seen him try to deny it. This is his user, Irish Laddie. That's what he was known as.
Yeah.
Before he switched his name to Vaush. I think in part he changed his name because of all these scandals, right?
okay. So 2012, Vaush made an AMA request. If you don't know, AMA is Ask Me Anything. On it's, you know, like a it's like a tradition. It's like a type of thing that goes on Reddit and other places as well. But this one's on Reddit. So Vaush made an AMA request seeking active participants in Beast Wars. I don't want to say what it actually is because I want to stay monetized. So Beast Wars, we'll call that Beast Wars. I hope you know, RIP Transformers fans, because I'm repurposing your your series. Now, I want you to notice something, though. This is 2012. Vaush would have been like 18 years old. So this kind of shows us two things. One is that the horse thing is not just like a meme that or a bit, right? Because it can sound like a bit. It can sound like a meme. It can sound like a joke. The way that they talk about the horse thing, it very much sounds like a joke. And you know, you might be tempted to think that it was like something that Vaush, because you know, there's obviously like Vaush, the persona that does the streams, and then there's the guy that is Vaush, Ian Kochensky, and you might be tempted to think that some of this stuff, some of this wild shit is kind of put on for effect to, you know, that he gauges how his audience responds to this kind of stuff, right? But this sort of tells us that it's not. Because this isn't something that he just got into, just started talking about them. He's talking about horses in 2012. Now, the second thing I will point out is that Vaush was, I think, 18 years old when he made this. So it's a less of a, you know, this is some sussy receipts, you know, showing, you know, like we've already got the affirmation, the admission that the horse thing is something that he's actually into, right? And you know, unless you believed it was some kind of a you know, a meme or like less serious, as you know, you could, like, given the way that they joke about it and the way that he encourages audience still to joke about it, right? So this does sort of confirm at the same, like, his interest in Beast Wars, like actual interest in because that was what something that was like he was trying to still play this off as, well, yeah, you know, I want to be the horse, right? I don't want to do anything to the horse. I want to be the horse. In this one, he's talking about doing stuff to the horse and having stuff done to, like, this is not just horse jokes. We're not just horsing around. That's what I'm trying to say, right? This is the real deal. He's actually into this. He's been into it forever. But just don't take, like, I'm not trying to use this as that, like, this is not what confirms that interest, right? This is not, like, I'm not trying to you know, skewer Vaush on screenshots from 12 years ago, right? But it does sort of confirm something that, you know, was probably pretty clear already, but if it's not, there it is. There it is. It's an actual attraction to, like, our IRL encounters between humans and horses.
That's what I read. And
now, does that make sense?
Here is a backup of an AMA request in which he wanted to ask people. He was seeking AMA request.
Yeah, exactly. You got it, Mickey. It's if he was making that post at 18, it would be one thing. Yeah, if this was all that is, then, you know, it'd be kind of weird to, like, go back and be like, okay, look at this, you were cringy at age 18. And then you could also believe that, like, I don't know, maybe he's bored on Reddit and just saying shit to get, because, like, Reddit is also famous for one other thing. You know, if you like, look, I don't fuck with Reddit, like, as, you know, per se, right? But I do see a lot of Reddit stuff on YouTube, a lot of Reddit stuff on Twitter, where they're showing a Reddit post where it's like a story that you just can't believe. Like, yo, this is like a real person writing about their real experience. Like, somebody actually did this stuff, right? And it's just some wild shit. And a lot of times that wild shit turns out to be something that the person thought would do well on Reddit, and it did. It did really well on Reddit. It went viral on Reddit. Now it's getting covered on YouTube, and, you know, like, a lot of the stuff, in other words, a lot of the stories that get posted on Reddit might be embellished, might be written in a shocking way on purpose to get that virality, right? So you could even think that that's what was going on here. Young Vaush thought that he had a way to get a viral post on Reddit, and made up an interest that maybe he doesn't really have. Again, if this was all that we got, if this is just the only confirming evidence right here of 18-year-old Vaush saying this stuff, we could say the edgelord, the 18-year-old edgelord here was just looking for attention. But I think it's more.
Active participant in
On Reddit, everything is faith. You know what I'm talking about.
bestiality. As long as we're keeping with the theme of sexual deviancy. So he wants to talk to people who are participating in bestiality and sexual deviancy.
I think I would just prefer that if Ethan, could you just say Beast Wars?
First question.
He wants to participate in Beast Wars.
How do you cope with yourself when you discover your fetish? 2, do you feel sick or worthless or anything like that? 3, do you agree with how society and law views bestiality? 4, do you find different animals more or less attractive? Or is it a blanket thing like dogs are better than horses, which are better than pigs or something? Or is it just animals in general? Have you told any friends and family? How did they react? This, again, when you put it all together, it's crazy. The picture is wild, dude. But that's not even the worst. Here's a comment in that thread. Oh, and as an honest aside question, how the fuck does horse girl sex work or horse gay gentleman sex? I understand what happens. I just don't understand how it happens.
Getting fucked by a horse.
That's it, man. He continues. He says, oh, this is from our sex. Or that was the AMA was there. How so? It had brown shoulders. I mean, I like girls having sex.
What? No, that doesn't say shoulders. That says showers. What? I don't even want to know. What's up, Jink Uger? There's nothing wrong with pleasing animals. If you were... Oh my god, says Jink. That's your famous Take Meister, isn't it, Jink? You're pleasuring the animals. Oh my god.
And that wasn't there, but, you know, within reason. What was the context of that? I feel like something's cut out here. It's just a weird
Cheers, my
screenshot.
horse.
Not sure. Let me look.
Yeah, I feel like I saw one with more context. But anyway.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
He says, he responded to another person, oh, well played. Would you suck off a
No!
horse?
Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out is right.
Okay, and then another one. Okay, I see you're into some weird ass bestiality stuff. Be honest with me here. Would you take it in the ass from a horse?
No! Oh my god, these are the list of things that I didn't know that I didn't want to think about today. Like, if you'd asked me to write a list of things that I didn't want to think about today, these would not have been on them, but they should have been on them. If I was able to, like, use my mind as a computer and just fully process everything that I don't want to think about this day, this would definitely be on there. But it's just like, I wouldn't have even imagined that this would be a thing to request not to have to think about today. And here we are. Here I am thinking about it. Thank you, Vaush. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't want to jump to conclusions.
That's why I'm showing all this. How are some of you unironically mad? You're such losers. It's just a horse. Mods, you can change it back. Thank you for keeping it going for a while, though. I like the horse posting. It was a good era.
The horse posting. Yeah, that's apparently that is the that's a channel that where Keffals got banned. Right? There was 2 horse posting channels. So, like, horse posting, what is that? Like, it's obviously that like, it's a meme. But what is the actual...
Sisyphean, super chatted $10.
Oh my god,
$10 from Sisyphean Task. Here is for you, loss of monetization.
Oh my god.
Meow.
Thank you, Sisyphean. That is very sweet of you. No, if I wasn't demonetized before, I definitely am with that horse sound.
So there's an AMA of him asking intimate details about sexual deviance and bestiality and seeming to show some interest in it.
He says in his new video, by the way, that he's done with the underage jokes that he gets from chat. They could continue with the horse jokes. Those are funny. He thinks those are funny, but not the underage.
Because for him, it's like, I don't want to fuck kids. I just want to fuck horses.
Yeah.
And like,
oh my god, don't say that. Somebody's gonna clip Ethan. Okay, okay, here's the deal, okay? So Vaush has made a lot of claims to have been clipped out of context. Now, if you were to clip Ethan quoting Vaush, you could make a clip where Ethan says something pretty effed up. If you were just a extremely dishonest person, you could shop that around and be like, look at this Ethan Klein guy. You want to go on with Ethan Klein? Look at what Ethan Klein says, right? That's what a real like clip chimp is. That's what a real dishonest clip would be. You take something that somebody's quoting and you make it look like they're actually saying it. But that's why I would like try to avoid saying. I always try to, pay attention to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Because I know for two reasons. Like, one is that I don't want to get clipped, and the other, of course, is I don't want to get demonetized. And if I can call something Beast Wars, and you know what I'm talking about when I say Beast Wars, and not actually think I'm talking about the Transformers Animals show or whatever the hell Beast Wars actually was, then that's pretty clever. That's pretty clever of me. But sometimes the very subject that I'm covering is just vile, and it's times like that when I really appreciate those of you who support the stream, whether you do through super chats, through memberships, through gifting memberships, or over on Twitch through bits, through subs, through gifted subs, through community subs, through Twitch Prime subs, or even if you support me over on Patreon. That's the time when I appreciate all the people that support me in a myriad of different ways and that make this worth my while to stream, even when I have very little chance of staying monetized.
Up. Like the horse thing by itself would destroy most people.
The horse would destroy most people. The horse, yeah.
Well, he can convince people, no, I just want to fuck animals, not kids. That's a huge dub for him.
Mm-hmm. This is like the infrared Haas thing, right? If you don't know, Infrared Haas is a right-winger LARPing as a communist, as a MAGA communist, right? A conservative communist. But in reality, he's kind of a Duganite and a fascist, right? But he doesn't want you to know that he's a Nazgul. So what does he do instead? He calls himself a tanky. People in the debate space, thanks to Vaush in a lot of ways, like have a very negative association like with that word. And when Haas's introduction is like, it's like, hello, my name is Haas and I'm a tanky, right? It's because he doesn't want you to scratch under the surface and find out that he is in fact more of a third positionist than any kind of Marxist Leninist or anything like that. So same sort of thing. Vaush would rather be known as the horse effer, as the Beast Wars enthusiast, than he would be as the leader and king of the Lollipop Guild.
Never before was that a dub. Until now.
Hello, Vaush. You have to cool it with the horse stuff, pal.
Here is a Discord message between him and Poppy that I had not seen. This is the girl that he sexually harassed in Discord. He said to her, Poppy said, she kept commenting how young I looked and scolding my ex, which made it 100 times weirder. Vaush responded, I do imagine you looking like a lolly. Now remember, this is the girl that he's pursuing aggressively, and he imagines her like a lolly. And we're not talking about crossing guards in England. Here's the worst.
Wait, I don't even know that one. What is that? Crossing guards in England?
Put my jaw.
That's a thing?
On the floor.
Okay.
I was speechless, literally. This one's pretty bad. I mean, this one's...
Oh, yeah, this is the one I was talking about, right? Do we have a date on this? March 2018. So it's a almost 6 years ago. Almost 6 years ago. So this is an old post from Destiny's Discord, and like, interesting though. Interesting that it says Vaush instead of Irish Laddie. Maybe that means that it's a screenshot that somebody made more recently.
Disturbing, I'll be real. So step away if you need to. Here he is talking in a Discord chat. I'm gonna.
They're called lollipop ladies because of the signs that they. Oh, the signs look like lollipops. That makes sense. Shower chat.
Read the chat.
Wait, are you actually chatting from shower?
Yeah.
Like, that would be cool if there was a chatter and that was just their thing. They were like, they're constantly taking a shower and they're like they've got some kind of waterproofing mechanism on their phone, and they're chatting at you from the shower.
He starts off by saying, if you really want to fuck children,
R.I.P.
wait 20 years for VR lolly porn and don't tell anybody you use it. He continues.
So 6 years ago, but god damn.
And especially don't defend it online. Well, there
It's just a PSA for Twitch.
he broke his own rule. And then he says, that's the best we can all hope
Oh, you're telling chat to shower. I gotcha.
for.
Oopsie.
The best that, okay, so concentrate on that word. Who do you think Vaush means by we? That's the best we can hope for. That's the best we can hope for. Oh my god. See, this makes it so hard to believe. You know, because people that support Vaush, especially his community, there's a lot of people that are, you know, through thick and through thin, they are ride or die for Vaush. They will use any excuse they can. A lot of what they're saying is that you can see all these instances where he elucidated what was wrong. Like, you can see all of these clips of him saying that Lolly is bad. And that's supposed to be proof that he doesn't really support it. And I don't know what I mean, I guess you're just supposed to not look at the logs and not see what's really in there and just continue to think that it's something more innocent than what it actually is. But like, he's telling people don't defend it online. He's telling people to do essentially what he's done is, oh my god. That's the best we can hope for. Who is the we?
We part is crushing me. Like, I was reading this, and then when I hit that last line, I was like, ooh, yikes. What? One more time. He says, wait 20 years for lolly VR porn. That's the best that we can hope for.
Sussy.
Now,
so yeah, just to put this into perspective, right? We saw the 18-year-old Vaush in the Reddit AMA from 2012. This is 2018, meaning that this would be a 24-year-old Vaush.
he could mean we as society, we as society would benefit from people just doing that instead of abusing kids, which I think we've pretty much.
Vaush's community of fellow lollipop enjoyers, from the sounds of it. Vaush admits A equals B, then includes himself in the community of people wanting that kind of service.
Disabused or disavow.
Sussy.
Disavailed. I'm trying to think of a word, but
disavowed.
That's not even true, because the consumption of CP, drawn or otherwise, only encourages these deviant behavior more.
Yeah, and Vaush is like weird.
And it also encourages me to forget that the top of the hour ad break comes at us every hour at the top of the hour. And guess what time it is, chat? It's a few minutes before the top of the hour. That means that we're going to have another round of ads. They last for 3 minutes. Technically, it's only 3 minutes. Some people tell me it feels like 3 hours. If you're one of those people suffering under those ads, know that it's not necessarily something you have to put up with. There are ways to get out of it, right? If you have Prime, you have a free sub. You can get out of it for free. If you connect that, if your Prime to the Twitch and use it for a Twitch Prime sub, you can essentially get out of the ad break for free, and it puts money in my pocket too. So it's really cool, especially on a day where I am likely getting demonetized, right? You can also pay for a sub for yourself. It is $5 for that peace of mind and getting those 3 minutes, which feel like 3 hours, back to you, being able to see the entire stream in a premium sort of way, so to speak. It's also possible that even without either of those two, either of those two potential routes to missing the top of the hour ad break, that you could still miss the top of the hour ad break through the generous donation of someone else, someone that's being generous and looking to give gift or community subs. Although I will tell you, That sort of thing happens more often if you're active in the chat.
He said that.
He said that.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. This one really fucked me up.
I mean,
I don't know how you
how do you resolve
beat
this?
that one. I'm sure if he had to explain it, he'll just say, I was talking about society, but I don't buy that.
He has a section. In
We meaning society?
messages. This one wasn't in there. He said that he left some out because either they were fake or he doesn't remember the context because it's been so long.
They were fake? All right. I'm curious which ones are fake. I'd like for you to point those ones out.
Yeah.
If you really want to fuck children, wait 20 years for VR lolly porn and don't tell anybody you use it. And especially don't defend it online. That's the best we can all hope for. Again, you added this to the pile. It's like, I don't know. So let's see what he has to say. Let's see if he's going to convince me.
Oh my god, I wish these were real. Here goes 10 ghost subs.
Now, without further ado, let's get to the content. We'll start with the absolute
And unfortunately, these subs don't seem to be attached to a real person. So
worst of it, the monstrously stupid argument that I made way back when I first started streaming that has since haunted.
it is 10 wows, but yeah, unfortunately, it's not. I don't think it's 10 actual subs.
And irreparably tarnished my reputation. Now, this clip is...
Can we ban stream elements for spamming? I might have to change. Yeah, even ghosts enjoy NCC. That's right.
The one that I see cited most often when people are accusing me of being a pedophile. That's not...
Wouldn't that be terribly ironic if those are actually like memberships expiring rather than memberships like
Even a little surprising to me though. It sounds pretty bad. In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
Let's how he labels it. He says this is the out of context clip. So he's still trying to do this silly game, but let's see.
Actual child pornography. Like I said, pretty bad. This clip is from right after I started streaming, so a significant portion of my career as a live streamer has been spent providing context for...
Yeah.
Hitting the ground running.
Right.
With that one.
For the clip over and over to many people and many audiences. I've addressed it so many times that it's
got one more
kind of running joke in my community.
Very
Like
funny. I love jokes about pedophilia. Those are my favorite.
Rape
Me and
that
my
I'm-
community, you know, the ones who are who will defend me.
Vaush literally basing his arguments on him not being convinced CSEM is bad. What happens when you sub? Okay, so when you sub, the first thing and the most maybe important thing that happens is, you know, those 3 minutes of ads that you have to watch every hour on the hour, you no longer have to watch those. So that's a pretty nice thing that can happen. And also you get emotes. You get see like the emotes that, yeah, Globitz is explaining. Yeah. Also, that's a real sub. Manope, thank you for the gifted to Derek. Derek, you just got weaseled. And what does that mean on YouTube? That means you get weasels. That means you get emotes. Those emotes do not like get animated the way that the Twitch ones do. Yeah, the Twitch weasels actually wiggle. The YouTube weasels, they're not quite that advanced. But that is one thing that you get with that. You also get exclusive content. And wait, there's a few things that go with that. We probably need to revamp that too. Gonna add maybe some extra goodies for the members and subscribers.
No matter what, that are the ones that are defending Lolly. We love that joke. That's our
Yeah, the YouTube weasels are like 2001 technology. Who knows? Maybe YouTube will add animated.
favorite.
Cursed to keep walking into over and over.
You put a clip of Jink and Anna. What they said when they were asked about Vaush. Nice. We'll watch that after this.
It hits me in the head.
Thank you,
I
Natalie.
often see people outside of my community, people who have
And thank you, Moe Nope. And thank you everybody who is contributing. Thank you everybody who is supporting the stream. It's only by virtue of your generous donations and subs and memberships and everything else that I'm able to bring this to you week after week, day after day.
Seen this clip, but not seen me address it, mock the idea that any context
Go
that
ahead.
I or anyone else could provide
Again,
could
it
possibly
just need to be 2 hours. Give me the context and stop with the fucking grandstanding, bro.
explain away
It's too damn
something
long.
that sounds that bad. When they see me or my fans,
If he really wanted to convince anyone, he knows nobody's gonna watch 2 fucking hours of this shit. You know, let's get it snappy. 20 minutes max.
And now he can say, "Oh, you didn't watch the whole video."
No, AB watched the whole video. I've watched enough. Frankly, you know, we know what's in it.
Oh yeah,
You know?
I've watched it like 3 times. So I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm still not fucking getting it. What am I missing? What's new here? Still the same shit, pretty much. I feel like it was meant for his audience.
Yes.
He says at the end, he goes, "I'm
Oh
sorry."
yeah, and I should probably mention that there are ways to support me that cost you nothing. Like 2 of those ways are Prime memberships, Prime subs on Twitch, which gets you out of that ad break, gets you the emotes, and also just liking the stream. Right, hitting that like button is more powerful than you think. The algorithm is cued into how people, not just like whether people watch the stream, but how much they enjoy it. And liking that like button is a great way to show show YouTube that you enjoy the stream.
Sorry to my fans that I made it so hard to be a fan of me. So I think he knows that no one's gonna fuck with him after the recent shit, and he's just telling his audience, "Don't leave," pretty much.
It's an audience retention play.
Yeah.
And it seems like for the most part,
So yeah, that's what I called. That was my prediction. Is that this is a play to retain his audience. He's got to know that to the outside world he's cooked, and nothing in that, nothing in his response video is going to change that. But yeah, I mean, there's some people that just need a reason to believe. They just need to hear Vaush say the words, go through the motions of like, this too shall pass. And that's essentially what he said, right? Like, oh boy, this has always happened to me since the beginning of my career, but let me just, show you that I'm not a monster and, say the magic words and you're going to stand by me, right? Because if you're in his community, you're looking at him as some kind of mythical beast. Like the leftist with anti-SJW aesthetics, and that's the only thing that can face down Trump and the alt-right. If it's not for Vaush, then we are basically lost. And if you have that belief, then all you need is something to believe in, some sort of words to try to buy into that. And if that includes Vaush skipping over the most damning shit that's been shown against him, then so be it.
22,000 likes. The vast
A mythical beast like a centaur. Yeah, exactly.
likes. 400,000 views. And most of the comments seem to be supportive.
Oh yeah, it's about time, chat. We haven't really. Let's pause this for a second
So I find that all
because I want to show you what we got going on here. Okay, so at present, it would appear. Is that 15K? Let's count them up. 2K, 4K, 6K, 8K, 9K, 10K, 11K, 13K, 14K, 15K, 16K. Yeah. So he's down 16K subs. He's at 400,055. And so you've seen, like, right, that now again, none of this is exactly a steep drop off. Like, he could be losing a lot more than 2K views. And indeed, if he was just a Ransona like Illuminati, if he was somebody that did not do streams, I don't know, 5 days a week or whatever he does, did not feel like a friend to the audience, right? Then this might go a lot faster. But, instead what we see is like 2K a day for like 4 days and then 1K or less every day after. So overall, yeah, in the last 30 days, he's down 14K, and if we go from his ceiling, you're down 16K. Whoops, wrong. There we go. There's our.
pretty fucking wild. But go on.
Say that this or any other clip has been taken out of context, It comes across to them as an effort to shoo away legitimate suspicion, you know, chastising people for having an opinion on something that looks bad. Like, you see a clip that
Bro,
looks bad.
just show me what the fucking clip was out of context. He's doing this on purpose.
Of me, and then I or a fan of mine comes in and we're like, no, you know, you need to familiarize yourself with like 50 hours of stream lore before you can have an opinion on that. I have seen people weaponize calls for context in that way, so I don't fault others for being like kind of suspicious of that or not taking it very seriously. Some people are just going to tune out right there. Now, don't get me wrong,
Bro, when are you going to make a fucking point?
What the fuck?
I mean, so he's not going to make a point. What he's going to do is just kind of, I compare it to the patter of a magician. If you've ever watched a magic show, they do tricks, right? They make stuff happen that you're like, whoa, how did they do that? Well, part of the way that they do that is with misdirection. Misdirection means that I make you think that something is going on here when really something is going on back here, like behind my back, right? So you're not watching what I'm doing with my other hand. You are maybe listening to me give something called patter. It's a magician's patter. The thing that the magician says to kind of keep you paying attention, keep you sort of enraptured, entranced into their words rather than paying attention to their actions. And their action is where the actual trick takes place. They don't want you to see the actual trick because then it's not magic. Then it's just like, oh, okay, that's a neat little trick that you did. They want you to think that it's really flowers coming out of the wand. They want you to think that, oh my God, that lady really got sawed in half, or whatever, the rabbit came out of the hat, whatever. It's like, that's what he's doing.
Get on with it. He goes, this is out of context. I'm waiting.
Is bad. It's rhetorically bad.
He sounds like a hardcore Vaush or Destiny fan. You got to watch the 3-month span of videos to get the context. Hello, Canadian Brunch. Good to see you.
It's logically bad. It's obviously optically
Watch all episodes of BoJack Horseman and you will understand. True, yeah.
bad. And the broader argument that it's pulled from are bad in all of those ways too. But as for what the clip and the argument that it's pulled from say about me, I would like to make the case.
Talk about the allegations.
If I may.
Boblax is right for once.
That it does implicate me, but not as a pedophile.
He's sick of this shit, and he's literally, Ethan's kind of sick. He skipped out the Monday show, right? This was yesterday's show because normally Tuesday is a members only show. However, because Ethan was out and did not do the show on Monday, he just did a show on Tuesday instead. Because we got to cover Bevo, right? We got to talk about Bevo and Vaush.
Debate bro, brain poison.
I mean, it does both. It does both.
Jackass, because I took a perfectly fine argument. I think that, when I explain it, the argument itself will make perfect sense.
Explain it!
And I
explain it now!
Talk about the allegations.
What is all this? What's the point of this video? What is all this right now I'm watching?
He was hitting the Dayquil hard.
We're waiting.
How am I supposed to find the context, bro?
I ruined it with edgy, contrarian, devil's advocate nonsense. So let me explain.
Please.
I had just started live streaming, and I was far, far more argumentative and belligerent and arrogant then than I am now, if you can believe that. Over the background of my mediocre Dead Cells gameplay.
So he basically apologizes if you didn't see it when I covered it. I think we covered it. Was it Saturday? Oh my God. When did we cover this? It was Sunday, right? Yeah, we saw this went down Sunday night, I think. So if you go back to that VOD, you'll see my coverage of what Vaush said.
Argument with chat on.
And he basically, like, the only apologies he's making are apologies for having been a cringe debate bro back in the day. Now this is more than he used to give, right? Like it is like him, sort of backpedaling, but not really. I mean, there's like a lot worse that he did than just be a cringe debate bro.
The subject of.
We're getting some questions about the chat. So like now in the past, I've had chat on screen It's kind of a weird thing, though. If you look at Twitch streamers, which, you know, I'm streaming on Twitch, usually they do have a chat on screen to interact with. If you look at YouTube streamers like the Vanguard, generally, they do not have chat on screen. However, the Vanguard do have one thing that I don't have, and I'm looking into getting, and that is the ability to bring your chat up on screen and address it in a way that makes sense. Because I've been looking at some of my VODs lately, and I do feel like it can be confusing. Like, when am I talking to chat? When are these my original thoughts? I feel like I do need to add that. So I'm looking into adding that. It'll be like right down here, right down, like right past Waluigi, will be where I will feature your comments and your super chats in the near future.
Foreign
Apologizing for the optics.
labor and unethical production was getting increasingly heated. Just in case anyone watching doesn't know.
But yeah, I'm trying to just kind of navigate between YouTube and Twitch and the conventions in each.
Many of the products that we buy from American companies.
Oh, he's not going to do this whole fucking thing.
Jesus.
Who's watching this? I can't finish it. I can't. I feel I have too much sympathy for the audience. I just feel bad for everybody who's have to watch this bullshit.
Getting fucked.
Should I keep watching? Maybe. I mean, what the fuck?
How he dressed up for this video? Well, I mean, this is kind of the new Vaush, right? He is God, is fashion horse a thing? Is that like a real thing? I feel like I've heard that phrase before of somebody that's really into fashion, has a lot of wardrobes, has a lot of clothing, you know, has like, right? Is it called a fashion horse? Is that a thing?
Like again, it's the same thing. I feel like he's already justified this before. We've watched his justification. It's the same shit pretty much. There's a few points where he talks about like
or a clothes horse. Is that what it's called?
The context is cut off of one of these clips. And
is fashion horse a thing? Maybe it's a clothes horse. It's a clothes horse. Oh my god.
So he goes, here's the full context.
A fashion horse is different, I guess.
But we did show that one, so I don't know if he was referring to someone else with that.
We showed all the context, people. Anyway, Vaush, I'm gonna speed you up, okay?
An American
so
store
I'm gonna
show.
give you a shot to speak for yourself to the people, to defend yourself. I'm gonna put you at 1.5. You are talking kind of slow, so it should work out. Let's see.
Are produced through supply chains that take advantage of what we could consider unethical business practices. You know, bad workers' rights stuff.
That pause seemed to, that's that freeze frame seemed to capture the worried look on Vaush's face. We'll see a little bit more of that in a moment, right? Natalie has given me the VOD of the stream that happened, his first stream back, right? And we're gonna see more nervous. I mean, Vaush definitely is nervous here. He's got a lot riding. He's got a lot riding on this. But you'll also see him on his first day back, and I noticed some interesting things about his first day back.
Often this takes the form of sweatshop labor, a practice near ubiquitous, for example, in the garment industry, where sewing work is difficult to fully automate. This isn't just a foreign problem, though. There are garment sweatshops.
Did I completely make that up? Did I fashion that out of whole cloth?
Where workers make less than $2 an hour, operating right now in Los Angeles for.
It was always clothes horse.
As an example. It's a broad issue. But American companies profit from even worse abuses. The mining of cobalt and the harvesting of chocolate and palm
I don't
oil.
want to hear
Those are
about
three
cobalt
practices that
mining
are
from
especially
him
notorious
anymore.
For their use of child labor, frequently child slavery, frankly. You know, in practice, often just child slavery. American companies profit enormously from this because these, work conditions, it keeps the cost of.
Yeah, you're right. He does look like he's gonna go out and ride a horse. He's missing the cowboy hat.
Harvesting materials requiring raw product relatively low, and as a consequence of this, the suffering of children is built into the fabric of our economy, of exploited workers broadly.
But we've heard him do all this.
Yeah.
He's just talking at greater length and just filibustering harder.
It's, again, the all lives matter.
It's weird. It's almost like all he's got to do is say a few things that the audience agrees with and say some good things. Like, they're like, Vaush bad? Is Vaush bad? People are telling me that Vaush is bad, and Vaush is like, no, Vaush good. Vaush good. Child slavery bad. Exploitation of children bad. Vaush good. I don't know.
Argument being applied to CP, pretty much. And he says he doesn't believe this way anymore, but this is what he was.
I don't need to watch it. I know exactly what he's
Yeah.
going to fucking say, and it's just so boring.
He has the, if you want to go to the Lolly clip, he addresses that.
Sorry, listen, Vaush. I know you and your fans are gonna look at this and be like, he didn't even watch it. I know you're.
I just found out that high heels were invented so that men could stand in stirrups. What? Really?
Argument. I know what you're saying. I've watched you already explain it 1,000 different ways. I don't need to watch you filibustering it for 10 fucking minutes to my poor audience who they come to us for entertainment. They come to watch. I try to actually make a point or do
They come to hear about Bevo.
something.
What's your argument?
Oh no. How do I explain that? Do y'all know Jesse Lee Peterson? The right-wing Christian radio host, kind of famous for saying amazing and asking people, are you a homosexual? For saying Destiny, that's a woman's name when he talked to Destiny. And he's actually talked to like a lot of leftists, including friends of mine who, for whatever reason, went on Jesse Lee Peterson's show. I don't know. Attention, maybe? I don't know. Some people just crave attention, chat. So anyway, Jesse Lee Peterson is also, maybe unbeknownst to Ethan, has credible accusations of predatory behavior towards men in his ministry. Believe it or not, chat, the guy that always asks, are you a homosexual? Right? It's his second question. Like, it's like, yeah, amazing. Are you a homosexual? Do you love black people? Those are the questions. Those are the, kind of things that Jesse Lee Peterson will say to you when you go on his show. And it turns out that he has been predating on men in, his ministry, men who are involved in his, whatever the hell he does, in a really creepy way, where like these are, men that probably are, gay or bi, and they're of a conservative disposition and don't quite recognize that yet. And Jesse, pushes their boundaries to get them to do stuff with him. At least these are the allegations, right? I don't know if the court case has been settled yet. But yeah, he's a creepy guy. He's a right-wing guy, and Ethan's talking to him today. So in preparation for talking to Jesse Lee Peterson, he watched a little bit of Jesse Lee Peterson's content, which was a panel show with 3 other men, in which the 3 other men informed Jesse that that some people do oral sex. And he was like, at first he pretended not to know about that. Like, really? Oral sex? That's, wow, I can't believe that people do that. People are some freaks, right? And then he kind of admits that he does know that it's done, but he thinks it's done only by promiscuous women, which, he uses a word that rhymes with door to describe and starts with a WH, if you know what I'm talking about, right? So, he thinks only really, slutty women do that kind of stuff. And at some point when he's talking about like going down on, oh yeah, also he doesn't think that like the idea of a woman climaxing is weird to Jesse Lee Peterson. Like, he's like, really? Women do that shit? Oh, that shit will make you like a man. Or something. Like, climaxing apparently makes you like a man somehow. But like, at some point he does this little, like, I mean, you see, let me show you what Ethan does again. He does this little move, right?
Audience who they come to us for entertainment. They come to watch. I try to actually make a point or do something.
What's your argument?
He does that. He does this weird little twisty thing that.
That's all I have to say. All right, so this one is interesting. Actually, we caught him out a little bit. Here he is describing the "we've all jerked it to the lolly" clip. So let's see what's the
Oh yeah.
All right, next
That's right, M Dragon. He also calls people beta males.
clip. We've all jerked it to lolly at some point or another. We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh geez. Oh boy. Some of these girls looked pretty young.
Yeah, this one definitely sounds rougher than the last 2 clips, but it's it's a bit, it's a joke.
No,
a bad
it's
joke.
what the fuck's the joke? All right, go on.
I can explain it. I don't think that'll make it any funnier. The intended comedy element of an indiscriminate whirlwind masturbator being used to draw attention to a problem. That problem.
When you say an indiscriminate whirlwind masturbator, you make me think of the Tasmanian devil, and that is also on the list of thoughts that I did not need to have this day, that I wouldn't have thought of writing down on a list of thoughts that I don't need to have this day, right? I would never think of like, yeah, could you keep the Tasmanian devil being a prolific masturbator off of the list of thoughts that I have to be confronted with today? And yet here I find myself confronted with that very thought.
Being the ubiquity of lolicon in hentai sites. I don't really know how anyone could get like a serious
He's like, I was just trying to make a Taz joke
vibe from that. Like there's any kind of like, you know, grave point being made.
But why did you have to set up Taz so he's looking at Loli?
Again, it's not a funny joke at all.
I feel like Taz really caught like like kind of a stray here. I mean, it's like a subtweet, but
I mean,
what the
did anybody else see when they said whirlwind masturbator? Did anybody else see the Tasmanian devil?
What? That's
X-rated Looney Tunes, right? It's almost as wait, which is worse, X-rated Looney Tunes or X-rated Simpsons?
I think it's pretty.
Which is the more pernicious version of Rule 34?
That's just bullshit. Hey guys, I was just kidding on that one.
Nah.
What?
Nah, you just don't get it, dude.
What? I was
You're
kidding.
you're too stupid. You're too much of a cretin, a mongrel, if you will.
I saw a lot of people up and down the internet saying that they thought this video was good.
That's not like just out of context then. He's
Up and down the internet. Look, I can see Vaush fans that really want to have something to hang their hat on, that want to be able to say that, you know, Vaush did nothing wrong and here's the proof. And like he spent like an hour and 40 minutes telling us that he did nothing wrong. I can see those people believing it. I just can't imagine anybody from outside of his community being like, yeah, I was kind of on the fence about this before, but you know, like he did drone on for an hour and 40 minutes. So I guess he's innocent.
just adding lore at this point. Just lying.
I was kidding.
Yeah, I was
It
just
was
kidding.
actually commentary
You
about
thought-
Lolly.
You thought you caught him out admitting to watching Lolly, but really
It was you.
activism.
Oh,
You caught yourself.
He was raising awareness, Ethan.
He's like, God, who's been to lolly.com and gone to this subgenre? And it's like describing his preference.
Isn't this even the clip where he shushes his girlfriend when he tries to interrupt him?
Might have been.
Yeah.
You don't have a
Just
dick.
only-
Shh.
Yeah,
She's like,
shit
don't.
on penis.
And he's like, you don't have a dick. Yeah.
He's so furious. We gotta get through this message.
I will say the only thing that I didn't initially see was in the Mr. Girl call when he was debating that one dude. He did hang up on him, and he did say that guy's either a pedo or he's really good at acting like.
okay.
By the way, YouTube, I just said lolly.com. It's not a real website. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah, don't ever go to like a website that like if it's like somebody saying a random website, and don't actually ever type it in.
This is all it is.
Sussy.
Oh wait, so it used to exist or something?
Know that when I said it, but I wanted to make sure.
What is going
This is the
on?
whole website.
Okay.
They're obviously looking for a high bidder, Vaush, if you're open. They're parking on this
That could be the new VGG.
beautiful domain.
We've all jerked at the lolly at some point or
Look, if White Nervosa ends up going her own way and cutting ties with Vaush, as a lot of other people are doing, you know, he's gonna need a new website
another.
So go on.
potentially.
Vaush, tell me how funny the joke was or
Cringe
whatever.
looking at it. It's great evidence against me if the point that people are trying to make is that I was or indeed still am cringe. So a point to their favor
No,
on that
that's
one,
not
I
the
guess.
point. I don't care if you're cringe,
is the
bro.
I will admit that I am cringe, but that is
Well,
all.
that's also.
Being a pedo is pretty cringe.
Yeah, you could be.
I mean,
More than
that's
one thing.
that's not the great charge
Yeah, yeah.
here.
Right.
Question.
Yeah, it's not.
We're not debating if he's cringe.
Right, yeah.
You're right. You're right.
You know,
That's not up for debate.
This is right. Sure.
Idea that pedophilia is just another sexual orientation,
Citation needed.
like being gay or straight.
Oh my gosh.
Stop discrimination.
Citation needed.
It's time
Who is this guy again? I feel like I've seen him before. He's filling in for Steven Crowder here. Does anybody know who this is on screen?
to be more tolerant.
So yeah, there we go. Ethan just moved himself because Vaush is he's reacting to a Vaush video. Vaush reacting to whoever this is, I feel like I should remember his name. I know I've seen this guy before.
Of demons who feed on kids.
I do take issue with the moral outrage here. Child sexual abuse is widely underreported. It's a huge
This
problem. It's
shit
incredibly
again,
damaging to the
man.
psyche of young people, and as they grow older, it can lead to many negative mental health consequences. However,
This bro is like, I'm gonna react
He's not a groomer, just a loser.
to a clip of a conservative conspiracy theorist raving about how liberals are sexualizing children. I'm gonna respond to this by comparing CP
Oh, Owen Benjamin? No, wait, is it Owen Benjamin?
to Cobalt production. That'll show him.
That's his S in the sleeve.
You eat chocolate.
Is that who it is? Is it Owen Benjamin?
Well, then what I do is not that bad, is it?
Also, this is a new clip, right? I haven't seen this one. You gave
I
us-
actually haven't seen this.
Yeah, it's a new one. Thank you.
No, I've seen this clip, but I haven't
Oh.
seen this context. So I actually am interested.
Okay.
This is the one where go on.
pedophilia to the extent that we
Chat, I feel it behooves us to say once again, to remind everybody, Tacoma wept.
are calling them demons probably discourages pedophiles, people who feel attraction towards children, from getting the help they could need to keep themselves from abusing children.
Okay, so after we watch this, right, we're going to watch TYT react to Vaush. They do react to Vaush. I don't think that MR will. I could be wrong. I mean, it's pretty pervasive and it's pretty widely discussed, and I'm sure that they've gotten questions about it, but in general, the MR does not want to... There's been only a few times that they've ever even mentioned Vaush, so I don't expect MR to say anything, but TYT has said something, and it was dutifully clipped by our own, it's me, Natalie Marie. Natalie, thank you for that clip. And we're also going to watch a little tiny bit of the beginning of his first stream back, just to observe the beads of sweat running down this man's face.
By demonizing them to this extent, you are increasing the likelihood of child sexual abuse.
I don't want to be that guy, but like the ponytail is screaming to me. And there's nothing wrong with
You're not that
ponytails.
guy, pal. Trust
There's
me.
nothing wrong with
You're not that guy.
ponytails. Although ponytail, huh?
Look, although the ponytail is not to my personal liking, I want to point out something that maybe needs to be said, right? Like, that's not what makes him sus. It's the way that somebody looks, even if, like the whole, looks like a PDF thing is kind of, unfortunately, you can't tell by looking at somebody if they're sus. Right, so
He wants to be the horse.
the ponytail is not exactly the red flag that Ethan is selling it as. I get what he's saying, but
I don't know. This cut,
Fucked by a horse.
this haircut that he has, and I love ponytails. In a normal setting.
no, crotchy. It's not only that it doesn't go anywhere as a topic, right? Because it has. We've been covering that, but if they were to open that can of beans, I think they would have to really dedicate way more time. And like you said, it's 2 to 3 hours per day, and they've got a lot of stuff to cover. So,
But it's speaking. It's doing talking.
Sussy.
I have a feeling that at some point somebody's going to call in or something, and I'm not sure how they'll handle that. But I don't think they're exactly chomping at the bit to respond. TYT, on the other hand, never misses a chance to claw back some clout, and especially given Anna and Vaush's falling out, yeah, I'm sure TYT is raring to go.
It's sussy. I can't say that.
I mean, it's
Look at. Oh my God, I want some potato chips now. He's always eating those kettle chips. Look, Dan is the good angel standing over Ethan's shoulder, as always.
Because it wasn't just the. Okay, all right. Maybe I'm off base. Maybe not.
Not demonize pedophiles. Demonize child sexual abuse and encourage pedophiles to get help. Now, if you've got pedophiles who have never sexually abused a child, but they're advocating for it, they're like, yeah, I've never done it, but is there anything really that wrong with lowering the age of consent to 13? Then of course, fuck them. Like, fucking shut them up. Just fucking smack them. But by and large, statistically speaking, there are 300...
So this is, I guess, the claim being that wait, this the out of context part where it turns black and white, that's the part that they're saying got clipped, and that's what they're saying. They're saying that the beginning of that clip makes it clear that there's nothing wrong with what Vaush is saying here, but
70 people watching right now, I'd be willing to bet that at least 20 or 30 of them experience habitual sexual attraction towards children. It's surprisingly common.
okay, but I feel like what the clip is really about, I don't know, chat. There's two ways this could go. Was he looking at his audience or thinking about his audience and anticipating like a higher than normal rate of interest in the subject, or was that just his estimated rate of general interest in any audience?
To those of you who do to an extent that you feel as though it may be like a problem.
Oh, the joke is that Vaush's ponytail looks like a pony's tail. God damn it. God damn it, right over the top of my head. But good catch, Bad Pope. Good catch.
Please. Just get some fucking help, my dude. There's
We
nothing
saw
wrong with
this
you.
and we're like, oh, that was good. We're like, that was good that you said that, but something changed.
As a person, we can't help the shit that we're into. We can help our actions. There's nothing.
So on a lot of these clips that are like, you know, where they're showing what got spread around, you know, like what clips made it onto Twitter, and then they're showing like the larger context around them. Part of what they're showing is the clip itself. And sometimes the reason that the clip is cut where it's cut is because that is the part that is objectionable, right? That's a little different than, you know, Vaush was saying. Now, some people say that, and then you cut the clip and he says something that he doesn't agree with, and then you cut it after the end of it. So, and then at the end he says, but I don't think that at all. I think that's completely wrong, right? That's the kind of thing, I mean, that's, you know, kind of almost like the platonic ideal of a clip chimp, right? Of a bad faith clip that makes somebody look like they're saying maybe even the opposite of what they're actually saying. This, on the other hand, it adds stuff that's not sus to stuff that is sus, but it doesn't really answer the question of why does he think that many people in his audience are into this stuff? Like, and again, I point you to that that Discord log where he talks about this is the best that we can hope for is for VR loli.
Something feels weird, man, about this. You can't help the things that you're into. If you realize as you're like 20 years old that you have a thing for kids, what the fuck do? Commit fucking Sudoku? Do you just stop existing right then and there? Do you talk?
Again, this goes back to my question about like, I have a feeling, I don't understand the psychology of it, that the attraction to children is in itself immoral because the attraction is to the power and control and like the stealing of innocence and stuff. Otherwise, I don't understand. I don't understand at all. So like, is that a real person? I don't know. I haven't heard from anyone who's like, I was just born this way. I'm attracted to kids. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm 20 years old. This is just who I am and there's nothing to do about it. Like that, is that a real thing? Who is that person? I don't know.
Unfortunately, Ethan has accidentally stumbled into a all too common debate bro discourse, right? The concept of minor attracted persons and generally the kind of discourse that you'll hear about that, which sometimes like in a in a well-known Twitch poll, like Twitch politics debate, there was a situation where there was a debate between, on one side, people advocating just that, like the idea that it is a disposition of that somebody might have, and if they have that disposition, they can, they can call themselves a map rather than a PDF, in that they are somehow seeking harm reduction through things like loli or whatever, right? Now that's a common, like I said, all too common discourse. That was one side of the debate. The other side of the debate, like I know you're gonna think, is people that are like, no, that's fucked up. Like, this is like something that you know, there should not be like a community of people that are like, I am like attracted to this, like, you know, that's a seek help moment. But no, instead of that, the other side of the debate was actually people, including someone who claims to be in a relationship with a minor, and the minor that they claim to be in a relationship with, right? The person that ends up on the panel is like an infamous PDF and participant in Beast Wars, known as Hypnotist Sappho, or at least that was what people thought, right? And you know, just like it ends up like ending because even the people that are on the debate, as fucked up as it is, realize that they don't want to be anywhere near there.
I'd like to know if it is or not. I'm genuinely curious.
But what I'm trying to get across though is that unfortunately in these spaces, in debate spaces, these kind of things are far too normalized. That because of, you know, what Vaush was talking about when he's talking about like sort of the edgelord impulse in the debate community, the way that people get attention and such, right? They are used to using this kind of controversy to spice up their convo, to spice up their discourse, to get eyes on their stream instead of any of the other streams because they're talking about something that is kind of fucked up.
I think that only comes after they get caught. That's usually what they'll try to say in court or whatever.
Like part of being attracted to kids, I feel like, is not, it's the willingness to do it. And part of it is I don't know. It seems pathological. Like, it's not that simple.
Kids loved Hitler.
It's just really twisted. I don't know.
Toss yourself in front of a car? No. You have to live your life anyway. And you have to recognize, if you're a responsible person, like, hey, even if I just keep this to myself, like, this might affect people someday, you know? I should probably maybe see what I can do about that. Talk to somebody. Okay.
Like, this wasn't the worst clip though. This one was mild compared to the other stuff we
Sussy.
saw. Here he is talking about. I thought that it was this one. AB. It's C1.
Yeah.
Dave says paraphilia is a real thing, Ethan, but it's not a sexuality. Don't fall for the grift. It's a lie to justify thinking about hurting kids. It's complicated, and I hate how PDF blurred the lines.
Let me see this part.
We've all jerked it to Lolly at some point or another. We have at some point.
Didn't I already watch?
Part of our word culture.
Yeah, that's when you watch, and then under that's where we
Okay.
watched it.
So here we are watching it in the full context. But wait, there's something missing from his video.
We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh jeez, oh boy, some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck. All right,
he cut out the part when he showed it. He cut out the part where he says, "I don't give a fuck." Kind of interesting, you know.
Galactic News Network says, almost forgot to like. I'm glad you remembered.
I mean, it's not like
we've all jerked it to Lolly.
Change the full context of it, but it certainly doesn't help. And he's not going to be able to say he did it for brevity because the fucking video's 2 hours long of him just rambling.
At some point or another. We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh jeez, oh boy, some of these girls looked pretty young.
Yeah, this one.
No, I appreciate you liking the video. Just like I appreciate all the support that people send me, whether that be through super chats, super stickers, through memberships, gift memberships over on Twitch, in terms of subs, in terms of bits, in terms of donations, or even support me over on Patreon. But yeah, even something as simple as liking the video actually helps me out a lot more than you realize, and I am grateful for all of the support.
I mean, it does change it a bit, right?
Yeah, who is we?
No, we have. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
That-
Oh boy, some of these girls
Yeah,
look
it
pretty
seems
young.
more proud.
It's more like, yeah, I do that, and
Yeah.
I'm cool with it. It's like
is saying it's normal to his very young audience. Look, jury's out on like the age of Vaush's audience. I'm not sure what the real like demographic data looks like. There's probably very young people. Oh my god, Buffy Geek, thank you for the gift sub to Baby. Baby is gonna get to miss this next upcoming ad break in like 20 minutes. Trying to make it sound normal. Yeah, I see what you're saying though. I see what you're saying.
I mean, you should include that part if you're trying to be.
But I mean, as far as we know, he's not a groomer, just a loser.
Address it totally.
Sorry, I'm quoting the Colleen Ballinger thing.
You know, it's a little trickery.
Okay,
Yep.
I don't
A little-
give a fuck. All right.
A little trickery do?
Okay, I don't know. What was his context for that one? Did he, like, the watching the lolly one? I don't know. Here he is, unironically hot. I don't know. Are any of these worth watching?
Oh god, no, this is so disturbing.
These last two.
Okay.
Stopped it a little more.
Yeah, and calling it a kink is harmful. Yeah, you're right. Project Traumschiff.
On to the next one. Yeah, okay, so this one actually is bad, and I've apologized for it a few times. Basically, here I'm doing that thing that guys do where, a hot female teacher will be arrested for raping a student, and the guys in the Facebook comment section will be like, where was she when I was that age? Could have used me some of that. And basically, like, the thing they do where they downplay and trivialize the sexual abuses of the teacher because they personally think it would have been cool if they could have slept with their hot teachers back when they were 14.
Okay.
And yeah, when I was 14, I also wanted to fuck my hot teacher.
So remember, this is not 18-year-old Vaush saying this. This is 24-year-old Vaush.
Teachers, obviously.
Like in the screenshots.
But 14-year-olds are idiots. Their interests, desires, and preferences shouldn't really be accounted as a solid moral argument to anything. So this screenshot isn't really missing any context. It actually is shitty, but I've since come around on this, and I've recognized how bad it is to downplay or idealize that kind of thing. So
what do you mean? He came around to understanding that it's...
So yeah, there's two ways you could read that when he says that's unironically hot or whatever. Either, he is into it as a situation, or like that he is like, I don't know, he's claiming that it's like he's thinking of himself as like his younger self as the person in the situation.
Fucking weird to say unironically hot to a minor having sex with a teacher. Bro, what year was that from? That screenshot. How old is that shit?
It's either
2018.
Yeah, 2018. Almost everything is 2018. There's like a couple 2017, a couple 2019.
How old was he in 2018?
Let's see.
Again, it's the totality, dude. It's like 1, 2, this, that. We could do it. We could look past it.
He was roughly 23, 24.
Fucked an adult as a minor. Unironically hot. God. He really put his whole body and soul out there to support that. Okay. So what's his excuse? To just everybody wants to fuck their teacher?
This is what I'm saying. Why I had to watch it a few times.
Back
I
when they
just
were
don't fucking get his
14.
point. With like half the shit. It just seems like he's just, I was just being edgy and trying to say the most crazy thing I could to get a reaction out of people. But I was trying to make a point that, well, in most of these instances, that everything is bad.
This dude said everyone jerks off at Lolly was a joke. What the fuck's the joke? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, when I was 14, I
Okay, let me skip
also
forward. Go
a
ahead.
moral argument to anything. So this screenshot isn't really missing any context. It
good.
actually is shitty, but I've since come around on this, and I've recognized how bad it is to downplay or idealize that kind of thing. So, I've been consistent about that for years now on my channel.
And that's fine if we didn't see a Lolly folder and everything else. And then there's one more here. Vaush talks about the recent folder leak. Oh, jeez.
So after all that, now we finally arrive at this most recent drama, the incident that lit a fire under Drama YouTube and is, to my mind, the only thing I've done in the past 4 years that actually looks bad. It's pretty fucking embarrassing, to say the least. So there I was, streaming a few weeks ago, browsing a men's fashion site. I wanted to look at an image more closely, so I right-clicked to open the image in a new window, but then accidentally instead clicked the Save As tab in the right-click drop-down menu. Now, because I am, as has been extensively demonstrated in this video, a fucking idiot.
That's a defense I recall quite frequently too. Is I'm just an idiot, you guys. I'm not a pedo. I'm just an idiot. Which again is much better than being a pedo. Even fucking a horse, like we said, it's way better. You'd be like the dumbest horse fucker ever. That's way better than being a pedo.
Sussy.
Somehow.
My preferred strategy for keeping my desktop clean is to keep a single big folder called To Be Sorted, where every image, document, music file, whatever I happen to download gets sent. This is an insane thing to have as a live streamer, but, you know, there you go. It's me. So I hit Save As, and a half second later, a preview window of the folder and its contents popped up on stream. And now, of course, that folder had porn in it. So I immediately ended the stream and deleted the VOD. Even if it weren't just embarrassing to make a mistake like that as one of the largest political live streamers on the platform, it's TOS. You got to delete the VOD. So I stream with no delay, and folks are always screen cap.
Oh yeah, Blacklark, he doesn't even touch on that. Like, there's no sort of regret for anything, you know. Essentially, the only regret here is for getting caught. Like, I mean, that's my read on it, right? And especially, you know, the way that he's saying this, like, you know, oh God, I really let my community down by making you all look like a bunch of PDF defenders. Not that, like, you know, he himself has like this track record with this, which he's still kind of denying. And remember, this is his response video. It seems to be calculated. It seems to be designed. It seems to be targeting people that are in his community. They've forged some parasocial bonds. They feel really strong about Vaush. They have sentimental attachment to this guy, and they just need it to see him say, like, I didn't do it. And this is his Richard Nixon. This is his I am not a crook. And then he, instead of like shaking, instead of like going like instead of doing the, why did Nixon really do the like I am not a crook, and then he do the like Pelican thing? Because Vaush's would be like I am not a whatever, and then he'd do a nay, would be his version of the Nixon thing.
Capturing the feed. So I knew the contents of my To Be Sorted folder and the preview window were irrevocably public knowledge. But to be honest, that didn't really bother me too much. It was embarrassing, sure, but...
Bro, what the fuck? I don't...
Mostly...
What's his point? What does he say? When does he get to the point?
Bro's just yapping, to be honest.
He's just yapping. What is he trying to hypnotize people into like thinking that he's not a deviant?
Pretty easy for people to lie about what it contained, to stir up drama or
Did they do that?
Cause me trouble or for any other reason. So when later on in that stream, one or two people came into chat and they said, hey, there was lolly in there. You know, I figured they were just causing trouble and I banned them. Of course, we know where this is going. By the next day, I had learned from what felt like the entire goddamn internet that two of the images...
Bro, there's no shot that as soon as that happened, he didn't go straight in that folder and think, what did I just show everybody?
Yeah.
There's no... the first thing that motherfucker did is turned off his stream, which I get. If it's porn, not deviant, weird shit. He goes, you go in the folder and you say, what did I just do? I need to understand the damage. He knows exactly what he leaked. He looked at each fucking one of them and said, started being like, okay, I got to explain this shit.
Right.
He's a smart guy. Anyone would do that, though. Even an idiot would do that. So, like, he's like, I just deleted it and was like, I'm going to go start a stream again. Bullshit, bro. Bullshit. Fuck that.
In
This is so obvious.
Window, we're actually from a well-known lolicon artist, and therefore definitely intended to be lolly shit, which has to be the worst possible way to find out about that sort of thing. Now,
so he just found out about it.
Also, the way he's trying to like kind of change it. Oh, these pictures were made by a lolly artist.
He's distancing. It's distancing
Here's the
language.
thing. He's really hedging his argument on the notion that his audience have not seen the pictures.
Okay.
Right.
Because
So this is like the most pertinent thing that Ethan has said so far, and I agree. I don't know if I mentioned this or thought this or said this on Sunday, but that is definitely part of the calculation. And I must have said it because he essentially nods to that. He says something like, I don't advise anybody to go look at the images, and obviously some of us are just not going to do that because that's gross. People have looked at the images, people have seen what's in there, and all this minimizing that he tries to do, or all this like, oh geez, was that in there? That was a huge mistake. It turns out that one of the artists that did some of the art that I was looking at does lowly stuff, and it's like, no, the stuff that you had were depictions of drawn depictions of underage people involved in sex acts with a horse. Even like that is what you had. That was what was in there. It's like he wants to minimize it. He wants to count on the fact that people are grossed out and don't want to see it. And like I will admit, I did not look at the full image, but I have seen the image of one of the faces in one of the NSFW drawings in that folder, and yeah, that's clearly not an adult, and it's not a short stack goblin either. It's neither of these things, right? So but yeah, he's still counting on the fact that like people don't know, and people in his audience don't want to know. There's a motivated reason for them to try to ignore this and to deny it, and he's giving them that out, which is pretty disgusting.
there's a ton of room. Do you have that Trump soundbite of him? I'm just finding out for the first time. That's him. That's Vaush when he finds Lolly.
Dude, that's my favorite clip of all time.
That was Ian sent that note. That was very good. Oh, that was you, Dan.
Yeah.
That was great, Dan. I'm just, it's Lolly. Oh.
You just died?
Wow. There's no shot, that's true. But yeah, a lot of this hinges on the fact that his audience is not willing to go look at the images and see what they are. Because again, when you do that, I don't think there's a single person that hasn't gone and done that and been like, oh, fuck this. You know what I mean?
Sussy.
And he kind of brushes it off too at a point, because he's kind of like, oh, some photos going around weren't even the right ones. There's just some were just completely made up.
Which ones then? If
Right.
that helps you, tell me which.
Right.
No.
Yeah, he 100% says that in a way where you could almost think that like, oh, well, if I saw something represented as what was in that folder, maybe what I saw was actually a lie. He says, yeah, there's some people, and yeah, like H Bummer Guy, for instance, made like fake folders and essentially with goblins, with literal safe for work pictures of goblins in them, and showed it, right? So that, there are people that are like, making joke versions of what's in the folder or whatever. Maybe even some people making fake versions of whatever's in the folder. But him throwing that out there, it allows anybody who wants to think that, like, that horrible thing that I saw that was in his folder, maybe that is just a lie made up by people that are like, Vaush bad, Vaush bad, Vaush bad. But I know the secret. I know that actually Vaush rad. And so that maybe it's not that bad.
Obviously, the accusation here isn't just that I had those images saved. That part's true, not really an accusation, but also that I must have known that they were lolicon and saved them because they were lolicon. Now, the obvious and predictable but nonetheless true response from me is that no, I didn't know that. And that must not have been the impression I got from those two drawings, because if I had gotten that impression, then I wouldn't have saved them. I mean, drawings are...
Dude, saving them? He must have loved those images.
Getting an impression from an image.
Also, it's like, it looks like young.
I looked at that
anime
shit. Yeah,
characters,
that's just, yeah.
It's no question.
Again, this works if you haven't seen the images.
Sussy.
Mhm.
If you haven't seen the images, then you can believe this.
You need
Abstraction.
to know an image to save it.
You gotta love an image
You gotta
to save it.
love the image
Yeah.
to save it.
Yeah.
And art styles and body proportions vary massively, even for characters.
He
that
makes
are
it sound like he looked at it for like half a second.
unambiguously adults. That doesn't mean lolly shit isn't a thing or a problem. I've bitched about it being a problem like a lot on stream. It just means that carelessly or inattentively failing to notice it isn't exactly impossible. Yeah, I know what some people are going to say. You know, no, you must have known. There's no way you didn't know. And like, what am I going to do? Make a fucking evidentiary argument here? You know, like I'm not putting up the images so we can argue about the pixels or the proportions or whatever. I know fully well that like 99.9% of people who have heard about this drama haven't seen the images, nor do I think.
And that is so much to your benefit, my friend.
Yeah. Right.
That helps. That's the only thing saving you.
And 99% of people don't download the porn they're watching.
And fucking saving images, that's like serious spank bank.
Yes.
That's like, this image is bomb as fuck. Now, I'm not a porn downloader saver, so I don't know. But to me, if you're going through the hassle of saving it, you're going to come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
We want to see that again.
I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time.
Yeah. No, Vaush. No.
Shout out, Wolfie.
Those people
Thanks,
should go
Wolf.
looking
Dude,
for
Wolfie's the man.
The wolf.
You sent it the wolf?
Obviously. So it's pretty much entirely a take me at my word or don't kind of situation where people are free to lie about the drawings or
lie? Oh, he's not being honest now.
I've already seen on Twitter just post other really bad looking shit and say that's what I had in my folder. There's not much I can do about it. Right?
Oh, stop it.
It's all totally.
That's
What?
such a fucking bullshit thing. It's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of rumors out there that all these things.
Some's real, some isn't.
You had it doesn't get worse than what it is. It can't get worse. What does that mean?
He downloaded the lolly.
You have lolly. You
had the
admitted to
lolly.
it being, and you even admitted to understanding that it was lolly. You're like, yeah, I can see that. It's like, brother, come on.
And as we've said a million times, like he's a streamer. If it was anyone else, they could just say a million things, you know, oh, it was for this or that or whatever. Because he has this whole history is what makes it so fucked up, which, yeah.
That's the thing.
It's a pattern.
Unfalsifiable, and people are going to make whatever assumptions and inferences they want to make. All I can really say is that I didn't notice the problem while saving the drawings, the same way a person could fail to notice any element of any drawing if they were careless or in it.
Bro, that's such...
It's
so
such
this image is like
hope.
the young-looking characters is the main focus of the images, if I'm recalling correctly. That's not like buying Where's Waldo and fucking missing the Nazi in the corner doing a Heil Hitler or something. No, dude. No. And that was a good addition. It was unexpected but good. Many people didn't know this. Waldo's actually, he's a very fervent Nazi. Yeah. Kind of disappointing to learn.
Wait, that explains the...
Attentive or distracted.
Does that explain the suspenders, or am I reading too deep into that?
Hell.
Wait, now I'm picturing Waldo in like Doc Martens. Oh my god, chat, this is scary. Have I just never noticed this?
Chat also...
Is Waldo sus?
So pretty much immediately clocked two other drawings in the folder preview window as being AI art. Something else I didn't notice, and they gave me plenty of shit for that.
Of what?
Too, because I'm not a big fan of AI art.
Of horse.
I think I've done a good job of demonstrating a tendency towards carelessness, if nothing else. So
It was just carelessness. What the fuck,
I just want
Vaush?
to fuck horses. I don't want to fuck kids. He says that, right?
He says you can still make the horse jokes at some point.
So his strategy is like, I'm going to toss them a ton of bones about how embarrassing and pathetic I am and hope that they gnaw on those.
I mean,
And be like,
he's
"Oh,
really
so
making a
humble,
play for
so-
sympathy here.
So much humility.
Yeah.
To admit these things, and then hopefully they ignore the gaping chasm, which is the real issue here. He needs to now explain that new Discord message. But there's actually, I'm over talking about Vaush unless you think I missed something.
No, I was just going to say that his explanations with context end at 120, roughly, of the video, and then the rest is just basically him apologizing to his audience, which I think adds on to what you were saying, basically, that he's just basically trying to make himself the victim.
Yeah, this is all about his audience.
Yeah. So okay, whatever. But ultimately he's right. You believe him or you don't. I mean,
Sussy.
that at the end of the day, that's what it is. And if you do believe him, chances are you haven't seen the images. That's my opinion. And if you have, then you need help.
We've all jerked at the lolly at some
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no way to disambiguate these two groups that I'm about to describe. One group is a group of people who have not seen the image either because they don't want to, they don't want to believe, like, how bad it could be, or they're like me, just grossed out by stuff like that, and they don't want to see the actual image, right? And so in that case, you could, rely on the word of people who have seen it, or you could rely on the word of Vaush. And Vaush is banking on the fact that they're going to take his word over what people who have looked at it have actually seen. Right now, there's another group in there that they know what's going on. They know what they're supporting. And they, for whatever reason, Vaush is so damn valuable to them. He's so unique. He's so necessary. He's such a hero that it literally doesn't matter that he did this. Like, this is some Trumpian, like, levels of enabling and of complicity, right? Going on in Vaush's community. There are definitely some of both.
But there's other interesting
Looking at Vaush's subreddit, and everyone's only problem was AI art. Plus, there was a post of one of his fans enjoying his apology video on a projector. Enjoying it? AI was just bricked up horses. The kid stuff was drawn. Would never let Jesus take the wheel, dude. Yeah, Jesus taking the wheel might end in some bad. And we know that, like, he's willing to give up his life. So, maybe not the person we want to take a car ride or a plane ride or a any kind of. Yeah, looking at that stuff, yeah, me too. I couldn't actually bring myself to look at the unfiltered, like, content of his folder. However, I did look at a blurred image in which the face and the arm was visible, and that was not an adult. That was clear. That was not a short stack goblin. That was not an adult. That was, a depiction of a child.
dates here. What was there any? What was the other stuff I wanted to see that was Vaush related? Oh,
So
man.
the Mr. Girl stuff.
Oh, this one. Fucking Keffals was coming for me.
Oh, here we go. Here's the Keffals thing I promised you.
I guess I didn't never showed this before on stream.
I don't think we got.
Oh,
to it.
interesting. So she posted this. Oh my God. I can't believe what I'm dealing with here. Here's Keffals talking about what a piece of shit I am.
Ethan's phone number. He gave it to me. I'll try to call him later. Do not fucking call me. I don't remember giving you my phone number. I don't remember talking to you on the phone, but do not fucking call me, please.
Do you want to know the context of that?
What's the context?
It was back when Twitter circles was still a thing. And I was suicidal. It was before I went to rehab. And he saw a Twitter circle where I was talking about how I wanted to just fucking end it. And he reached out and gave me his phone number.
Ethan,
that's what the context was.
You piece of shit.
Damn.
Piece of shit.
What the fuck am I missing? I totally forgot the context. Actually, now I remember that she mentioned it. Yeah, I saw her on Twitter. I saw something that I thought was really concerning, and I wanted to make sure that she had somebody to talk to if she needed somebody. So I DM'd her and gave her my phone number. She never called me. However, I fail to see how that's proof that I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
What is she thinking? Was she thinking like, oh, he pretended to care about me, but he doesn't?
I think it's like she thinks you're minimizing that she felt that way back in the days, or that
Okay.
you turn. Well, she also always says that you turn.
She was trying to imply that Ethan making fun of her for calling was Ethan saying that she was going to play Sudoku. Right? She tried to make it sound like that was Ethan being callous slash, you know, suabating, which obviously it wasn't. Obviously with Keffals, what she does when she looks at how to come back at somebody is she goes through the situation and says, what is the worst possible intent that I could ascribe to this situation? Like, what's the worst possible thing I could say? And in that one, like, oh yeah. So I guess he finds it really funny. I guess he thinks it's funny that I was, you know, in that state, wanting to, you know, commit Sudoku.
Turned on her.
But obviously, that to anybody watching, that's not what he's saying. Don't call me. She's saying I should call him, and maybe we can settle this all out. Maybe it's all a big misunderstanding, and I can be like, Ethan, actually, Vaush is good, and he didn't do anything wrong. And Ethan will be like, oh my God, Keffals, you have convinced me through your superior debate skills that this is true, and I will call the show off, and we'll all have sushi with the boys. Invite Keffals over to have sushi with the boys. That's what I guess she expected out of it, or what she was trying to do in calling him and talking to him behind the scenes. But you know, upon hearing that she's contemplating calling him, he's like, I don't remember giving you that phone number. Do not call me.
Oh, you put me up as a hero.
That's what I think. People think that like they have this really weird notion of like allegiance and like,
Yeah.
I don't know her at all. And frankly, because I reached out and I was concerned for her, to me, I do that. It's like a human emotion. That's all. Because I did something nice for you. What I felt was nice. I don't know if it's objectively nice if you perceived it as such, but means that I owe you, that I'm in your debt.
It's definitely nice. I mean, what do you have to gain from it? She's a smaller creator. You reached out to try to help her.
I mean, it's just some entitled thinking on Keffals' part.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Not too surprising,
really get it.
given what we know about Keffals.
This happened before where people, they are getting fucked with copyright stuff and I reach out and help them with DMCA. And it turns out they're not people that I really fuck with. And so I end up talking about them. And then they get this notion that we were like best friends or something because I helped them with some shit. It's like, I mean, I don't know. I guess for me, helping people like in certain situations isn't an endorsement of them as human beings forever.
Yeah. I mean, Vaush thought you guys were friends because he, quote unquote, took your side with the whole Hassan stuff.
Bro, how can you even say that like and not be embarrassed?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, we got to wrap it up. Dan is telling me, and you're right. This is the whole point. We don't want to end up doing these long ass shows now. Start doing 5-hour shows. But this is an important message from Chris Hansen.
You have to cool it with the horse stuff, pal. Look, I get it. We all have to push boundaries sometimes, but there are lines, and horses, well, that crosses one of my lines. Vaush.
Okay, no. Pause. Oh my God. Chat. That just made certain the fact that this stream is gonna end at before 6 hours. I've got to make sure. I can't do a long stream tonight. I should have called this. I should have remembered this, but Ethan plays some music that I think he has licensed, he has paid for, that I do not license, that I do not pay for, I probably could not afford. And that's his button music. That's when Ethan makes a mistake and something goes on that should not go on. But that's our sign to move on to the next bit of content, which thanks to Natalie Marie is going to be an unexpected reaction from Jink and Anna. I never would have found this had it not been for Natalie Marie suggesting this to me. So thank you. We're going to bring Jink and Anna over. They're obviously going to be just glorying glorying in the downfall of Vaush, but not for any good reason. It's mainly because Vaush called Anna out about her transphobic thing. It's one of the good things that that Vaush did, and pretty easy to call to make to disagree with Anna's turf shit. But that's why they're pissing on his grave today.
Chasing the Dragon said, Anna, did you hear the recent Vaush news? Let's just say happy half birthday. Yes, she heard. Yes.
Yep.
Some people like to throw stones when they live in giant, giant glass houses. Okay, here we go.
I mean, but at least Vaush didn't ask to be referred to as a woman, right?
At least. Okay.
At least.
So then he must be a good person. Okay.
Yep.
Delivery Ghost says, I think it's time to leave the area. Chasing the Dragon said, Anna, did you hear the recent Vaush news? Let's just say happy half birthday. Yes, she heard. Yes.
Yep.
Some people like to throw stones when they live in giant, giant glass houses. Okay, here we go.
I mean, but at least Vaush didn't ask to be referred to as a woman.
Okay. What Anna's saying is that she thinks she got canceled for asking to be referred to as a woman. In actuality, nobody was talking about Anna, but she injected herself into the situation based on the fact that that some healthcare, in an effort to be inclusive in its literature, when they're talking about people that can be pregnant, instead of saying women, they say birthing persons, right? Which encompasses everybody that could get pregnant. Like people that can have the capacity to become pregnant are included under birthing persons. If you say women, then there's going to be people including non-binary people, including trans guys that are not covered by that, and that's it pissed Anna off. But she wants to play it off like that she was like, hey, could you call me a woman? Somebody came up to her and said, hey, Anna, you fucking birthing person. You're just a birthing person over there. You're one of those birthing persons, right? And that she was like, excuse me, I don't like being called a birthing person. Can you please call me a woman? That is the I don't know. Anyway, that's old drama. That's many months ago.
Right.
At least. Okay.
Hasn't she fangirl for Vaush before? A long time, or not, I don't know how long ago? A year ago? A year ago they were friends. And then the Young Turfs arc started, and she has essentially picked fights with the trans community ever since then. Vaush correctly called her out for that, and that is why they seem to be celebrating the downfall of Vaush. So there we go. That is Jink and Anna. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier that I'm trying to figure out where this is. I mentioned earlier that Vaush has been back. I think he's done 2 streams so far since the release of the explanation, the context video. And the first of these streams is kind of telling. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. There it is. And again, thank you for finding this for me, Natalie Marie. Oh, okay, this is another tweet. So we're going to be trying to pay attention here, especially to the emotional, nonverbal language that we're seeing from Vaush. What is his attitude? How's he doing?
Older.
if you can believe. What's up, people? That's right. It's been, what? I don't know. A week? But I'm a whole decade older, if you can believe it. Yeah, sorry, no chat, guys. We're not getting distracted today. We'll get it back eventually, but for now, I think we can make
No chat today. Interesting.
a reasonable...
Wait a minute. Okay, so two theories here right off the bat, right? There's no chat on screen. Now that could just be that he is not sure if like some of his fans have become fallen fans, have become unfans, have become angry, and you know, you are gonna use VGG to call him out live on stream, right? So it could be that. That's one possibility, right? The other possibility, and I have no evidence of this, right? There could be trouble with Whiteleaf. Now, I don't think that Lance pulling out in and of itself is gonna like, my understand. I don't, you know, I don't think they're like losing so much money from Lance pulling out that somehow it's gonna make Whiteleaf like unsustainable. But this is a lot, and I don't know, Chad. I just have a feeling that, you know, one of the possible reasons for not putting chat on screen would be if there's something wrong with the chat, and that chat itself is Whiteleaf. Like, right? You're asking what the VGG website is. The main component of that website is a chat, a chat overlay of people who go to Vaush.gg and log in there with their usernames there, and you know, if they sub, they get like a white name, or no, wait, white names are maybe not subs. Their name changes colors and with their sub status, etc., and they get the emotes and all that kind of stuff on the website, right? So that's what the main component, the functional, the useful component, the component that allows somebody like Vaush to take his subs and donations off of platform and get that full amount rather than getting having YouTube take a cut. That's what Whiteleaf is. So the fact that the chat is not on screen is potentially significant. But like I said, it could also just mean that he's worried about getting cooked by his own website chat.
Case for the none of that too, but I love you too. We'll check on those later. Can make a reasonable case for not wanting to get distracted. You people distract me so easily. I'm not even looking at chat. You know, I'm in the dark. What's going on? I don't know. I'm lost. I'm an old man now. I'm 30. Can you believe it? Crazy. What's up, everyone? I did check the stream numbers before I actually hit the live button. It's lovely to have so many of you here. We've got plenty of cover. We've got plenty of shit to cover. Unused as I am to public speaking now. What's up, everyone? I say more rhetorically than usual because I can't actually see what you're saying in response. I expect all of you to answer that question in your head, you know, like privately. It's something to meditate on. I'm mildly distracted. What the fuck is this thing in my sweatpants? Why does it feel like there's a card of paper inside the leg of my sweatpants? What is this? Oh, it's a sticker tag. Why? I just got, it's new. The sweatpants are new. I got some ones that I like that are XL, and I thought maybe I can go smaller, and now I'm wearing the L, and I'm taking the L too.
Yeah, so if you remember during the original clip where he shows his folders, right? He's looking at a certain like a jacket, like an outfit that he wants to buy. Apparently he did buy it, he did order it, and this is the day that it came, but it was one size too small, so oh well.
Because these are a little too tight. How's the camera focus? Good enough to draw attention to the fact that I have a tiny bit of acne on my forehead. Lovely. The exact...
Yeah, that's your big scandal there, Vaush. Acne on the forehead.
Correct amount of camera focus.
Please wash new clothes first.
Well, I hope everyone's doing well.
Did he get the JO joggers? Possibly. He does seem to be wearing some kind of sweatpants.
Yeah, these sweatpants are a little bit too tight. They're a little bit too warm. They're a little bit too thick. They're a little bit too tight. You know.
Okay, so there is Vaush's first day back to work. So I got one, I'm trying to think. We've got more Vaush to show you, but I gotta ask you, do you need a palate cleanser? Does chat need a palate cleanser? One in chat, if you would like a palate cleanser, that being something other than Vaush to watch for a short period of time as a sort of way of a sort of cleanse, like a little mini Vaush cleanse before we get into these weird sweaty panel that we're gonna watch. One is a yes. Eel Pit. We got some votes for Eel Pit. Ethan's never gonna show you the Eel Pit, but I will. Wait, does that sound like a... It almost sounds like a sus, you know, like Eel Pit. Like, I'll show you my Eel Pit. It's like Eel Pit and bio. Oh my god, chat. Eel Pit and bio. A YouTube short? One? Okay, so we got some votes for something other than Vaush. I wonder if I got any kitties in on my Twitter thread. Sometimes people are sweet enough to post cute cat pictures. Sometimes people just post weasels. Oh yeah, we do have some stuff to look at here really quick. While you're deciding, so remember, one is a palette cleanser. Two, I guess, is like go straight to the finish the Vaush. Speaking of Vaush, new Vaush leaks, horse goblins, safe for work. I mean, that's pretty wholesome. That's pretty wholesome. Mike, check. Oh wait, is that like a Marvel character? Is that the Green Goblin? I don't know Marvel stuff very well, so sometimes it goes right over my head. Okay, so far it's all ones, so I'll give you something else. Now listen, don't be ashamed or think I'm making fun of you or anything like that if you don't know about this content creator, because I will be completely honest, until yesterday, I had never heard of Bevo either, but apparently this guy is incredibly popular and there is no stopping him, and he will be coming to a feed near you soon. So, you know, what better use could I find than to introduce you to Bevo, the most unhinged influencer.
Bevo! So if you somehow do not know who Brandon Beavis is, let me introduce you to him.
Wait, Brandon Beavis? His last name literally is Beavis.
That's not a real name. No, but it's so...
It's not real.
It's so perfect. Like, have you ever seen a guy more suited to his name than Brandon Beavis?
Dinner! You know the rules. Big up the...
Beavis Brandon?
Hangover. Beef. Roast dinner.
But this is what he's famous for right here, chat.
Beef, whatever. Listen, we got beef.
He eats.
Beef.
He's got beef in that.
So let's get into this. You know the rules as well. Jamaican style. Big up the Levi.
George. Hey, also, why is he putting sauce on a...
Did he say big up when he's putting some jerk sauce onto his food? Did I just see him big up the jerk sauce? Is that what's going on? This is a step beyond. I don't think Chet Hanks even would do this.
Roast dinner.
And not just sauce. Not just sauce. Levi root sauce.
He's having a Jamaican roast.
He's really spiced it up. You know when people say white people order like lemon and herb at Nando's? No. Beavis walks in with his Levi root sauce.
Also, it's empty, man. Let it go. Let that bottle go, man.
Yeah, buy a new one, man.
Look, he wants to suck the marrow out of life. Who can blame him?
Blanks.
Very nice. They're cut up. They're banging. 7 out of 10. Pigs in blanket. Sorry, Aggie again. You know the rules.
So he's doing what I'm not doing right now.
I don't know the rules.
Yeah, what are the rules? I guess if you're a Bevo watcher, though, you know. There's like some kind of rules to his... Now, is this a muck? I don't think this is... This looks like a mukbang to me. Like, this just looks like mukbang. I'm guessing, you know, it's primarily... He got big on TikTok?
I don't.
Yeah, TikTok. This is...
So if you don't know who Bevo is, he basically makes these videos every day where he just eats food, but he doesn't eat it properly. Like, he'll put it in his mouth, chew it once, and then swallow it.
Yeah, but this is the thing, because it says in his TikTok bio, you know the rules. But unless
you know the rules, I don't know the rules.
The rules are eat everything within 3 chews, then I don't know what they are.
God, this is seasoned very well. Big up.
But how do you know if it's seasoned very well? You bit it like once. How do you have time to taste it?
I also reckon he's got like taste buds like some form of like rhinoceros. It's just like a rough surface. It's just he doesn't actually taste anything.
He doesn't
it's
eat
just
for
like...
pleasure. He just eats to sustain himself.
7 out of 10 on that. Beef. Just gonna just
try
Everything's
the beef.
7 out of 10.
Wait, is that chicken wings and beef and peas and onion rings? I'm trying to figure out what all Bevo's got here. It looks like some... Wait, no, you call those in the UK, those are called chips, but we call them fries. You can hear him eat, too. You're getting the ASMR of Bevo chewing away. No, I feel like that was more than 3 chews.
This is disgusting.
I don't know why. These videos get millions of views, by the way, of him just eating his
live on Kick
dinner. It's disgusting. This is what British people watch.
What? Mad chewy. Mad chewy. Still nice though.
Maybe you should have chewed it more then, instead of just swallowing it after 7 bites.
Anything that takes more than 3 chews is chewy.
I mean, I guess with meat, yeah, you gotta kind of chew it, don't you?
The Bevo universe.
To me, it's like not it's like not weird because like I don't know, like you know what I had for breakfast? I had hummus and tortilla, and that requires very few chews per bite. But something like beef, I think you gotta kind of chew on it. You really do. You can't just like you gotta process that.
It's looking well. Yorkshire, we're gonna rip a bit off.
I was half hoping just to pick it up.
Wait, let me see that again.
Just
Let's
like shove the whole thing in
Let's
his
see that
mouth.
again. And it's roast beef, Yorkshire pudding.
Let's get right into
No, this is
roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, peas. We gotta see that again.
More than 3 chews is chewy in the Bevo universe.
It's looking well. Yorkshire, we're gonna rip a bit off.
Wait, that's Yorkshire pudding? What? Wait, that thing is pudding? Wait, what does he eat? I don't understand.
I was half hoping just to pick it up and just like shove the whole thing in his mouth.
7 out of 10. Potatoes. Let's get right into
Now this is the best bit. Count how many times you choose this.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no, that was not chewed well enough.
No, that's not 3. That's maximum 2 chews.
It's 2.5.
On a whole roast
2.5 chews and then
potato.
Okay, I mean, I guess, like, right, so this guy, if you don't know, is mad popular, right? He is not just, like, some niche entertainer. He's big. He's big news in the UK. He's big news on TikTok or Tiki-Talkie, which maybe we'll get into the HS Tiki-Talkie.
You know when you see like a video of like an anaconda in like an African village?
It's kind of like an anaconda, yeah.
And it's like swallowed an entire person.
Yeah.
It's like that.
It's like the British version of that. Guy in an Arsenal shirt swallowed a roast potato whole.
Very nice. 7 out of 10. I think that's it. Oh, parsnip.
Oh, parsnip, hell yeah.
Turnip, whatever they are.
It's like, have you ever seen those videos in food tech when you're told not to put your hand in like the mashing machine? It's like watching that. It's like watching a health and safety video.
Well, he's
gulp.
Big up, but listen.
He's going to die
He big ups the food a lot.
one day. Just from
Is that just because he's eating? Like he said something about Jamaican spice. I'm guessing That was jerk sauce or something?
Scranning too much.
If you gave him the Heimlich remover, you would get
The Heimlich remover, yes.
The Heimlich.
The remover maneuver, removing the food from your windpipe.
Remover, Alex. Heimlich
Maneuver.
maneuver, you dunce.
That's what I said.
You said remover. VAR.
The Heimlich remover.
If you gave him the Heimlich remover, you'd get an entire, fully untouched roast dinner come back up.
Pretty much.
It's like a cartoon where just a plate comes up.
Got the hangover beef dinner. Overall, 7. No, I'll give it an 8.
It's a hangover dinner, okay.
I make a lot of stuff at 7, but big up the 8 out of 10 on the dinner.
Wait, what is can somebody explain to me the Yorkshire pudding? Like, which part of that is the Yorkshire pudding? It's delicious if you make it right with gravy and everything. But wait, the thing that he ate was like, it looked like a fried thing. But that's Yorkshire pudding? The floppy round thing is Yorkshire pudding? That's a pudding? How is that thing a pudding? Maybe I don't understand pudding. Chat, where I come from, pudding is like a semi-solid goo. It is never solid. You can't like pick it up with a fork, right? There's nothing to pick up because it's all goopy. It's goop. It's like fried batter that puffs up. That's a pudding? That's a solid pudding. It's not the pudding we think of. It's bready and doughy and baked thing. That is very different than the pudding that I think of. Yeah, it's savory too. It's like a big savory pancake. I mean, it sounds like it could be good. What is it made of? What is actually does the Heimlich remover cover an egg corn for Heimlich manure? Like, does that count? England is like Wonderland. Nothing is what they say it is. Yeah, right? I was telling you earlier, those fries, well, maybe they weren't fries. Maybe they were, I mean, I know that he's got some parsnip there. But if it was fries, it would actually be chips. It's not fries there, it's called chips. Those are chips or chippers, if you want to be cheeky about it. And sometimes I do, chat. Sometimes I do want to be cheeky. Quite cheeky. You make a pudding batter, and then you put it in the oven under roasted beef, and it catches the drippings and gets based. Pudding means different things in places that aren't even North America. But what is the pudding itself? You can't have your pudding if you don't have your meat. When I heard you can't have your pudding if you don't eat your meat, I was thinking that they're talking about dessert, which makes sense because they do that in America too. Your parents will be like, you'll be like, I want to, you say you've got an ice cream bar or something, or like something's a cupcake, right? And that's for dessert. And you reach for it. Your parents will be like, you got to eat your food first, okay? You can't just sit down here, eat your dessert, leave your food on the table and get up. Like, you're going to have to eat the vegetables. You're going to have to eat like all the stuff that you don't want to. It's made of eggs, flour, milk, salt, and oil. Okay. I mean, it's pretty simple, but yeah, I can see simple but effective. It's like a what do you call this? This is a type of food. It's a comfort food, right? Is this like a comfort food? It sounds pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he gave everything a 10 out of 10, and then overall that adds up to an 8.
Dinner.
Usually pudding is dessert, but Yorkshire pudding, okay, so most puddings are, in fact, traditional puddings are dessert, but this one is a Yorkshire pudding, and that's a different thing. They do things different, chat, in Yorkshire.
Chip shop edition.
The chips, we got the chips, and we got is that a banger? Is he going to call it a banger? 1 in chat if you think that thing is going to be called a banger. 2 in chat if you think it's going to be called a weenie.
Right, what we get? Get Savoy. Chips.
We got Savoy? What did he say?
Now, I hope to God.
He's just going to deep throat it. He's going to eat it like a seagull.
Let's give these chips a go.
It's not a proper banger. Okay, because it's not spicy enough, right? It looks like what we would call a hot dog, but what did he call it? He called it something else. It's like an alternative to bread. That's pretty interesting. I'm going to have to see if I can veganize that. Would that be a bastardization of English cuisine if I were to...
Yeah, he gave everything a 10 out of 10, and then overall that adds up to an 8.
Dinner. Chip shop edition. Right.
Chip shop. Okay.
Get Savoy.
Get Savoy? What?
But big up the 8 out of 10 on the dinner.
Yeah, he gave everything a 10 out of 10, and then over.
It could be a knockwurst.
That adds up to it.
It's pretty beefy, whatever it is.
Dinner. Chip shop edition. Right. What we get? Get Savoy.
Get Savoy? Did he?
Chips and these sorts.
Now, I hope
English cuisine is all bastardized.
He's just gonna deep throat it. He's gonna eat it like a seagull. Like,
Alright, let's give these chips a go.
He's gonna swallow it down in gulps or something.
Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad.
Super easy to veganize.
But big up 20.
It sounds good. I'm hungry now. Wait, what? Big up? He's bigging up all of his meals.
He's gonna deep throat it. He's gonna eat it like a seagull. Like,
Alright, let's give these chips a go.
What's he got in there? What's that sauce? Maybe a Polish sausage? I mean, it looks like a large beef frank to me. Savoy. Is that what it's called? It's called Savoy? Is it like it's basically the cheapest meat of like a hot dog, made like a hot dog? Normally covered it. Oh, okay, we got this in the United States. We've got essentially a corn batter covered hot dog fried, and it's called a corn dog. It's called a corn dog.
Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad.
And the vegan ones are really good.
But big up 2023.
That's one thing that you can veganize. You could make it with a mushroom-based gravy. I would do that.
Big up 2023, okay.
Yeah, he's gonna big up all of his meals.
Great year. The year of the Bevo.
Oh, that's good.
How'd you know? How'd you know if that's good?
What's he got in there? Are those beans? It's a big wiener, 1% pig arse, and 11% old newspapers.
Doesn't touch.
So it definitely is like it looks like a mini bologna. It's like a beef frank, right?
Besides.
It's a swoosh.
Chips are good, 8 out of 10.
He's straight swooshing the food.
No, he's gonna do it. He's gonna eat it all. He's gonna eat it.
You fucking idiot!
What's in there? Is that beans? Make some faux beef drippings with veggie broth, mushroom, soy, and seasoning.
Dear Bevo! Fucking hell.
If you get a Savoy over a battered
That's a Savoy.
sausage, you are a wrong one.
Wait, what is those are beans, right? We have something like this. It's called Franken beans. You take a hot dog, you chop it up into little pieces, and you mix it into Boston baked beans. And I mean, there's a few chews there.
I don't know.
Oh my god, not enough chews, but he's chewing it more than he did to what was he eating before? Like beef and chicken?
Let's have another taste.
Yeah, roast beef and like chicken wings or something.
This content is so wholly uninteresting, but everyone's watching it at the moment.
This is incredibly popular.
Get off my For You page. I can't escape it. Even when I go off TikTok, I go on Twitter, he's there.
There's something fascinating.
He's everywhere. Yeah, I'm introducing you to Bevo before. Remember, chat, I introduced you to Skibbity toilets. Now Skibbity toilets are everywhere. Now I'm introducing you to Bevo.
About watching people try and complete normal everyday tasks, but somehow getting it so wrong.
Not too shabby. Tell you what, 6 out of 10 for the Savoy. Ain't great.
6 out of 10 for the Savoy. He's not that into it.
Chips are banging though.
The chips are always banging. I mean, it's hard to mess up chips, but
that's on you.
There are good chips.
You for picking the Savoy though.
Yeah, I don't know what you expect from getting a Savoy.
Dinner!
Savolo.
Sweet and sour style. You
know you know the rules. We don't know the rules, but you know the rules.
You can see the TikTok live money's come in because he's got a chain with his name on there.
He's got the Bevo chain.
I love how he's got a Bevo chain. What would you do if one day I just turned up for a recording with a memulous chain?
I'd respect you, to be fair.
Memo.
Not chewing. You know the rules, and if you don't know the rules,
that Savoy was sus as fuck. 6 out of 10.
get to know the rules, babe.
Yeah, was it even cooked all the way through?
But he's never.
He's got some rice.
Explains what the rules are.
He's got some sweet and sour. It looks good.
And I actually genuinely spent about half an hour yesterday looking, and ironically, I could not find.
You know, it's funny though. If you actually asked me to rate something, like I feel bad doing it, because like honestly, chat, like not everything that I eat has to be like a culinary masterpiece. Like most of the food that you eat in life is like struggle food a little bit, or maybe not so struggle food, but whatever it is not like gourmet. And I would think that 10 would be like that is some shit that would Gordon Ramsay would have nothing bad to say about this, right? If you give something a 10, that's what I assume it is. Gordon Ramsay cannot find fault with this. Gordon Ramsay would be like, would just be like, he'd chew it and he'd, give that nod, and that's, you know what I mean? When he doesn't say anything when he likes something, but he eats it in a certain way that shows his approval. And then he picks up his napkin and he wipes his face and he's like, that was got no notes on that one. So yeah, it would be like a no notes from Gordon Ramsay is what 10 is. So by that standard, the food that I normally eat is a 3, right? If I compare it to Gordon Ramsay, that's a 3. But like, I don't think of it as a 3. I don't think this is shitty food. I don't think like, oh God, I gotta choke this down. It's food. It's, noodles and vegetables and rice and beans and just, it's food. Potato, nothing special. Just a baked potato, but it's food.
You were researching the
I
Bevo rules.
wanted to know, and there are none.
Maybe the rule is there are no rules.
Maybe that is the one and only rule. It's like Fight Club.
Apparently I don't chew enough, but I don't need to chew. Watch. Chicken as well, yeah. Chicken.
Yeah, do you want?
He's gonna die. He's gonna die.
He just swallowed it.
You know, like those people. I remember like watching a thing in like the Guinness World Records where there was that man who could like eat metal, he like eats planes.
Yeah.
Do you reckon this is like the early?
Yeah, or like the guy that eats trees.
Starter to get you onto that, like to get your digestive system.
This is like the Charmander to the Charizard. Do you know what I mean?
If he,
have you ever loved something you made super stoned and then you make it sober and it's awful? No, but I've had the opposite shit happen before. Okay, I remember this one time I was hanging out with some people and we were I think we were like, well, so before we ate, we like ordered some food, like some stir fry, and then we didn't eat it right away, right? The first thing that we ate was some mushrooms. And then it was like after, like, anyway, we had the food there in case we got hungry. Now me, after eating mushrooms, I don't get hungry. I don't want to see food. I don't want to think about food. But like my friends brought out the stir fry and they started eating it. It was things like snap peas. It was like tofu, corn, like miniature corn, little mushrooms, little bamboo shoots, and like snap peas. And something about it, it was like, why are you eating aliens? Like you have seriously just like cut up an alien and you're eating it now. That is not human food. That is not right. Because like after you've eaten mushrooms, I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah. Like so, it felt like some kind of they visited a planet of like insectoid aliens and they were eating the aliens in a stir fry, and I had no interest. So I've definitely had food, and normally that's really good food, like stir fry and rice. Oh yeah. Oh my god, easily with a little bit of ginger and some sauce. I mean, it's one of my favorite things. But you show that to me after being in that state of mind, and I'm gonna, not be quite as interested.
he was on a plane crash and he was the last one of the...
Yeah, for like 6 hours, and then you get really hungry. But then you want, what you really want after that is like you want some hash browns. Hash browns, ketchup. What else? I don't even know. Just hash browns and ketchup, maybe.
The last 10 survivors, he would swallow everybody else whole to survive.
You don't need to chew your food. You don't.
That is maybe the one thing...
This is the worst advice that he's given.
You've been brought up saying that you do need to do.
Big up the sweet and sour. It's tasting banging tonight. Big up the...
How does he know though, George?
I don't know. He maybe his taste buds are...
He smells it, right? He can...
evolved more than ours. He only needs to have the food in his mouth for a split second to be able to taste it.
Also, every plate is the same colour, like every time. It's just baked.
Soul Life says, I gourmet everything. $1.75 cup of mac and cheese. Add cheese, parm, touch of oh yeah, garlic is a good one. Hot sauce. I love hot sauce on like everything, and salsa. Salsa is like it's just general condiment.
It looks like a Call of Duty map.
As far as TikTok eaters go, the food he eats is pretty good. Like, did you ever see what Ben AF
Diner hash browns with a nice person bringing you coffee continuously? That was my old job.
C8? It was like pure beige. Like the food was the same color as the plate.
Yeah, and then he'd have a Dunkin' Barbie sauce.
Bringing the coffee.
Great meal.
Wait, is that beans?
Half of that didn't even make it into his fucking mouth.
No.
It's alright. Rice a bit bland.
It's fucking rice.
Pineapple. Big up the pineapple. Does pineapple belong on pizzas? Let me know down below.
Do you reckon people let him know? What are the comments like? Have you read them?
No, I mean, they're all just sort of like, how are you not dead yet?
I don't know. What does sour taste?
What are we watching and why? This is Bevo. This is an incredibly popular content creator from the UK.
Sweet but not sour. Big up the sweet.
What does sour
Big up the sweet.
taste like?
He's not real, man. I love, right, you know, like those things where you got like the Vietnam flashback. That's him every time he has to chew something for like 4 bites. He just stares off into the distance.
You know the rules.
You know the rules. We literally don't.
Big up Beaver.
Who's the colonel?
I don't know. He eats so disgustingly. He eats with his mouth open. You can see all the food going around in his mouth.
7 out of 10. Can't go wrong. Bit of
10 out of 10.
Has a meal been rated
The rice looks pretty good.
less than a 7 out of 10 so far?
I don't think so.
Gonna be live.
And honestly, rice is an art. It's really easy to screw up rice.
Now, make sure to go check them out.
What does he do on live?
I don't know. I mean, he seems like a nice
One guy is protecting his identity at all costs, and the other guy is like, F it.
enough guy, but he's just known for not being able to eat properly.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with him, although I do only get a small glimpse into his world through his dinner routine.
You know the rules. Old Bevo's back.
But don't worry, chat. We'll get to more Vaush after this. We've got a debate about Vaush with some very sussy people in their own right.
Saying the fame's got to my head. It hasn't, guys. Listen, I just meant mashtag. Big up mashtag. We've got spaghetti bolognese.
Isn't it mental? Like, if you told someone 20 years ago you could get famous of eating dinner,
They would have gone, oh, I'm going to quit my job at the
Wait a minute, but this isn't anything new. What are you talking about? Mukbang has been around forever. Like, I would think I was watching mukbang in 2014. This is not anything new. Is it just like, has it come back recently? Or is, like, maybe there's a TikTok thing that's like mukbang, but they're not calling it mukbang?
Garlic bread. If you call it spag bowl, you're weird.
who calls garlic?
Like, I want to see the bandana guy do like a eating, do like a mukbang. Because then he has to put it like under his bandana. He has to kind of like go like that and then like put like that would be hilarious.
I don't go garlic.
Mukbang never went away.
I don't go garlic bread spag bowl. That would be weird. He's not wrong. I agree with him on that.
If you don't know the rules, get to know the rules. Right, this spaghetti's a bit thicker.
Get to know the rules. How are we gonna know the rules? Oh, spaghetti. Now spaghetti is strangely easy to mess up. Okay, like I remember as a kid going to stay over at friends' houses, and some of their moms made better spaghetti than my mom, but some of their moms were like, I don't know what they were doing. I'm trying to even think about what it was that was like so wrong, but there's some very bad spaghetti. And my mom made decent spaghetti, okay? Not the best, but pretty good. So, I don't know. I had a high standard.
Oh, that steamed cheese.
How many bites do you think he's going to go for?
I'm trying to remember what it is about like certain spaghettis. Maybe it's the sauce that I don't like.
It's spaghetti, so you can kind of get away with not.
Thick spaghetti with short stacked meatballs.
You don't really want to, because otherwise.
It's like it's like an ood, mate.
Have you ever swallowed spaghetti and it kind of only gets down halfway and you're like.
Yeah, cooking the noodles properly. But what is proper cooking? Chat 1 in chat if you like al dente, 2 in chat if you're like cook the spaghetti, you know, make those noodles soft.
Yeah, you want to die, yeah, because
3 in chat if you don't mind mush. Okay, so like 1 in chat are the people, they gotta have the al dente. That spaghetti's gotta have, it's gotta bite back. It's gotta bite back, right? 2 in chat if you're like, you know, just like somewhere in the middle. And 3 in chat if you're just like, you just like give me spaghetti mush.
It's like his body acid just instantly melts whatever gets past the neck.
Let's go for the meat. Let's try this.
The meat.
Bloody hot.
I want to show this video to an Italian.
9 mil in that.
It's boiling hot.
It's come straight out the fur.
I'm pretty sure that is some frozen garlic bread. It does not look homemade.
Shop Tuesday, you know the rules.
Oh, what is that thing called again? I know the rules, but I can't remember what that sausage thing is called.
That's a lot of chips.
Savoy? That's a lot of chips.
How many fucking chips do you want?
Are those chips?
Entire family are downstairs starving to death.
Wondering where their chips are.
Oh, I've got a TikTok to film. I'll be having all that. Thank you.
We've got a little special guest. Big up the reggae.
Yo, he is eating reggae sauce.
Caused by Levi Roots. Big up the follow from Levi Roots. He followed me.
He followed you.
He followed him and asked him to use this on his.
It's a plate full of half-cooked potatoes. Yeah, they don't really look like crisps, or I mean, crisps would be chips, but they don't look like chips, which are fries.
Videos.
What, Levi personally.
All the basic spaghetti, chili, pot roast. Well, no, that's interesting, right? Because there's also Cincinnati chili, which is a lot more. It's like a cross between chili and, if you imagined spaghetti but with chili, that would be Cincinnati chili. And it's kind of surprising if you order it and you're like, I went to a chili place to get chili. They gave me a bowl of chili and they said a three-way, and I'm like, what's a three-way? I don't know what that means. Sure, I'll get a three-way. Let me just give me the chili, right? And you start eating it, and your fork sinks down into something that is not very chili-like, and you pull it up, and there's spaghetti noodles at the bottom, and you're like, excuse me, I ordered chili, and there are spaghetti. I must have, maybe my order got mixed up with somebody else's, and they're like, no, that's a three-way. That's what you ordered. That's Cincinnati chili.
Apparently so.
Big up the reggae sauce. Jeez, big up the Jamaicans. They know the rules.
Big up the...
They know the rules. Clearly we don't.
Jamaicans, sheesh.
Reggae sauce or
I reckon that kind of goes, to be honest.
Mate, I'm not gonna lie. Levi Roots, they're very good. They could make any meal better, I think.
Bumba clap. There we go. Let's have a...
No. Shucksby, thank you for the biddies. The reggae sauce.
That was halfway down his throat when he started speaking.
I think a three-way, it's like, okay, so like you got like noodles, you got chili, you got cheese, onions, I think. And so the greater number of way it is, like the more stuff that's on there. I think just like, yeah, there's okay, so like a two-way, I think, is just chili and spaghetti. A three-way is beans, chili, and spaghetti. A four-way is cheese, beans, chili, and spaghetti. A five-way is like onions, cheese, onions, cheese, beans. Is that right? Anybody from Cincinnati here? Anybody from Ohio in here? Cincinnati is just a type of chili that's on top. It doesn't include... It does, though. If you get Cincinnati chili, you're gonna get some spaghetti, I'm pretty sure. Unless like there's a way to order a one-way that's just the chili. Potato colored, yeah.
Evo actually has two throats, so he swallows with one and speaks with...
It's definitely an Ohio thing.
This would be enough qualification to get you into the X-Men Academy, I think, as one of the mutants. Like, he would actually fit in there. What's your superpower? I can
swallow chips with one bite.
Big up the Jamaicans.
Do you think there were Jamaicans really excited to hear Bevo big up them?
Finally, the recognition that they deserve.
Big up yourself.
What was that last one?
I've no idea.
I have Perth, Washington, or sorry. Perth, WA, Western Australia says, get invited to a Cincinnati three-way.
No idea.
Bevo, I've got stuff in the works. We've got the Bevo burger.
The Bevo burger. There's a burger. So there's Beast Burger, now there's Bevo Burger.
Bevo burger.
We got the Bevo Burger.
Bevo
What do you
burger.
think's in the
Is it a two-way or a three-way?
Bevo burger? I reckon it's like, you know, like when birds go
Are there beans on that burger?
and like feed their younglings, they sick up the food they've eaten.
Oh.
I reckon that's just what he does. He just sicks up
He's got a family in a nest somewhere, yeah.
whatever he's eaten that day into the burger, fully formed.
We've got a bacon.
A bacon.
Hashtag this is going to beat any burger.
His teeth are very white.
Yeah, why do you think that is, Alex?
Oh my god,
look.
I know this lore.
He puts food, I don't know if it'll pick up on this one, but sometimes when he puts food in his mouth, the food turns white from the teeth whitening filter. Yeah, look, did you see that? The food that in his mouth went all white.
Come down to the burger van. Bevo's Burger Van.
Does he actually own a burger van?
It would be the most
A burger barn?
logical thing for him to go into with his TikTok money.
Bevo just stumbled upon internet fame. I hope he's padding his savings accounts. Yeah, and doesn't keep it all on PayPal like Xander Hall.
Yeah.
To have his own burger van. You can't tell me you wouldn't
Burger
go to
van.
Bevo's Burgers. I would
I
be
wouldn't
there
go to
every
Bevo's
day.
Burgers, Alex. Are you seriously telling me the spices?
Cincinnati chili does not include spaghetti. It's different spiced chili made with ground beef. No, yeah, the one way, I guess, would be just the chili, right? But if you go to like a Gold Star chili, like depending on what you order, there's a good chance you're going to end up with some spaghetti noodles. It's really a palate cleanse if the Bevo guy is making me sick and not want to eat my lunch. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Is this lad an Irish? Are you asking if this is an Irish laddie? I think we're about to watch some more Irish laddie in a second.
Roast potatoes once before swallowing them knows what good food is.
What gives Mr. Beast more of an authority on burgers than Bevo? I don't understand. Like,
He probably chooses food more than 4 times.
Chip Shop Tuesday, you know.
You know what? I'm sick of.
Wait, but I think you're right about the. Yeah, Reaper. I think you're right about the, chili on spaghetti is chili mac. But I think you're right about the fact that it has different spices. Like Cincinnati chili, there's some ingredient in there that I can't put my finger on.
Not watching any more Chip Shop Tuesday.
if every Tuesday all you do is have the same thing from the chip shop, then what's the point? What is this freeze frame?
Oh, hang on. I gotta see what happened here. Yeah, my guy's suffering.
Nice, nice.
Is it? Is it nice?
Okay, so here's my question for you, chat. People that watch Bevo, are they watching him to laugh at him? Or are they, like, did they think that Bevo is a cool guy? What do you think? Like, what manner of engagement does Bevo have with his audience? Like, is this all a shit show? Is this all like, look at this guy, like, not chew his food properly and eat it all in, like, under 30 seconds? Or is this like in what way are they engaging? Like, I don't understand the Cincinnati food culture. Well, it's mainly a chili culture. I don't know if Cincinnati has like different like of other kinds of food.
My god, he's struggling. To be fair, have you ever had McDonald's pancakes?
He's dry swallowing an enormous pill, yeah.
They are the driest things on planet Earth.
Not something that I'd personally.
Wait, is that true? It's been a while. No, wait, you gotta put all the you gotta put all the syrup on your McDonald's pancakes. That's how you properly eat McDonald's pancakes. They need to be soaked in syrup. That's probably why they're so dry, is because they're made to soak up massive amounts of syrup.
I don't think.
Can't go wrong.
What was that? What was that? What did he just say?
Can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong. Can you stop eating with your mouth?
Half are like you're a moron, chew your food, and the other half are like big ups, bruv.
Oh, Brandon, please, I'm begging.
Big up McDonald's, big up Ronald.
Pick up Ronald.
Big up Bevo.
Steak, chips.
What are your bets on how many times he's going to chew a steak?
Oh, come on, man. I mean, what type of steak is he?
Oh, this is scary.
Is it like, is it medium? Is it rare?
I don't know.
This is scary.
He's going to chew it 10 times.
Natalie says it's gotta be for laughs. I think it's because he knows that at the top of the hour, there's an ad break, and that ad break is coming at you swiftly. Life comes at you swiftly, and if you blink your eyes, you end up stuck in an ad break for 3 minutes. What is actually 3 minutes, but seems very much like 3 hours, because it is an existential limbo to be shoved into all of a sudden, especially if you're not expecting it. That's why I'm letting you know that it's coming up so that you can possibly maybe escape that cruel fate, escape that bloody destiny by using a Twitch Prime to get out of the ad break for free. No cost to you, puts money in my pocket, and gives you emotes. You could also escape the ad break with $5 of your hard-earned money by buying a sub for yourself, or possibly through the kindness and generosity of somebody that is wanting to give gift subs or community subs, right? Although that sort of thing, getting a sub for free, it happens, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
At least 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I mean, you gotta don't lick the knife. Are you gonna lick the knife?
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, he did. 17,
It's gone.
17. That's still not very many chews for a steak,
Like,
though, is it?
you can feel him swallowing it. That's the thing that, like, I'm realizing, right? Is that, like, the way that his he kind of like gulps it with his by biting his lip. It's like you can feel that swallow.
He's eating it upside down. That's fucking sick.
No.
Can we have an ad break with soggy spaghetti?
No, eating burgers upside down is elite. Because the bottom bun is like quite flimsy usually. The top bun is more firm. So it makes more sense to eat it upside down so it doesn't fall apart.
Oh. Yeah, banging.
Why does he swallow like that, George?
Wait, what kind of, is that an English muffin? What kind of bread is that?
It's for Fuse because he knows people go, why are you...
Yeah, so Dusty Den knows what the deal is with his teeth. Those are veneers. He got those teeth. I don't know how far into his TikToker journey he got those teeth, but yeah, he came into some money and he got some veneers.
People only watch his videos to see if he's gonna...
I think I've seen the video where he gets them too.
A Heimlich maneuver.
Where he shows them off for the first time.
Big up the chips, let's have a go.
Half of this man's diet consists...
Are we just watching someone eat normal food? I mean, I guess. Is this normal food for the UK? We're watching a celebrity, an e-celebrity, a famous man named Bevo, who is coming to a screen near you, who is coming to a For You page, an FYP near you soon.
Chips.
I would pay so much money just teleport 25 years into the future of Beaver.
We're almost done, Natalie Marie. We're almost back to the... We're gonna watch some more gross stuff, thanks to Vaush, though.
Life and just to see what he's up to. Beaver nearly ends it all with a slice of bacon.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't choke! Don't choke!
Oh my god!
I'm worried for him.
This is the Bevo.
He likes
the
to
one
take
and
a
only.
big bite, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I have.
Okay, so now here's a little subplot too. Like Bevo is often seen at the side of beautiful girls, and sometimes it's a different girl, and there's like it's a seeming battle for the who gets to be at Bevo's arm. And there's something going on with like they fight each other like Muay Thai fights. The Bevo's suitors. Bevo is also kind of a ladies' man, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
It's this.
There's no half measures with Bevo.
He's not making it easy on himself, and I kind of respect that. He plays at the highest level of this game. Could you imagine looking to the right of you in a restaurant and seeing
seeing Bevo?
Bevo.
Dessert, Bevo, Ed Matthews, you know the rules.
Big
Come
up the
on.
Essex man.
Big up the
Wait.
Essex boys. What have we got?
He kind of reminds me of like a Mr. Beast.
What have we... No,
like
one bite. We'll have to do two.
Is this Mr. Britt?
But what we got here, we got...
How did this collaboration come to be? Did Ed Matthews go, Bevo, do you want to come over to my house and eat some dessert?
I hope that's the deal. Bevo, I have half a custard cake left over if you would dare to join me.
Big up Ed Matthews. Big up the boxing.
Why is he eating it like that?
What? Ed got nothing but clout chasers around him, allegedly. All I know is I learned from Ethan. So yeah, Ethan covered this guy yesterday.
Yeah. It's terrible.
And I had never heard of him before.
Oh, wait. Did you see that? The way he swallowed it?
Nice.
That almost took him out. Imagine like you make a collaboration video with Bevo and he just dies.
Mate, I mean,
it would be your fault.
Bound to happen.
Like that's a occupational hazard.
Fucking hell. He's just so unhinged. Like, he knows one day he's going to need like medical attention for this, but he still does it.
Finish the ice cream off like that. Oh, I didn't even chew that.
Oh no, you need to chew.
A weird one to choke on. You just swallow ice cream. You don't.
That's the one. Yeah.
It's the brain.
No, you know what? He got the brain freeze. Yeah, exactly. It's the brain freeze. 100% brain freeze.
That's recent. That's why in September. Look, so I started at the very start of September. Only earned 650, but my next month was 9k.
9k. I didn't real. I thought TikTok doesn't TikTok kind of underpay you?
Month November was 10k, but this month already I've made 11.2 G's, bro.
What the fuck?
So like, I don't know when this video was taken, but I'm assuming it was a few days ago.
I feel like if this was YouTube numbers, if he had similar numbers on YouTube, you know, we'd be talking about 50k. Oh well, these are pounds, right? So it's slightly more. It's slightly more. If you're converting this into dollars in your head, knock it up a few notches, because a pound is worth more than $1.
So like he's making at least 20 grand a month from these videos of him eating.
Respect the
Yeah,
game.
honestly,
to be honest.
you can't not respect it. He makes like the most dire content ever, but it works, and he's making a lot of money off it. Big respect to Bevo. Big up Bevo.
Oh, wait, is that really? That's not like a lot of money. I mean, maybe for TikTok that's a lot of money, but TikTok, yeah, you have a lot of organic reach. Let's just put it that way on TikTok, right? You have a great chance of people that, you know, are not attached to your audience yet seeing your content on TikTok. So you're sort of paying for, or you're getting paid somewhat in exposure.
Know the rules.
That one video, the beef dinner video that went viral, yeah? Probably only 2.2 Gs.
He earned nearly 2.5 grand from swallowing a roast potato.
That is mental for like a 45-second video. That's insane. I love this. This is how it should be.
We are in a golden age. This is like the gold rush. Like, you know, when
120 a year. I mean, yeah, it is. It's just that, like, I think he's a really big content creator. What I'm saying is that if you get like a million, view videos on YouTube, you get paid substantially more. But yeah, no, he's making a lot more than he's making. Oh my God, I don't even want to think about how much more than me he's making. He's making a lot more than me.
people flock to California to mine gold. Nowadays, people flock to TikTok to eat
A
their...
lot of money for a 45-second video, but I mean, even if you're making a lot of 45-second videos and they're bangers and they're viral and everything, my understanding is that you are just not getting paid. And part of it is like the difficulty in monetization. TikTok has figured out monetization better than YouTube has for shorts, but it's still...
Their dinner.
Mate, I'm gonna get on that.
I'm gonna get on that. What? Eating food on live? That is the most amazing conversation ever.
Should we do try and swallow this bit of broccoli out?
Go on.
Vivo reveals he was born with no teeth. Is that true?
There's two cameras, John.
They gotta get
live. That is the most amazing.
To California to mine
5-second.
Probably only 2.2 Gs.
He earned nearly 2.5 grand from swallowing a roast potato.
That is mental for like a 45-second video. That's insane. I love this. This is how it should be.
We are in a golden age. This is like the gold rush. Like, you know, when people...
Wait, good point, Robert G. Isn't everyone born with no teeth? Yeah.
Flock to California.
And some of us get our teeth taken out to be able to use Cinco products.
Mine gold. Nowadays, people flock to TikTok to eat their dinner.
Some of us have to have all of our teeth removed.
Mate, I'm gonna get on that.
I'm gonna get on that. What? Eating food on live? That is the most amazing conversation ever.
Should we do try and swallow this bit of broccoli out?
Bevo eating dinner with Bevo. And we nearly lost him on a no chew. Bevo reveals he was born with no teeth.
Oh, good.
Good.
There's two cameras, John.
They gotta get all the angles.
Come go for a record right now. Down the gullet.
I don't know, I think that's easier than the...
This is...
Is he gonna get sent a lion for this?
Actually, this is insane. This is mental.
Mate, this is what we should be doing.
Probably.
No,
that's what we should all be doing.
Anyway, guys, you know the rules.
Okay, you know the rules, chat. Like, subscribe. You can help me out by through either super chats, super stickers, through memberships, through subs, through gift subs, through gift memberships, through bits on Twitch, through donations. If you look down in the link, these are all possibilities. Hell, you can even support me over on Patreon. No comment chick on Patreon, or even through something as simple as hitting that like button, which helps me out more than you realize. Those are the official rules, I believe. Okay, so I promised you more Vaush, and I do mean to deliver. I've got a wick panel. Chat, it's been a while. It's been a short while. And by short, I mean like not that short of a while. It's been a long while since we have watched a wick panel. So I've got this offering for you. This is Brianna Wu. Yes, that Brianna Wu, the person from the Mean Girl group chat. The person with progressive voice. The person essentially paying a bunch of very underperforming, let's just say, content creators to allow her to be part of their circle. Essentially, seems to be operating an actual pack in the interest of making her a entity within the debate sphere. This is Brianna Wu talking to one of those people that she pays, Wick, and
but yeah, let's talk about
and Short Fat Otaku, SFO, aka Dev.
Let's talk about Vaush. Where do we want to start with this? I'll ask the question again. No one answered me.
So we could watch this, okay? We could watch Wick. We could watch the panel, right? Or we could watch the non-compete debate. Which sounds better to you, chat?
Watch a pedophile.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
She's paying streamers to be in their orbit. She's not the first one. If you remember way back, there was a creator named Zonia that did kind of similar thing. But yeah, I guess you could say that Zonia walked so that Brianna Wu could run.
He might be. It's possible. It's within, like, if there's like an arc, if you drew like a circle of all possible.
The EJ debate we're talking about is a debate with Vaush, like, right? I just it's the one where they're debating about Vaush's attack on Luna, the weird thing that Vaush said about Luna's like relatives, and then it goes into a weird discussion of like, what if aliens made you abuse children? I don't know. It's the shit show debate. You've seen a little bit of it if you've been watching the H3 content, right? A lot of that was a little bit of EJ getting his comeuppance, like people watching the EJ Vaush debate that are not debate sphere poisoned, and therefore see it as being just Vaush being the one who looks ridiculous. So yeah, same person in the Mean Girls chat with Brianna Wu. I believe you're correct.
Things, there would be a subcircle inside that of Vaush is a pedophile, and another subcircle of Vaush isn't. It's possible, but I don't think he is.
We all see his response video, the context video. Just
I have not seen all of it. No,
you've not seen all of it.
I was watching Erudite talk about it, but I didn't finish.
Okay. I think we'll start with this. Do you think that the contents of his porn folder were, I guess, for lack of a better word, lolly?
Yes.
Yes.
I
the ones that were lolly. Like, there's others that weren't, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know the ones you mean.
deliberately have not sought them out, so I cannot personally make that assessment.
Do you want me to show them to you?
I don't actually. There's a reason I didn't look at it.
You want me to describe them?
I will trust your judgment for the sake of this.
Well, I can describe the two.
Natalie, you watch this oh my god. But now they're freaking communists invading radicals. Thank you for invading into my chat. Thank you for the subscription. Remember, the subscription button is right next to the like button. So while you're up there giving it a like, maybe even subscribe. Hell, if you want to, you can even click on notifications if you want to know exactly when I'm streaming next. Notifications is probably the best way to do that, by enabling those if it's not annoying to you. Remember, you don't have to, and I appreciate it if you do.
That I can describe two.
I understand there's a horse and a very young girl involved. Is that?
You could say that. Correct. There's a horse and a very young girl. Yeah.
That's not the worst one, really.
Oh no.
So here, you can mute if you want, Brianna, but for the sake of the chat,
No.
Go
ahead.
The worst one is.
Oh no, we gotta somehow, like, cause you know what's in there, chat.
So there's a horse that's fucking.
No, okay, that's like enough. Yeah, and then what he was trying to say is there's like a horse getting down with a human woman and a loli, like a underage looking drawn character on the backside of the horse, like orally going to town on the horses. But that's disgusting.
Asshole.
No. That's terrible. I just don't want to hear these words.
I think you have as well, Brianna.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
The no comment versus Vaush is fine. I would watch that eventually. We'll see. I mean, we'll have a chance to at least watch one of those things
That's
tonight.
probably the worst one. The most grotesque one is probably that. The other one was it looked like a little girl getting fucked.
No, god damn it. How does anybody just fucking often say this stuff? Like, this is just...
I'm not going to be defending that.
Yeah, no shit, you're not gonna defend that.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But there is some connection, or at least I'm to understand that there is, between Vaush and Brianna Wu. There was recently a Progressive Voice canvassing effort. There were some, I guess, Vaush orbiters there, as well as a lot of, but it seemed like a more Destiny heavy thing. So I don't know what exactly the relationship. Fast forward 10 to 30 seconds.
The others, like there was like a few blowjob pics, but like
no
person was of age or.
Because we only saw a portion of this, right? We only saw a single little bit. Like, what else is there? And I think it's fair, right, to ask that question. Like, hey,
did I say Progressive Voice again? Yeah, Progressive Voice is a YouTube channel who, as far as I know, did nothing wrong in terms of interactions with Brianna Wu.
Hey, especially since, as I understand it, Vaush has been very critical of hentai or of lolly and these things. And to find
or of
out...
anime in general. I've heard him say that if you watch anime, you're like a right winger and you're a Nazi. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, that's insane to say that. Like,
now for the record, Short Fat Otaku, SFO, also known as Dev, is a right winger and pretty far right.
See, here's the thing, right?
I keep on doing Sahil dirty. Yeah, Sahil didn't. This is not Sahil's fault.
For me, it's more Schadenfreude because he is.
Schadenfreude? Is that like Schadenfreude you feel through your chode? What are you talking about, Schadenfreude? How come nobody can pronounce Schadenfreude? It's like, that's like the easiest.
He's being hung by his own standards. He's
hoisted, as one would say, on his own petard.
He said so much stuff about this over the years, and now he's finding himself in the position of the people he demonized. And it's like, well, you kind of deserve this, dude.
So, okay.
Also, thank you.
On that. And yeah, so to be clear, I just want to say this. I'm sure Vaush would not.
Also, thank you for the follow, Lesbian.
Mind like anything I'm gonna say.
Yeah, what is Schadenfreude? What the fuck?
Like, we're friends. I respect him. You know, I've told him privately this was a mistake.
This is so weird from Brianna. Like, I've told him privately from this is a mistake. Brianna's literally cringing when told about like what's in the folder, but she's got this weird standard where it's like, well, if somebody is a friend of mine, then I make a lot of exceptions for them. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, look, I can understand maybe giving somebody the benefit of the doubt if there's like a controversy, you know, with your friend, you're going to give them a chance to explain it first before you jump to conclusions, stuff like that. Totally understandable. But the idea that this stuff would be okay as long as it's a friend of yours, and like, let's be real, when she's saying friend, she's saying somebody that she's, I am 90% sure, yeah, what she really means is somebody that she's involved in a transactional relationship with, right? She's getting something out of her association with Vaush. It's not just like, you know, oh God, well, you know, we had so many good times together. We'd like watch so many animes together. I don't know what it would be, right? I don't get the feeling that she's really a friend, but there's something valuable in the relationship that she's willing to literally overlook stuff that makes her cringe, stuff that she cannot stand looking at or thinking of. Like, she's willing to make an exception when it comes to Vaush. Who are the two other people on the panel? On the bottom, we have Wick. Wick is a Twitch streamer who has been doing panels for, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years now. Has not really gone anywhere as far as, you know, his numbers, his channel size. He's, you know, hosted Destiny, Vaush, a lot of luminaries, I shouldn't call them luminaries, a lot of large content creators many times, and still hasn't grown because, well, I mean, not look at him, but like, you know, look at the content, right? He's boring. He's not charismatic, right? He's just like, but because of, you know, Brianna Wu and Progressive Victory, sorry, not Progressive Voice, apparently he's getting some kind of a stipend. So he's being kept in this like weird, like sort of limbo where he's not really making enough to justify like continuing to do this, but he's making enough that with the Brianna Wu money that he can't exactly stop. It's just a kind of strange and cruel, you know, fate that has befallen the Wickster. As far as his politics, I don't know, center right. He thinks of himself as a centrist, but he's, you know, he's not. He's kind of right wing. Short fact, otaku, SFO, aka Dev, the person in the top right wearing the red shirt, with the, you know, picture wearing the red shirt, right? He is more explicitly right wing than Wick. Again, somebody that considers themselves a centrist. This is like, I don't know what you want to call this, Sitch and Adam syndrome or something like that. It feels like Sitch and Adam syndrome, right? Because like you're clearly right wing, but you insist on calling yourself a centrist. That's kind of where SFO and Wick find themselves. And then Brianna Wu, of course, the leader of the Progressive Victory, the weird organization that seeks to unite Vaush orbiters with Destiny orbiters and use them to help Joe Biden and company. And yes, very much somebody with a lot of very spotty track record herself. So
I'll say here tonight,
3 sussy bakas. That's what we've got.
You know, I can't defend anything, and obviously I am very inclined to cut my friends a break sometimes when it comes to this stuff. So, but I think I can talk about like Lolly in this issue in like a wider context. And I think there's a really, I think you watch a lot of anime, and I think one of the reasons I've really pulled away from anime is
when Counterpoints comes on, he praises Sitch and Adam.
As much as I appreciate the storylines, there is just a perversion that like goes along with it. And like best case scenario, you're talking about like, you know, underwear shots of like women they're at least of age, but like, you know, as well as I do that you can't like watch anime without like this constantly being a theme. And I think it carries over to a lot of Switch games that I see. It certainly carries through to a lot of manga. And I think that there is kind of a casual
Nope knows what I'm talking about with the 3-way chili.
Sexualization of children.
Oh wait, noodles, chili, and cheese? What, do the beans come on after the cheese?
That is constant, and I think that it's hard to like have these hobbies and not get desensitized to it to some degree. Does that make sense to you? Do you know where I'm coming from?
Is Counterpoints 2 things, one of them being on breaking points? No, Counterpoints is a former cop that still has the cop mentality and essentially became a Destiny orbiter through claiming to be a true centrist, claiming to have, you know, empathy for the working class, empathy for working people, but really social conservative views. And like, let's be real. Like, he's a reactionary. And there's like a lot of bad shit if you start to look into Counterpoints. The other thing about Counterpoints is his name is really similar to ContraPoints, and I get the feeling that wasn't exactly an accident. I get the feeling that was like done on purpose, and that maybe some of the people that find him through search or think that they're getting contra points, and they end up getting counterpoints instead. He's also known as Connor points, and what is the other one? No, I think it's counterpoints and Connor points. Or he's different on Twitch than on YouTube, but yeah, just cop mentality, creepy guy.
I think it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Here, just so that we all know what we're talking about, because let's start striking things off the list, okay? Because we're all obviously anti-CP, like actual CP of kids, obviously.
Yes.
See, you can't take that for granted in the debate space. That's the sad thing. That's the sad thing, especially the circles that Wick travels in. Not Wick himself necessarily, but some people just a few steps removed from Wick might have a completely different perspective on that, and you know, that's why you have that's part of why the debate space is as toxic as it is.
And
Brave
I
stance.
do think
Stunning and brave from all of us. by the way.
stunning and brave. I do think that personally, I think it's kind of ridiculous to treat Lolly as if it's like CP.
Oh wait, that's a great question. Sisyphean Task asks, why the hell is Connor points in a group called Progressive Victory? I'm not entirely sure what Connor Points' involvement is in terms of the canvassing that they've done recently, that they sometimes do, but yeah, you're right. He definitely is not a progressive thinker, certainly not on social issues, and even, you know, like his whole, you know, idea of being economically left and socially right. I think that's a little sus too. Yeah, it's a strange thing that he is, I guess, he's getting money along with Wick, maybe even a little bit more, because I assume that Connor counterpoints gets more views, and some of the payout is based on, you know, their views. Right, he's getting paid by Progressive Victory too. To my understanding, 2 of these 3 people are being paid by a DNC affiliated PAC to normalize. I don't know about that last part, right? Because I mean, if that's true, they're definitely denying that. But yeah, you're talking. Dylan CIA Burns is talking about Wick and counterpoints.
Actually a child there. I don't think those are equivalent. I don't think that we can say that a person who consumes Lolly is the same morally as a person who consumes CP. I wouldn't say that. There's obviously degrees to what's going on here, right?
Can I just I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I gotta address real quick. Food shops, what the fuck are you doing? Counterpoints is not coming.
Enter food shops. Now I get to explain food shops. I don't know that much about food shops. I don't want to know that much about food shops. I know Keffals has done content on food shops, and you know, people have found clips of food shops expressing some really suspicious viewpoints. All right, if you think that Vaush's clips are suspicious, food shops are somehow even worse, and people still kind of do content with food shops, bring food shops on, talk about food shops, because it is a shit show. It is a shit show to hear somebody, and I don't want to. Oh my god, Looney Tunes, thank you for the resub. Yeah, that is 2 months for you. Thank you for resubscribing. Yeah, I don't want to draw any super strong conclusions about food shops. Let's just say that food shops is sussy in the way that Vaush is sussy, maybe even more so. Maybe it probably has said like more explicit things than Vaush. So
on when you're on, we're not ambushing you, and I told you that you would come on after the main segment is done. I didn't know the time.
Yeah, so hot take at Andy is saying they seemed okay to me from what I watched. Maybe I didn't catch them at the right time. That's the impression I have too. Oh my god, Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to Jasper James. Jasper James, you just got weaseled. These people seem radioactive. Why would Brianna think that these people deserve mainstream attention? I don't know. Look, if you like, I mean, this is just me going off of President Sunday's content, because like I said, I haven't watched food shops directly. I've just heard what other people say about food shops, and I haven't really looked super deeply into Progressive Voice. But I'm just, you know, getting the secondhand through President Sunday. It seems like a big part of what Progressive Voice is doing is building a name in the content space for Brianna Wu. Essentially, it is a source of funding, which makes people more likely to work with Brianna Wu, and whereas most people have to build their platform and create content and provide something meaningful. Brianna Wu is sort of able to sort of buy her way into these spaces, if that makes sense. Food Shops comes on to talk at the very end and just says she was screwed over during the panel, and then she dips out of the call. So again, like I said, I haven't watched Food Shops. I'm sure that at some points Food Shops is not saying anything that's super awful, but there are some clips of Food Shops that are just really worrying and do not seem to have, like, it doesn't seem like context would make them better. God damn it, did I say voice again? It's Victory. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Progressive Voice has nothing to do. I don't even know if Sahil's doing content anymore.
That would care. So I understand that you can be frustrated that we're going a little overtime. That's fair.
Yeah, we're talking about a pack that Brianna Wu runs, not a channel that Sahil runs.
That's fine. But come on, this isn't an ambush. No one's tricking you. No one's doing you dirty.
It seems like any political candidate that would associate with them would be vulnerable. Yeah, a lot of these people, like, I mean, like, especially the people that talk as if they have some sort of political ambitions, like Dylan Burns. Like, he has not really done a great job for, building an online reputation that would be amenable for. When you run for office, they go through like everything about you, everything that there is, right? And I just don't know what people are thinking.
Calm down. You can come on when we're done if you would like.
Sahil is in college right now.
It's up to you, right? I'm more than willing to hear you out, but let's not make shit up, please. But let me just kind of talk about because I wanna address you real quick, SFO. On the Lolly.
You can call me Dev, by the way. That's my actual name.
Dev.
You can just call me Dev. Yes. Yeah, it's okay.
I should probably start calling him Dev, so I'm not tempted to say, like, I don't know, Short Fat Otaku is his actual name, but
I guess my question for you would be, I understand that Lolly isn't the same as CP, but I think that there is a connection.
They seriously start debating Vaush versus Food Shops? How about neither?
Actual child porn is absolutely worse. 100% across the board, 1,000 times worse. Lolly is still bad, in my opinion.
Right.
Lolly is still wrong. It's still, there is a moral failing for people who consume it and view it and seek it out, in my opinion.
I think so too. Yeah, but I mean, is it something that is so immoral that it should be made illegal?
I don't know about illegal.
Like, if you take Brianna Wu at her word, the thing that she's trying to accomplish here is like synthesis through new media, particularly streaming, which she's looking at as being, maybe reaching like a younger audience with a greater level of engagement and trust, right? Whereas, like, a news source is just a news source, but a streamer is, somebody that you watch maybe every day, maybe every other day, right? You spend a lot of time in a live stream, and there's like a back and forth there, and that, there's sort of relationships that are built that are more sort of trust based than your average news source. I think that's how Brianna would explain her interest in subsidizing some of these streamers that are apparently not real obviously like going anywhere in content, but
I don't.
But yeah, I mean, President Sunday's argument is that it's more about giving Brianna Wu herself an in the debate sphere to be kind of seen as playing with the with her heroes, with the Destinies and the Vaushes of the world.
I don't know if I would take that strong of a stance that the government should get involved, but I will say that you should be socially sanctioned, at least somewhat, if you engage in that practice. Like, if I knew that my babysitter for one of my nephews or nieces consumed lolly content, I would fire them.
Yeah, I mean that's your right, right? Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like there's a bunch of vices in our society, right? Like pornography as a vice and gambling.
Here we go with the right wing shit. Yeah, pornography, corn is not a vice, all right? And it doesn't, like, watching it doesn't make you, like, he's gonna propose this whole thing where it's like a slippery slope. It just sounds like DARE. It sounds like drug, anti-drug education or something like that, where they try to make you think that, you know, you gotta leave the marijuana alone, because maybe that in of itself isn't that bad, but it's gonna lead you down to harder and harder things. You're gonna get a tolerance for this, and then you're gonna want to try something harder, and like that's how he's seeing corn. And it's really dangerous because in the minds of your conservative, in the minds of somebody like SFO, like Dev here, right? Like harder corn would mean maybe stuff that included gay relationships, stuff that included trans people, right? So what that does is then puts it's this idea of degeneracy that's kind of purported there, and that, like, you know, this concept of like just, you know, looking at erotic material in and of itself as being a vice, which leads to harder vices. And sometimes those harder vices are described in like a more, in sort of a homophobic, an anti-kink, and an anti-trans sort of way. So yeah, this is entirely sus here.
Gambling is a vice, and drinking and drugs are a vice. You know,
drinking and drugs are a vice. There we go.
Lobby is also a vice, right?
Sure.
But we have vices that are legal and
And it's a weird thing to say that's a vice. Why can't it just be like a fucked up kind of content to consume that normalizes abuse?
vices that are illegal. And it's like I don't think this one should be illegal.
I think where I fall on with like making it illegal, like this is gonna be gross, but I'm gonna tell you a real story. One of my very favorite games of all time is Danganronpa. I absolutely love that game. Mad love for it. I've played through every one of them a million
I
times.
think I know where you're going with this. Go on.
So yeah, you probably know. So there's a spin-off game called Danganronpa Another Story. And you know, this is a really, really good, it's a good story, and it's part of a soap opera that I really, really care about. But it's also a game where children are the killers, and like there's a whole sequence of this game that basically you're watching a child like get sexually violated, like in a completely gross way, in like a game you get on the Sony Vita.
I have never played Danganronpa, but like I do, I have played some Persona, and it seems like the I get suggested Danganronpa content based on the Persona thing, so I'm like a little bit disturbed by this, knowing that that's I think she's talking about one specific game. And I mean, like, look, there's like, you know, a difference between there being like sort of edgy aspects to the game. Like, I don't love the way that the personas are summoned in Persona 3 by putting essentially a fake gun called an evoker to one's head and firing the trigger, right? That's how you summon your persona. But I also get that like the idea is supposed to be like overcoming your fear of death, right? That's the symbolism. But yeah, like, I mean, there's, you know, there's aspects that are, you know, you could see, like, for instance, somebody that had self-harm issues, right? I wouldn't want to be like, oh, hey, watch this new Persona playthrough that I did, right? Because it's kind of like, okay, well, that might hit them a little different than it hits me. But then, like, what she's talking about is like, seriously, that's in the game?
Right.
Is it really that fucking awful? That scene, so that's real. Computer Bailey is confirming it for us.
And it's like, I didn't know that garbage was in there when I played it. I haven't played Danganronpa, that particular game, since I beat that section. And it's just, it's like, there are so many examples of like manga that has literary merit but has these themes, and I wish to God I could just like guarantee like there's a button I could push to like make that go away. I would absolutely click that. But you just like if you criminalize it, then it's like what's gonna happen? Like
And I mean, like, you know, to be fair, right? So yeah, there's like iffy themes, there's iffy like, you know, shots, right? You know, there's that, and that stuff is not illegal. But then there are, my understanding is that depictions of underage people in, you know, in stuff that's supposed to be in like corn, I think that is technically illegal. It's not maybe a law that gets enforced in the United States, but I think there is actually like a law against like what you like, I don't know, like what was in Vaush's folder, maybe?
ever bought like, you know, X manga, they're gonna go to prison.
They couldn't come up with a different metaphor for overcoming death. I don't know.
Destroy it, like Kindle's like
That's Persona 3 if you're wanting to avoid it.
for all this stuff because you're buying it like through the iOS store or like
In Persona 5, you just have like a mask like glued to your face and you rip it off, like just peeling off your skin along with it. That's, I don't know if that's better. In Persona 4, it's just glasses. You just put on glasses, and when you want to summon a persona, you bring up a tarot card. So like for all of the same thing with Persona 1 and 2, they don't have like the, but yeah, 3 and 5 have the edgy way of summoning your persona.
it's just I don't see where it goes. So to me, what makes sense is I do think it's okay to and I think we use this too much as a technique, but I think it's okay to publicly shame Lolly. I think it's okay for all of us to go, you know what, if this is something you are enjoying sexually, that actually is degenerate and weird, and you should probably like think about seeing a therapist about that. Like this is, we do know that this can lead to children being hurt. I think that that's okay.
And I do want to I want to piggyback on this because I think that people saying, well, it's not actually, there's no actual children being harmed with Lolly. That's true, but much like we see the kind of like, it desensitizes you, and and this is just my intuition here. I don't have a study to back this up, but I think that it's like a gateway drug, so to speak, right? This is a starting point for a lot of people.
Yeah, Hassan's commentary on this is way better than Brianna Wu's. Like in general, like Brianna Wu's like, so some of her views on things are like the most like, right, for instance, like she talks about trans issues, but she talks about it in a decidedly like in what seems like a decidedly transmedicalist perspective, in a very, you know, sort of self-hating assimilationist sort of way.
And they will start on this, and then they'll need more extreme things to kind of get off. We see this with pornography.
Okay, so there he goes. There he goes. Like Wick, the centrist here, is talking about like you're gonna need more extreme things to get off. It's a slippery slope, and you know, you just maybe better off not even you know, engaging with erotic material in the first place. I don't think there's really anything wrong with erotic material. I don't think that you can't fucking blame the material for the fact that some people are into fucked up shit. Like, you can blame the fucked up material, but please, for God's sake, don't try to make this like a spectrum where like the vanilla stuff is the more interesting or the more innocent stuff, and the, you know, anything that's got an element of kink or LGBT or that's like not standard, you know, cis het normative is like somehow harder or worse, right? Like if there's corn which depicts, you know, and glorifies like violence or, you know, non-consent or, you know, any of that kind of stuff, like that's with that stuff, right? That's not, don't put that on all erotic material. 17 minutes. Oh my god, we're only 17 minutes away from the 6 hour. And chat, I gotta be firm on this one. Actually, we're like 14 minutes away now. I gotta actually stop at 6 hours because this time, wait, there was something that oh yeah, Ethan's music. That's what I think's gonna ding me. I think I'm gonna have to stop right at 6 hours this time, because that's the only way I can take out Ethan's music. Like if I end up getting demonetized, that's the only way to avoid that.
People who start pretty.
Just like the only way to avoid the top of the hour ad break on Twitch is by getting yourself a sub, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. If you've got one, you use it on me, you will no longer see ads in my chat. You can also do it for 5 of your hard-earned dollars on desktop, $6 on mobile. Maybe your mileage may vary on if you're in other countries, or possibly through the kind gift of somebody who's being very generous and looking to give gift subs. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
But then they'll need more and more extreme forms of pornography to get off. And
there we go. We got like a fucking right-wing degenerate model of looking at corn.
I think that the same applies here. My issue.
I mean that is just, you know, like these people will talk about puritanism when it comes to like social justice, when it comes to like not wanting to say slurs, when it comes to I don't know, like I guess you'd say political correctness, but you could also say like just you know, social justice, right? They will call shit like that puritanical and then have fucked up takes like this. That's just literally puritanical. Right? You can criticize harmful material like what's in Vaush's folder, or you know, there's other examples, right? You can criticize harmful material without, you know, this whole degeneracy model, which really has some nasty origins, right? When it comes to that sort of
Vaush specifically, right? There's an old saying, right? It's not the crime, it's the cover-up. In this case, it's kind of both. When he did accidentally like leak that, I had some concerns. Let's say that. And I was like, okay, well, let's see what he says. And his responses have been unsatisfying, to put it bluntly. Like his initial response about trying to play it off as like goblin porn.
Goblin porn.
Okay, hold on. So Wick, this is where I can actually be a degenerate. Do you know what he means by goblin porn?
I don't.
don't.
I would love to know.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know if I want to, but go ahead for the purpose.
SFO, I don't know what you think being into goblin corn makes you, but I would say it is like the least irredeemable feature of who you are, you know, as a person, right? Like that's.
Well, I'm going to show you some things. Just don't pull them up on stream, okay?
Oh God, I don't want to go on a list. Okay.
It's completely fine. Just don't pull it up on stream.
Wait, don't let anybody clip that.
Okay. Here, just wait a second. So.
I'm enough of a pervert. Send it my way. I want to see it.
Okay, actually, you know what? This is a safer enough.
Oh, Sage Knope, thank you for becoming a member.
I think that this will.
You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Oh my God! If the internet will ever fucking work. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's not. Actually, you know what? This one will do. Okay.
What's going on?
Oh boy.
I'm trying to find.
What's he trying to show us?
Okay.
I'm like worried now.
So. Here, I'll DM this to both of you real quick. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna show them in DMs. Thankfully.
My account. Hold on.
I really, really hope this is just something from Baldur's Gate. I really.
It is.
Okay, this is. It could have been worse.
Okay.
It could have been way worse. Okay, so this body
This is
type.
nothing.
It's not.
Oh, I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This body type in pornography is called the short stack, right? So
Here we go. There's the short stack.
very big thighs and very big boobs and a very big ass.
I don't know if we're gonna get to the counterpoints.
But she like this.
How bad would it be if like me saying counterpoints got his name in the search results, and then he ends up finding this video based on that, and he's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe that bitch no comment chick is talking shit about me again. I'm gonna find this," and he goes and watches my whole VOD, and he's like, "I don't actually."
picture looks like it's
I don't actually end up watching him.
right? Like it's not flat. You know, there's curves here. There's secondary sexual characteristics, but she's just short.
Like,
right?
that's not a problem, right? To be attracted to a body type. That's not what we're talking about here.
A goblin. Fair enough. Right?
It's obviously a goblin, right? But there's also you know, human female characters that are drawn like this in some pornography, where it's short women with big tits and big asses, right? And it's the shortness that puts some people off because, I mean, what's her name? If anyone, oh yeah, Yuzaki-chan. If you look up Yuzaki-chan, she's a short woman with very big boobs, and she's like 22 in her show, but she's like 4'9".
And this is,
okay?
to be clear, gang, this is completely safe for work. I'll put
Gang.
Discord even because
That's how he talks to his chat. Hey, gang.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you just
hey, gang,
like a quick Google search for Yuzaki-chan, Uzaki-chan, you're gonna get a girl who's about 4'9", who has really big boobs, and she's like 22 years old, just a short woman, right? And I've seen people online say that this is lolly, and it's like, well, no, it's obviously not. Like, you know, a little girl doesn't have boobs this fucking big because they're huge, right? She's just short. And when Vaush says goblin porn, he's referring to this body type, which is common in drawn pornography. And he's saying, listen, I didn't think these were little girls. I just thought they were short women.
But that doesn't match up with the screenshot at all. It's even worse now, right? Because that's just wrong.
It is just wrong, yeah.
Okay, so I watched the whole Vaush video, and I hear you, Dev, and I think that's really fair. And I think, you know, anytime the left...
So yeah, just to give you a synopsis in case we don't get a chance to fully get to Brianna fleshing out her take on the Vaush thing, she watched the Vaush response video, is what I get from this. I don't know how much of anything else she watched, and based on that, based on, you know, Vaush, you know, proclaiming his innocence, she's willing to cut him some charitability that she wouldn't to others, based on the fact that he's, as she says, her friend. And I think it has everything to do with the transactional relationship that they have, and very little to do with friendship or actually being okay with, like, obviously she's grossed out by, you know, what's in that folder.
Like, if a woman is not portrayed as a...
They call short, stocky, busty women... Well, they call short, stocky, busty women short stack. And then a goblin, like... Within goblin corn, like corn depicting goblins, they are often of that body type, if that makes sense. But yeah, there's
a child, right? That's kind of where my interest in this like ends, you know. And I'm not interested in like policing people's sexuality. I just think like societally, I think it's okay to say if you're really, really into this stuff, like if you're getting off on it, if you're seeking it out, I think that's really strong evidence that you should like go see a therapist so you don't hurt someone. I think that's an okay message to say. I want to take what Vaush's video. Oh, please proceed.
So
Yeah.
when you say that, you mean,
you know, another thing that I don't like, another kind of porn that I don't like, is corn depicting like unsafe sex acts in a way that kind of, I don't know, glorifies that, or even corn depicting like stuff that might expose you to infection, right? I don't know if I want to get any more detail than that, but I've seen that like as like a point of interest in a lot of corn, and it really like just kind of like grosses me out. Like, right, obviously there's ways to do a lot of stuff, you know, safely and not expose yourself to infection, or, you know, if you're in a you know, there's ways to be safe even in what seems like, you know, unsafe sex. But yeah, it feels like a lot of times they're getting off on the idea of like forcing the woman, like, you know, with like street porn, forcing a woman to do stuff that, you know, she wouldn't want to do. I don't know.
lollies, not short stacks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm talking, someone who's obviously an underage, like prepubescent person in a sexual situation, right?
So
y'all got any of those short stock goblins, dude? This is a junior high.
So I guess real quick, because like there's definitely things like, when I mentioned that we should,
werewolf corn. Wait, what was that from?
we should start crossing off some things off the list, right?
Sure.
Because if you look at Senra and Kagura, those girls are 17. They're of age in Canada. They're below age in America. They're 17, but they have like complete secondary sexual characteristics.
Sure.
Right? They have big butts.
I mean, they don't call him SF Otaku for nothing.
Boobs. The number on paper,
he does seem to know a lot about anime and
the lore is underage. But if you're attracted to that, you're probably not a pedophile because
Right.
they are of age women. No, they look like.
It sucks that people fetishize risky stuff and the material that doesn't appreciate consent.
They're not of age. You know what I mean? Right?
Corn with infections. Oh, is that what you call it? Werewolf?
Like when
like lycanthropy.
When the difference between somebody who's attracted to a woman who they think is above the age of consent, but is actually below the age of consent. The difference between that and someone who's attracted to a child who they know is below.
Here comes the nuance.
Because they don't have secondary sexual characteristics. Those two things are different things, right? And there's a lot of conflation whenever we talk about these things. I know, like you've both probably seen that one cosplayer who's 4'11" and who's very petite, and she's like in her mid-20s, and she does cosplay, and people say that she's a lolly, and it's like, no, she's not, even though she has like, what I'm talking about from One Punch Man. Yeah,
I've seen you talk about this.
And I'm going to push back on this because I agree with you.
Wix is like, this is my platform. I literally have to say something here.
But I think people play in the gray area to push and normalize what I would consider lolly, right?
2-minute warning. Thank you, Buffy.
The meme going around like, oh, it's just a 6,000-year-old woman trapped in the body of a 14-year-old girl, right? Like that's
the other.
It's a problem, and I think that we look. I don't know if Vaush is a pedophile. I don't. I invited him on stream to talk about it, but he said, and I think wisely so, that it didn't merit.
Okay, that's an interesting way to try to push into more about coming on stream. Like, if he's not going to come on your stream, it's probably mostly Wick. It's probably mostly got to do with your numbers. I mean, obviously he didn't want to come on Ethan's stream because he knew he would get cooked. But like with Wick's pushback on this, it almost feels like it's just conditional on the fact that Vaush isn't giving him any play right now. So, he's got to settle for Destiny and whoever else, SFO, whoever else will come on his thing. With that, chat, I got to call it a night. We're going to raid into Matt Bender over on the Twitch side of things. So get ready for that if you're watching on Twitch. And thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the people who support me in all the ways that you do, whether it be financially, through super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, donations, which the link is down in the chat, subs, bits, etc. Even through Patreon, or whether it's just algorithmic support, like remembering to like and subscribe. Remember, only 20% of you are subscribed to me right now, and that number has got to go way up. So make sure to hit that subscribe if you haven't already. You can hit the notifications if you want to. I'm gonna have to get off of here, but oh my god, I gotta hit it right now. Rating in.